Hi friends, my name is Maruti and I'm the co-founder of Kraku. In this video, we'll be looking at 100 very important quant questions for CAT. All of these questions have been taken from the daily targets that we provide every day. In daily targets, we give one test for quant, one test in verbal and one test in LRDA. And all of these questions have detailed video solutions. From the daily targets, we have taken 100 very important questions and we have made this video. If you like this video, please do like the video and share it with your friends. If you have any doubts with respect to any of the 100 questions, please do comment below this video. If you're a CAT aspirant and if you're looking for free resources for CAT, you can get CAT previous papers in a PDF format on our website. You have to just search for Kraku CAT previous papers. In addition to CAT, we also have previous papers for ZAT, IFT and all the important MBA exams. We are also providing 3 free mocks for CAT. You have to just Google search Kraku free CAT mock, or you can find the link for the free mocks in the description of this video. All the mocks have detailed video solutions along with the previous papers that we discussed earlier. So please watch this video. It will be very useful for you. And if you have any doubts, feel free to comment below this video. In this question, we are given that the mean score of 10 batsmen of the Hyderabad cricket team is 60. And if the top 5 scores are removed, then the average falls by 5. That is, the average of the bottom 5 batsmen is 55. We are also told that the top 6 scores are distinct integers. What is the maximum possible score of any batsman? So let us assume that all the 10 batsmen are arranged according to descending order. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Suppose these are the scores of all the 10 batsmen. We don't know the scores. We'll just put some marks according to each of the numbers. The sum of the scores of the bottom 5 is 55 into 5, this is 275. What is the total score of all the 10 batsmen? The total score of all the 10 batsmen is 60 into 10, which is equal to 600. Therefore, the sum of the top 5 batsmen is 600 minus 275, that is equal to 325. Now you want to maximize the score of any batsman, so you will maximize the score of the batsman who has scored the highest. For that, we will minimize the scores of the batsmen from 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now, what is the minimum number of scores that the batsman who has scored 2 can score? Is it equal to 1? It is not equal to 1 because we know that the average score of the bottom 5 is 55. So there is at least one guy who has scored greater than or equal to 55. And the person who has scored 5th has scored more than the person who has scored 6th. Similarly, the person who has scored 4th has scored greater than or equal to the person who has scored 5th and so on. So in order to minimize the score of the 5th person first, we will have to ensure that the players from who have scored the 6th highest to the 10th highest, all of them have scored 55. Because we know that their sum is constant and their sum equals 275. The highest, that is the 6th highest score, will be minimum if all of them have scored 55. Because if one of them, suppose the 10th guy has scored only 0, then these 4 guys have to score 275 and their average will be around 63.75. So one of them has to score more than 63, more than 64 basically. You don't want that to happen. So what you are essentially saying is this 275 will be evenly distributed amongst the players 6 to 10 so that all of them have scored 55. And now you know that the scores of the first 6 batsmen are distinct integers. That is, all the players from 1 to 6, all of them have scored differently. This would imply that the 5th highest player has scored a minimum of 56. The 4th highest player has scored a minimum of 57. 3rd highest player has scored a minimum of 58. And the 2nd highest score has scored a minimum of 59. So now we will calculate the minimum possible sum of scores of the batsmen who have scored from 2nd to 5th. And then subtract it from 325 to get the maximum possible score of the top batsman. So we'll first calculate 59 plus 58 plus 57 plus 56. 59 plus 56 is equal to 115. Similarly, 58 plus 57 is equal to 115. So the sum of these 4 numbers is 230. But we know that the sum of all the 5 numbers is 325. So the maximum possible score of the player who has scored the highest is 325 minus 230, which is equal to 95. This is 325 minus 230. Note what we have actually done. We know that the players who have scored from 6 through 10, their score is constant, their score is 275. And we want the highest amongst them, that is the 6th highest player, to score as low as possible, because that would keep the scores of all the players from 2 to 6 also low. This would imply that all the players from 6 to 10 have scored 55 each. This would imply that 5th, 4th, 3rd and 2nd have scored 56, 57, 58 and 59, and hence the score of the top batsman will be highest, and that will equal 95, which is the answer. In this question we are told that there is a dishonest milkman. He dilutes milk with water and then sells the diluted milk at 25% more than the price of the purchased milk. We are told that by doing this he is making a profit of 40%, and we are supposed to find out the volume of water in ml which is added to 1 liter of every milk. So let us assume that there are 1000 ml of milk, of which he added say W ml of water. It is given that water is free, so the cost of water is 0. Let us assume that the cost of milk is ₹1 per ml. This will just help us and it will get cancelled, so it doesn't matter what we assume the cost of milk is. We are just assuming it to be 1 for ease of calculations. So the total volume of this mixture is 1000 plus W. This is the volume. And what is the price at which he sells this mixture? He increases the price by 25%. So this will be 1.25 per ml. So what is the total amount of money that he makes? The total amount of money that he makes will be 1000 plus W into 1.25. This we are told is generating him a profit of 40%. So the total cost price is just the cost of milk, which is 1000, but because he is generating a profit of 40%, the total revenue that he is getting will be 1000 into 1.4, or this will equal 1400. Now you can easily cancel and you can calculate the value of W. So for example, this will be 1400 is equal to 1250 plus 1.25 W, or 150 is equal to 1.25 W, or the value of W is equal to 150 divided by 1.25. 1.25 is 5 by 4, so this is 150 into 4 by 5, which will equal 120 ml. So for every 1000 ml of milk, he is mixing 120 ml of water, and he is selling the mixture at 25% more price than that of milk, and overall he is generating a profit of 40%. So the correct answer is 120 ml. In this question it is given that if you use an escalator to go down, it takes 80 seconds. One day the escalator was not working, so you walk up and you reach the top in 50 seconds. Now if the escalator is going down and you continue to walk up, how much time will it take for you to go to the top on a working escalator? So let us assume that the number of steps in the escalator is n. The escalator is going down. Let us assume that it is going at e steps. E represents the escalator per second. This is the rate at which it is going down. Now let's suppose a person is going up a stationary escalator, an escalator which is not working, at p steps per second. This is the rate of walking speed of a person. Now using this, we'll try to calculate the time it will take for a person to go up a working escalator which is actually coming down. Now for a person who is standing on the escalator, it takes 80 seconds for him to come down. That is, the escalator covers n steps at e steps per second in 80 seconds. This would imply that the value of n is equal to 80 e. Similarly, if the escalator is not working and if somebody is able to walk up n steps in 50 seconds, n would also mean to equal 50 times p, or essentially e is equal to n by 80 and p is equal to n by 50. Now if a person is going up at p steps per second, but the escalator is coming down at e steps per second, what is the relative velocity of the person with respect to the ground? He is continuing to go up at p minus e steps per second, because he is going up but the escalator is bringing him down. Now what is the value of p minus e? That will equal n by 50 minus n by 80. So p minus e is equal to n by 50 minus n by 80. which is equal to by 400 3n. So effectively his speed is 3n by 400 in the upward direction. So how much time will it take to cover n steps? That will be n divided by 3n by 400. You can cancel the common terms. This will equal 400 by 3 seconds. This is equal to 133.33 seconds. If you are trying to convert it into minutes, you have to divide this by 60. So this will be approximately equal to 2.2 minutes. So the correct answer is option B. In this question, it is given that there are two items A and B and their cost prices are in the ratio 3:2. So let us assume that this is A and this is B. This is the cost price. Because they are in the ratio of 3:2, let us assume that the cost price of A is 3x and the cost price of B is 2x. The ratio of their marked price is in the ratio of 5:3. So their marked price is in the ratio of 5:3. So this will be 5y and this is 3y. The ratio of their percentage discount is in the ratio 9:5. So let us assume that the percentage discount are 9z and 5z. What is the discount percentage on item A? So we are required to find out the discount percentage on item A, that is the value of 9z. If the profit percentage is the same for both. So we are told that the profit percentage is the same. So we will calculate the profit percentage of A, we will calculate the profit percentage of B, equate them and try to see if we can find out the value of z. Once we find out the value of z, we can find out the value of 9z. So profit percentage of A, to calculate that, let us first calculate the selling price. The selling price is market price into 1 minus discount. So this is equal to 5y into 1 minus 9z. This is the selling price. Therefore, the profit percentage will be selling price minus cost price, which is 3x, divided by cost price. This is the profit percentage of A. Let us calculate the profit percentage of B. This is again equal to market price into 1 minus discount. So this is 3y into 1 minus 5z minus the cost price, which is 2x, whole divided by the cost price. So these two are equal. This is the equation that we have. We can cancel the x in the denominator and cross multiply the denominators. So this will be 10y into 1 minus 9z minus 6x is equal to 9y into 1 minus 5z minus 6x. We can cancel 6x on both sides. So we can even cancel y on both sides. So this will be 10 minus 90z is equal to 9 minus 45z, or 1 is equal to 45z, or the value of z is equal to 1 by 45. Now what are we required to find out? We are required to find out the discount percentage on A, which is equal to 9z. So the correct answer is 9 by 45, which is equal to 1 by 5. In terms of percentages, 1 by 5 will equal 20%, which is the answer. In this question, we are told that there are two natural numbers m and n, and they are in the ratio 17:19. So m by n is equal to 17 by 19. Now a natural number k is subtracted from both of these numbers such that the new ratio is less than 5 by 6. So m minus k divided by n minus k is less than 5 by 6, and we are required to calculate what is the minimum value of k. So to simplify this, let us assume that m is equal to 17a and n is equal to 19a for some natural number a. So a will also be 1 of 1, 2, 3 dot 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 till infinity. Note that a cannot equal 0, because if a is 0, then m and n, both of them will equal 0, which is not possible. We are told that m and n are natural numbers, so they have to be greater than 0. Now we'll simplify this over here. We'll apply the same formula. So this is 17a minus k divided by 19a minus k is less than 5 by 6, or 102a minus 6k is less than 90a minus 5k, or k is greater than, this is 95a, 19 into 5 is 95, is greater than 7a. Now we know that a is a natural number, so 7a is definitely greater than or equal to 7. The equality will occur when a is equal to 1. So k is definitely greater than 7. So the minimum possible value of k K min, if we call it, is equal to 8. This will happen if A is equal to 1 and M is equal to 17 and N is equal to 19. Anyway, the minimum value that K can take is 8. In this question, we are told that there is a person called Ranesh and he dropped a ball from a height of 360 meters. So suppose this is the ball and he dropped it from a height of 360 meters. So this is 360 meters. Each time the ball hits the ground, it rebounds to a height of 60% of the original. So after it drops from 360 meters, it comes up, but it comes up only 60%. So 60% of 360 is 360 into 0.6. So this will equal 216. So it will come up by 216 meters, and then again it will fall down by 216 meters, and it will come back up again another 60% of it. So it will be 216 into 0.6. That will be around 129.6 meters. And again it will fall down and it will continue to do the same. Now what we are required to find out is the total distance traveled by the ball before it comes to rest. So this is some sort of a series. If you notice, or if you are trying to calculate the sum of the distance traveled by the ball, it will equal S is equal to 360 meters, which is the first time the ball came down, then 216 up and 216 down. So it will be plus 2 into 360 into 0.6 plus, for 1296 again it goes 129.6 up and 129.6 down. So it will be 2 into 360 into 0.6 whole square plus dot 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 till infinity. As you can see, if you remove the first term, all the terms after it are part of a geometric progression where the common ratio is 0.6 and the first term is 2 into 360 into 0.6. So the sum of the series is equal to 360 plus 2 into 360 into 0.6 divided by 1 minus 0.6. Why is this the case? Because we have a formula for the sum of a geometric progression which is decreasing. Say you have a geometric progression which is like A, AR square, dot 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 till infinity, where the first term is A and the common ratio is R. So all the terms, all the consecutive terms differ by a ratio of R. As you can see, you get the second term by multiplying the first term with R, and you get the third term by multiplying the second term with R, and so on. The sum of this series is A by 1 minus R, but for this formula to work, the series should be decreasing. The magnitude of the series should be decreasing. What do we mean by that? It means that the value of R should lie between minus 1 and plus 1. Only then can you approximate that the sum of the series will be A by 1 minus R. This is the sum of an infinite series. So as this series tends to become 0 after the number of terms become very, very large, then the sum will become equal to A by 1 minus R. So in this case, the first term is 2 into 360 into 0.6, which is in the numerator, and the common ratio is 0.6. All the terms which are coming consecutive to each other differ by a ratio of 0.6. Therefore, the sum will be 2 into 360 into 0.6 divided by 1 minus 0.6. Well, this will equal 360 plus 2 into 360 into 6 divided by 4. This is 3 divided by 2, or you can cancel 2. So this will equal 360 plus 360 into 3. So that is 1080. Or the total distance traveled by the ball is 1440. So the total distance traveled by the ball before it comes to rest is 1440 meters. In this question, it is told that a table is sold at a profit of 20% from a manufacturer to a wholesaler. So let us assume that there is a manufacturer, and for him to make this table, the cost price is say C. He is selling this at a profit of 20%, so his selling price will be equal to 1.2 C. This is bought by a wholesaler. For a wholesaler, the cost price is how much he has expended to get one table. So the cost price for a wholesaler will be equal to 1.2 C. And the wholesaler sells this at a profit of 60%. So for him, the selling price is 1.2 C into 1.6 which is equal to 1.92C. This is the mark price, or this is the price at which he is selling each table, but he is giving some tables for free. So for the purchase of every 5 tables, he is giving 1 table for free. So the selling price of 5 tables is equal to 1.92C into 5, which is equal to 9.6C. But if somebody is purchasing 5 tables, then he is giving 1 table extra. So essentially, for a group of 6 tables, the selling price or the money that the wholesaler is receiving is 9.6C. So effectively, the selling price of 1 table for the wholesaler is 9.6C divided by 6, which is equal to 1.6C. Now a retailer bought 30 tables, including the free tables. So a retailer bought 30 tables, and for him the cost price for each table is 1.6C. Notice that when we are actually saying that this is 1.6C, we have included that 1 table is being given free. That is the reason we have divided 9.6 by 6. So for the retailer, the cost price is 1.6C, and he sold tables and he bought 30 tables for 24,000. So when he is buying 30 tables, the total amount that he is spending is 30 into 1.6C, which is equal to 48C. Now we are told that 48C, which is the total money that the retailer has paid, is equal to 24,000, or the value of C is equal to 24,000 divided by 48, which is 500. This is the cost price for the manufacturer. For the manufacturer, the cost of making a table is 500. Now for the retailer, the cost price is 1.6C, which is equal to 800 rupees. Now he sold it to his customers at a profit margin of 10%. So for the retailer, each table cost him 800, and the selling price is 10% greater than this. So the selling price will be 880. So what is the difference between the manufacturing cost, which is C, that is 500, and the customer price of a table, and the customer price of a table is 880. So the difference between these two is 380. So the answer in this case is 380. In this question, it is given that 10 men can complete a piece of work in 8 days. So if you have 10 men, they can complete a piece of work in 8 days. Similarly, if you have 15 women to do the same work, they will take 6 days to complete it. Now we have 9 women and X men, and they complete the work in 8 days, and we are supposed to find out the value of X. So we have to first calculate the ratio of the efficiency of a man to that of a woman, and then calculate the value of X. So let us first look at how many days it will take 1 man to complete the work. If 10 men take 8 days, 1 man is going to take 10 into 8, that is 80 days. Similarly, 1 woman, how many days is she going to take? 15 women take 6 days to complete the work. So 1 woman is going to take 15 into 6, that is 90 days to complete the same work. So we'll assume that the total work that needs to be done is the LCM of 80 and 90. What is the LCM of 80 and 90? It is 720 units. We are assuming this just to make calculations easy. It can be any number, but if it is the LCM, most of the fractions get eliminated. So it becomes easy to calculate the answer fast. So if you have 1 woman, how much work does she do in 1 day? 1 woman takes 90 days to complete 720 units of work. So in 90 days, she is completing 720 units of work. So in 1 day, she completes 8 units of work. Similarly, if we have 1 man takes 80 days to finish 720 units of work. So in 1 day, he finishes 9 units of work. So if you have 9 women and X men, how much work do they complete in 1 day? It will be 9 into 8, which is the amount of work done by a woman, plus X into 9. So the amount of work done by these guys in 1 day is 9 into 8, that is 72, plus 9x. This is the amount of work that they do in 1 day. So how much work do they do in 8 days, which is what they have taken to finish the work? It will be 8 into 72 plus 9x. But it hasn't mentioned that this is equal to the total work done, which is 720 units. So this is equal to 720, or you can divide 720 by 8, that will be 90. So 72 plus 9x is equal to 90, or 9x is equal to 90 minus 72, which is 18, or x is equal to 2. So the number of men who have joined 9 women to finish the work in 8 days is 2. In this question, it is given that there is a toy train and it is running around a circular track. The number of train stops in the circular track are, excluding the first one, there are 4 equally spaced stations. So if you first draw the circular track, let us assume that this is the circular track and there is the initial station, this is the one, and there are 4 other equally spaced stations. So let us assume that these are the other 4 equally spaced stations. Let us name the initial station as 0, the 4 stations as 1, 2, 3 and 4. There is also a boy who is running. Initially both of them start at the same point, and after the train, when it is just about to start from station 4, the boy also reaches it and is able to get onto the train. Now we are required to find out the ratio of the speed of the train to that of the boy, when we are given that if the train goes without any stoppages, then it takes 1 hour to complete the circular track, and in each of the station it stops for exactly 10 minutes. So what we'll do first is we'll find out how much time the boy takes to reach station 4, because he is running without any stoppages while the train is stopping. So if you notice, because the train takes 1 hour to complete the circular track, there are 5 segments. This is the first segment, this is the second segment, this is the third segment, this is the fourth segment, and this is the fifth segment. In each of the segments, because the train is moving without any stoppages, it takes 12 minutes. So it takes 12 minutes to go from 0 to 1. It takes 12 minutes to go from 1 to 2. It takes 12 minutes to go from 2 to 3, and it takes 12 minutes to go from 3 to 4, and finally it takes another 12 minutes to go from 4 to the initial starting point, which is 0. So let us find out how much time it takes for the train to just about get started from station 4. That is the same amount of time that it takes the boy to run from station 0 to station 4 without any stoppages. So if you look at just the train, it is first going to take 12 minutes to go from 0 to 1. Then it is going to spend 10 minutes in station 1. Similarly, it is going to take 12 minutes to go from 1 to 2, and it will spend 10 minutes in station 2. Similarly, it will take 12 minutes to go from 2 to 3 and spend 10 minutes in station 3. And finally, it will take another 12 minutes to go from station 3 to 4, and it spends 10 minutes in station 4. And when it is just about to start, after all this time, the boy runs all the way from 0 and he reaches station 4. Now what is the total time taken by the train? This is 22 plus 22 plus 22 plus 22, so it is 88 minutes. So for the boy to reach station 4, it has taken him 88 minutes. That is, to cover 4/5 of the track, it has taken 88 minutes for the boy. So how much time will it take overall to reach station 0, that is to complete one entire circle? To complete one entire circle, he is going to take 88 into 5 by 4. This is equal to 110 minutes. So the boy is going to take 110 minutes to complete the entire circle. Now what we are required to find out is the ratio of the speed of the train without stoppages to that of the boy. Now we know that the train completes the circle, that is, it completes the entire circular track in 60 minutes, while the boy completes the entire circular track in 110 minutes. Therefore, both of them cover the same distance. Therefore, their speeds will be in the inverse ratio. Therefore, the ratio of the speed of the train to that of the boy will equal 110 is to 60, because speed is inversely proportional to the time taken. This is equal to 11 is to 6. So the ratio of the speed of the train without any stoppages to that of the speed of the boy is 11 is to 6. In this question, it is given that there are a total of 5,000 people present in a party, in a ceremony. There are some men, there are some women, there are some boys, and there are some girls. So let us assume that there are men, women, boys and girls. The total number of people present is given as equal to 5,000. We are told that the ratio of boys to girls is 13 is to 12. So let us assume that the number of boys who are present in the party is 13x. Therefore, the number of girls who are present in the party is 12x. The ratio of the men to the ratio of women is given as 14 is to 15. So let us assume that the number of men present is 14y and the number of women present is 15y. We are told that the total number of people present is equal to 5000. So 14y plus 15y, that is equal to 29y plus 13x plus 12x, which is equal to 25x, is equal to 5000. We are supposed to find, we are told that there is at least one boy and one man present in the ceremony. So x is greater than or equal to 1 and y is greater than or equal to 1. We are supposed to calculate the maximum number of males, that is men plus boys, who are present in the ceremony. What is the number of males who are present in the ceremony? It will equal 14y plus 13x. So we are supposed to maximize 14y plus 13x. So let us try to eliminate one variable. Here we will, for example, eliminate x. So 25x is equal to 5000 minus 29y. Let us divide the entire equation by 25. So x is equal to 5000 divided by 25, which is equal to 200, minus 29 by 25 into y. So this should tell us one thing. You know that x is a natural number, 200 is a natural number. So 29 by 25 into y also has to be a natural number. As 29 is a prime number and it has no factors common with 25, it would imply that y is a multiple of 25. So y should be of the form either 25 or 50 or 75 or so on. Y cannot be say 60 or 70, because in that case x will not be a natural number, but the number of boys and girls has to be a natural number. Now if you substitute the value of x in 14y plus 13x, what are you going to get? 14y will be equal to 14y plus 13x will be equal to 2600 minus 29 into 13 by 25y. 29 into 13 is equal to 377. So this will equal 2600 plus 14y minus 29 into 13 is 377 by 25y. You can again simplify this. 14y minus 377y will equal, this will be simplified to 2600 minus 27 by 25y. That is because 14 into 25 is 350. So 377 minus 350 is 27. So we are trying to maximize this number. The number we are trying to maximize is 2600 minus 27 by 25 into y. This has to be maximized. So if you are trying to maximize this, you want to minimize y. Now what is the smallest value of y that is possible? You know that y is greater than or equal to 1 and y is a multiple of 25. So the smallest possible value of y is if y is equal to 25. Now if y is equal to 25, what is the total number of males that are present? This will equal 2600 minus 27 by 25 into 25. So this will equal 2600 minus 27, which is equal to 2573. This is the maximum number of males that are present in that ceremony.
Google search Krakow free cat mocks. Click on the first link. You can attempt 3 latest cat mocks in the actual exam interface. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis, percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your all-India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
It is given that there are two types of rice, type A and type B, and when they are mixed in the ratio of 3:2 and sold at a profit of 25%. So we have rice A and rice B, they are mixed in the ratio of 3:2 and the profit percentage is 25%. If the selling price is kept the same but they are mixed in the ratio of 2:3, then the profit percentage would be 20%. Now what would be the approximate percentage of profit if they are mixed in the ratio of 1:4 and the selling price is kept the same? So now we are supposed to calculate what would the profit percentage be. So the selling price in all the 3 cases is the same. So let us assume that the selling price is equal to rupees 100 per kg in all the 3 cases. We will calculate the cost price in the third case, and using that we can easily calculate the percentage of profit. In the first case, if the selling price is 100 and the profit percentage is 25%, what is the cost price of the mixture per kg? It would be equal to 100 divided by 1.25 or 1 plus 0.25. This is equal to 100 into 4 by 5. This is 20, or this is equal to 80 per kg. In the second case, when the profit percentage is 20%, what is the cost price? It would be 100 divided by 1.2, or this is equal to 100 into 5 by 6. This is 3 and this is 50, or this will equal 250 by 3, that is approximately 83.33% per kg. We are supposed to calculate the cost price in the third case. So in the first case, let us assume that we have 3 kgs of A which are mixed with 2 kgs of B. Let the cost price of A be A per kg and let the cost price of B be equal to B per kg. We are mixing 3 kgs of A with 2 kgs of B. So what is the total cost price? That will equal 3A plus 2B, and that would equal 80, which is the cost price per kg, into 5, which is the total weight. So this is equal to 400. In the second instance, we are mixing 2 kgs of A with 3 kgs of B. Again, the total weight will be equal to 5 kgs. But in this case, the total cost price will be equal to 2A plus 3B. And this will equal 5 into 250 by 3, which is equal to 1250 by 3. So here we have 2 equations and 2 unknowns. We can calculate the value of A and B. If we are doing that, it will be, let us first add both of these equations, because it will make calculations easy. So you are going to have 5 into 5A plus 5B is equal to 400 plus 1250 by 3, which is equal to 2450 by 3. Or if you divide the entire equation by 5, you are going to get that A plus B is equal to 490 by 3. Or 3A plus 3B is equal to 490. You have 3A plus 2B is equal to 400. So the value of B is equal to 490 minus 400, which is 90. And the value of A will be equal to 490 by 3 minus 90. So that is equal to 490 minus 270 whole divided by 3, which is equal to 220 by 3 per kg. These are the cost prices of the rice of type A and type B respectively. Now you are mixing 1 kg of A with 4 kgs of B. So again you have a total of 5 kgs, but what is the cost price of this 5 kgs? It will be equal to A plus 4B, which is equal to 220 by 3 plus 4 into 90, which is 360. Or if you simplify this, this will be 220 plus 360 into 3 is 1080 whole divided by 3, which is equal to 1300 by 3. This is the cost price of 5 kgs of the mixture. We are selling it at again 100 rupees per kg, or the total selling price will be equal to, total selling price of 5 kgs will equal 100 into 5, which is 500 rupees. So what is the percentage profit? The percentage profit will be equal to selling price minus cost price, which is 500 minus 1300 by 3, which is equal to 200 by 3 whole divided by the cost price, which is 1300 by 3 into 100. You can cancel this. So if you simplify this, this will equal 200 divided by 13. So 200 divided by 13, you can use your calculator to calculate it. It will come to approximately 15.4%. In this question, we are told that there is a class of 100 students which is divided into 2 groups, such that the average of the first group is 10 less than the average of the second group. So let us assume that the 2 groups have, say, n students in the first group and 100 minus n in the second group. Also, let us assume that the average of the first group is A minus 10, therefore the average of the second group is A. Now we are told that the overall average is 58 and the number of students in the first group cannot be more than 75. So the overall average of these two is 58 and the number of students in the first group cannot be more than 75. So n is less than or equal to 75. Then find the maximum integral value of the average of the first group. So we want to find the maximum integral value of A minus 10. We are told that the overall average is 58 and there are a total of 100 students. So the total sum will equal 58 into 100, which is equal to 5800. Now this will equal the sum of the first group and the sum of the second group. So this is equal to A minus 10 into n plus A into 100 minus 10, 100 minus n is equal to 5800. That is the sum of the first group plus the sum of the second group is equal to the overall sum, which is 5800. This you can simplify as an minus 10n plus 100a minus an is equal to 5800. You can cancel an and minus an, so this will be 100a is equal to 5800 plus 10n. We can divide both the sides by 10, so this will be 10a is equal to 580 plus n, or a is equal to 58 plus n by 10. Now what are we supposed to find out? We are supposed to find out the maximum integral value of a minus 10. This you want to be maximized and you want this to be an integer. Now this is maximized and is an integer only when a is maximized and a is an integer. The value of a is 58 plus n by 10. So as n increases, the value of a also increases, and the maximum value of n is 75. So if you put 75 over here, it will be 58 plus 75 by 10, but that is not an integer. So because you want a also to be an integer, you will assume that n will equal 70, which is the largest multiple of 10, and in that case a will equal 58 plus 70 divided by 10, that is 7. This is equal to 65. Now when a is 65, we need to find out a minus 10, which will equal 55. This is the maximum possible integral average of the first group. In this question, we are told that a sum of 36 lakhs is divided into n equal parts, and it is deposited in a bank. Now each of the n parts is deposited for a different time period, and the interest that each of them gets is also different. We are given that overall the total interest that is received is 14.4 lakhs, and we are required to find out the value of n. So as the sum is divided into n equal parts, each of the part will equal 36 by n. This is the first part. The second part will also be 36 by n, and so on, and finally the nth part will also be 36 by n. Now the interest on the first part is given as 2%. All of them are simple interest for 1 year. So the interest is 2% and the time period is 1 year. On the second part, the simple interest is 4% and the time period is 2 years. And similarly on the nth part, the interest will be 2n% and the time period will be n years. So for each of them, if you calculate the simple interest that is earned, this will be principal, which is 36 by n, into interest, which is 2%, that is 2 by 100, into the time period, which is 1. This is for the first part. The second part will be 36 by n, which is again the principal, into 4 by 100, which is the interest, into the time, which is 2 years, and so on. Similarly for the last one, it will be 36 by n into 2n by 100 into n. This will be the interest. Now the total interest that is received is equal to 14.4 lakhs. So if you sum it up, we can take 36 by n into 2 as common between all the different n parts, and the sum will equal 1 into 1, that is 1 square, plus if you take 2 common over here, it will be 2 into 2, that is 2 square, plus dot dot dot. In the final part, it will be n into n, which is n square. Now this sum is given as equal to 14.4 lakhs. We are taking 36 into 2 by 100 common. We are taking this also common. So again you can simplify this. 36 into 2 is 72. 14.4 is 72 by 5. So this will equal 1 square plus 2 square plus dot 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 till n square will equal 20n. This is just simplifying whatever equation we have written. Now the sum of the first n squares, we already know the formula. The formula for the first n natural numbers, the sum of the first n natural numbers, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 plus n, is equal to n into n plus 1 by 2. This is the sum of the first n numbers. The formula for the sum of the first n squares of numbers, that is 1 square plus 2 square plus dot 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 plus n square, is equal to n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. This is the formula for the sum of the first n squares of natural numbers. I'll also tell you the formula for the sum of the first n cubes, that is 1 cube plus 2 cube plus dot 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 plus n cube. This will equal n into n plus 1 divided by 2 whole square. So this is same as the first formula, just square the right hand side, you will get the same similar formula. Anyway, in this case we are required to use the second formula, which is the sum of the squares of the first n natural numbers. So this would imply that n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6 is equal to 20n. You can cancel n on both sides. You can take 6 to the other side, so this becomes 120. So n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 is equal to 120. This is a simple quadratic equation which you can solve. We can just do that. So it will be 2n square plus n plus 3n minus 119 is equal to 0. So this will be 2n square plus 17n minus 14n minus 119 is equal to 0, or n minus 7 into 2n plus 17 is equal to 0, or n will equal either 7 or minus 17 by 2. Now the sum is divided into n equal parts, so we know that n has to be a natural number, so minus 17 by 2 will not be valid. So the correct answer is n is equal to 7. This question it is given that there are 3 pipes P1, P2 and P3, and they fill a tank in 5, 10 and 25 minutes. So P1 fills the tank in 5 minutes, P2 fills the tank in 10 minutes, and P3 fills the tank in 25 minutes. Initially all the 3 taps were opened, but after some time P1 was closed, and after some more time P2 was closed, and the difference between the duration for which P1 and P2 were open is double the difference between the time that P2 and P3 were open, and the tank was filled in 6 minutes. How many minutes was the pipe P2 open? So because the pipe P3 was open all the time for which P3 was open is 6 minutes, because that is the time it took to fill the tank. Let us assume that P1 was open for the first A minutes and P2 was open for the first B minutes. Now we know that the difference between the time for which P1 and P2 are open will be B minus A, and this is given as 2 times the difference between the time that P3 and P2 are open. So this is 2 into 6 minus B, or this would imply that B minus A is equal to 12 minus 2B, or 3B minus A is equal to 12. This is the first equation when we are trying to find out the value of A and B. We also know that the tank was entirely filled after P1 was open for A minutes, P2 was open for B minutes, and P3 was open for 6 minutes. As the time required for each of them to fill the tank is 5, 10 and 15, 5, 10 and 25, let us assume that the volume of the tank is the LCM of 5, 10 and 25, so that is equal to 50 liters. This will just make our calculations easy. So P1 takes 5 minutes to fill 50 liters, so every minute P1 fills 10 liters. Similarly, P2 takes 10 minutes to fill 50 liters, so every minute P2 fills 5 liters. And P3 takes 25 minutes to fill 50 liters, so every minute P3 fills 2 liters. Now what we know is that P1 was open for A minutes and every minute it was filling 10 liters. So the amount of water that is filled in by P1 is 10A, plus the amount of water that is filled by P2 is B minutes it was open and every minute it was filling 5 liters. So the total amount filled by P2 is plus 5B, plus P3 was open for 6 minutes and every minute it was filling 2 liters per minute. So the amount of water filled by P3 is 12. This is the total water filled into the tank by P1 plus P2 plus P3. This is equal to the volume of the tank, which is 50, or 10A plus 5B is equal to 38. This is the second equation. We have to solve these two equations to get the value of P2, which is the number of minutes that P2 was open. So the first equation you have 3B minus A is equal to 12. In the second equation you have 10A plus 5B is equal to 38. We have to calculate the value of B. So we'll multiply the first equation with 10 and we are going to get 30B minus 10A is equal to 120. Now you can add both of these equations and you are going to get 35B is equal to 158, or the value of B, which is the amount of time that P2 was open, is 158 divided by 35 minutes. This is the answer. In this question we are told that there is an ice cream vendor and he sells 100 ice cream bricks for rupees 800 each. So the quantity of ice cream bricks that he sells is 100 when the price is 800 per ice cream brick. Now he notices that if he is decreasing the price by 25 rupees, he is able to sell 50 more bricks for every time that he is reducing the price. So suppose he reduces the price by 25T, then the price becomes equal to 800 minus 25T, and the number of ice cream bricks that he sells will become equal to 100 plus 50T. Now what should the value of T be such that the total revenue is maximized? The total revenue is quantity into price. So we are trying to maximize revenue, which is equal to 100 plus 50t into 800 minus 25t. This is what we are looking to maximize. So let us first take the constants out. So we'll take 50 out of the first bracket and 25 out of the second bracket. So this becomes equal to 50 into 2 plus t, and this becomes equal to 25 into 32 minus t. This entire product is what we are trying to maximize, or we are trying to maximize 1250 into t plus 2 into 32 minus t. This is what we are trying to maximize, or essentially we are trying to maximize t plus 2 into 32 minus t. Now there are many ways in which we can calculate what is the value of t for which this product is maximized, but one simple trick that you can do is, you should notice that the sum of t plus 2 and 32 minus 2 is a constant. The sum is equal to 34, because t plus 2 has plus t and 32 minus t has minus t, so they get cancelled. So you have two terms such that a plus b is equal to 34, and you are trying to maximize their product AB. When is the product maximized? In this particular case, the product is maximized when both the terms are equal and they become equal to 17. That is, t plus 2 is 17 or t is 15. Similarly, at that time 32 minus t will also equal 17. So anyway, you want t to be equal to 15, and when t is equal to 15, what is the price? The price is equal to 800 minus 25t, which is equal to 800 minus 25 into 15. 25 into 15 is 375. So this will equal 800 minus 375, which is equal to 425. So the answer in this case is 425. Here we see that Nawab has an export business and he has two sons, Saif and Amir. Nawab's happiness or satisfaction is dependent on how happy his sons are. So Nawab's happiness, there is a formula to it, the satisfaction level. This is twice the satisfaction level of Saif plus once the satisfaction level of Amir. Now Saif himself becomes happy if he makes a profit, and even Amir becomes happy if he makes a profit. Their individual formula for happiness is, if Saif makes a profit of 100, his satisfaction level goes up by 10%. But if he makes a loss of 100, his satisfaction level goes down by 10%. Similarly for Amir, if Amir makes a profit of 100 rupees, his satisfaction level goes up by 5%. But if he makes a loss of 100, his satisfaction level goes down by 15%. Now we are told that initially Nawab's overall satisfaction is 24, and the satisfaction level of Saif and Amir are the same. That is, 24 is equal to 2s plus s, because the initial level of satisfaction of Amir and Saif is the same, or s will equal 8. So initially Saif is at a level of 8 satisfaction level and Amir is at a satisfaction level of 8. Now we are told that Saif makes a profit of 100 and Amir suffers a loss of 100. So because Saif makes a profit of 100, his new satisfaction level will become 8 into 1.1. This has basically gone up by 10%, or this will become 8.8. Similarly, Amir suffers a loss of 10%, so his satisfaction level will become 8 into 0.85. This is equal to 6.8. This is Amir, he has suffered a loss of 10%, so this is minus 15. Now Nawab's new happiness level, new satisfaction is 2 into Saif, that is 2 into 8.8 plus 6.8. This is Amir's satisfaction level. So this is the new satisfaction or utility level of Nawab. This is equal to 17.6 plus 6.8. This is equal to 24.4. Therefore, the approximate percentage change in Nawab's satisfaction level will be 24.4 minus the original level of 24 divided by 24 into 100. This, if you simplify, will be 0.4 by 24 into 100, or this is approximately equal to 1.67%. So the answer in this case is 1.67%. In this question, we are told that there are three pipes that fill and empty water from a tank. A is an inlet pipe, B and C are outlet pipes. We are also told that A is at the bottom of the tank, B is situated at half the height of the tank, and C is situated at 1/4 the height of the tank. So if you assume that this is the tank, now say this is the tank, and This is where this is 1/4 of the tank, say this is half the tank, and the top will be another half of the tank. A is situated at the bottom, C is emptying from 1/4 and B is emptying from half. We are also told that the ratio of outflow of water from B and C is 1:5 in the ratio 1:5. Now the tank is filled in a total of 16 hours. This is the total time taken to fill the tank, and it is half filled in 6 hours. Now we are required to find out the ratio of the inflow of water into pipe A to that of outflow of water from pipe B. So because the ratio of outflow of water from B and C is 1:5, let us assume that the outflow from B is 1 liter per minute and that from C is 5 liters per minute. Let us assume that the inflow of water from A is A. So what are we supposed to find out? We are supposed to calculate the ratio of A is to B. In this case, we are supposed to calculate the ratio of A is to 1. Now we don't know the volume of the tank. We have assumed the the outflow volume of B and C. So we can't assume the volume of the tank. So let us assume that the volume of the tank is 4V. So the first quarter is V, from 1/4 to half is V, and from half to full is 2V. Now we don't know how much time it has taken for A to fill the water for till 1/4. So let us assume that the time taken by A to fill the tank for to fill 1/4 of the tank is T. Therefore the time taken to fill the tank from 1/4 to half, this will be 6 minus T, because we are told that in 6 hours half the tank was filled. We also know how much time it took to fill from half to full, that is 16 hours minus 10 hours, 16 minus 6 hours, so that is 10 hours. Now what we will do is we will try to get some equations and then we will try to find out the value of A, and then we can get the ratio as A is to 1. If you are looking at the time taken to fill the first quarter of the tank, the volume of the tank is V, the volume of that 1/4 of the part. So V is equal to, what is the rate of flow into the tank? It is A into the time taken, that is T. So this is the first equation. If you are looking at the time taken to fill the tank from 1/4 to half, the time taken is 6 minus T, and what is the effective rate of flow of water into the tank? At that time C is opened and A is filling while C is emptying. So in this case V is equal to A minus 5, which is the effective rate of flow of water, into the time taken, which is 6 minus T. This is the second equation. And finally the third equation is 2V is the total volume of water that was filled in, and how much time did it take to fill it in? It took 10 hours. And what is the rate of flow? At this time A is open but B and C, both of them are emptying, so this is A minus 6. So this is the third equation. Now once you have these three equations, we have to solve them to calculate the value of V, A and T, or more importantly we have to calculate the value of A to get the answer. So in this case we will try to eliminate V first. In the first and second equation we know that A into T is equal to A minus 5 into 6 minus T. Similarly, if you are looking at the first and the third equation, similarly if you are looking at the first and the third equation, A into T is equal to, this is V and this is 5 into A minus 6. So now again we have two equations in A and T and two unknowns. Now we will try to again eliminate T and find out the value of T in terms of A using both the equations. Then we will equate both of them and calculate the value of A to get the answer. If you are looking at the first part, 6 minus T divided by T is equal to A by A minus 5, or 6 by T is equal to A by A minus 5 plus 1. So that is 2A minus 5 divided by A minus 5, or the value of T is equal to 6 into A minus 5 divided by 2A minus 5. Similarly in this case the value of T is equal to 5 into A minus 6 divided by A. So what we will do is we will equate both of these equations. So 6 into A minus 5 by 2A minus 5 is equal to 5 into A minus 6 by A. We will get a quadratic equation in A which we will solve to find out the value of A. So this implies that 5 into A minus 6 divided by A is equal to 6 into A minus 5 divided by 2A minus 5. Or you can simplify this as 5 into A minus 6 into 2A minus 5 is equal to 6 into a minus 5 into a. The left hand side will become 2a square minus 12a minus 5a, so minus 17a plus 30 into 5. This is equal to 6a square minus 5a, so minus 30a. Now you can again simplify this as 10a square minus 85a plus 150 is equal to 6a square minus 30a, or you can get this as 4a square minus 55a plus 150 is equal to 0. This is a simple quadratic equation in A. You want the 55 to be divided into two parts such that the product is 4 into 150, that is 600. So this will be 4a square minus 40a minus 15a plus 150 is equal to 0, or this is 4a minus 15 into a minus 10 is equal to 0. So the value of a is either 15 by 4 or 10. A cannot be equal to 15 by 4 because a has to be greater than 5 plus 1, because C is emptying 5 liters and B is emptying 1 liter. So A has to be at least greater than 5 plus 1, otherwise the tank will not be filled. So A cannot be equal to 15 by 4. So the value of A has to be equal to 10. So the required ratio is 10:1. In this question, it is given that there is a person called Joseph and he has two options. One option is to do a job where his salary, the projected salary for the first 3 years, the next 3 years, and for the last 4 years, that is for the 10-year horizon, is given. Or he has to go and do an MBA in which he has to pay some tuition fee for the first year and the second year. And after MBA, he'll get an increased return. Basically, his salary will increase for the first 4 years, and for the last 4 years is also given. Now, out of these two options, we have to figure out which of the two is better and by how much percentage. So let us first look at his option of just doing a job. If he's doing a job, he gets 80,000 per month for the first 3 years. So 80,000 per month will be on an annual basis, 80,000 into 12, that is 9.6 lakhs for the first 3 years. So from 1 to 3 years, he'll make 9.6 lakhs per year. After that, he'll be making 1.2 lakhs per month for the next 3 years. 1.2 lakhs per month will be 14.4 lakhs per year. This is again for another 3 years, from 4 to 6 years. Finally, his salary will increase to 1.5 lakhs per month for the last 4 years. 1.5 lakhs will be 1.18 lakhs per year. This is for the last 4 years. This is from 7 to 10. Therefore, the total amount of money that he is going to earn will be 9.6 into 3 for the first 3 years, 14.4 into 3, and 18 into 4. 9.6 into 3 is 28.8, plus 14.4 into 3 is 43.2, plus 18 into 4 is 72. Therefore, the total amount of money that he would earn in the first 10 years will be 28.8 plus 43.2. This itself is 72 plus 72. So he'll be making 144 lakhs in the first 10 years. Now let us try to understand how much he'll make while doing an MBA. While doing an MBA, in the first year, he's going to make, he has to pay a tuition fee of 16 lakhs. So in the first year, it will be minus 16. This is the outflow. Second year, the tuition fee is 20 lakhs. So second year, it will be minus 20. After that, he'll be making 2 lakhs per month for the first 4 years. 2 lakhs per month is 24 lakhs per year. So from 3 to 6 for 4 years, he'll be making 24 lakhs per year. And for the last 4 years, he'll be making 2.5 lakhs per month. 2.5 lakhs is per month is 30 lakhs per year. This will be making for the last 4 years from 7 to 10. So again, the total amount of money that he'll make will be minus 16 minus 20, though this is minus 36. 24 per year for 4 years. So 24 into 4, that is 96. And 30 per year for another 4 years. So this will be 120. So the total will be 1 In this question, we are told that Ram and Shyam have started a business together and they invested a fixed amount of money on the first day of every month. In the year starting in 2019, Ram invested an amount A. So this is Ram and this is Shyam. Ram invested A every month starting from January. So in January, he invested A. In February, he invested A, and so on. Shyam invested an amount B starting from May. So Shyam invested in May. On May 1st, he invested B. In June, he invested B, and so on. They made a profit of 21,000, not 21,000, 2,10,000. This is the total profit that they made at the end of September. So they have invested till the start of September. He also has invested till the start of September. If Ram got 60,000 more in profit than Shyam, find the ratio of A is to B. So we'll first find out what is the individual profit made by Ram and Shyam, because we know that the total profit is 2,10,000 and we know that Ram has made 60,000 more than Shyam. So we can easily calculate what their individual amounts are. Once we calculate the individual amounts, based on the information that is given, that they have invested constant amounts on the first of every month, we will calculate what the required ratio should have been in terms of A and B, and we will find out the actual ratio and equate both of them to calculate the ratio of A is to B. So first, to calculate the individual profits, if you are assuming that Ram got R and Shyam got S, R plus S is equal to 2,10,000 and R minus S is given to be equal to 60,000. Therefore, the value of Ram's profit is 2,10,000 plus 60,000 divided by 2. So that will equal 1,35,000. And the value of Shyam's share of the profit will be 2,10,000 minus 60,000 divided by 2. So that is 75,000. So we can easily calculate the ratio of R is to S. The ratio of R is to S, or R by S, will be 135 by 75. We can again divide both the numerator and denominator by 15. So that will be 9 by 5. Now what should their actual profit ratio should have been in terms of A and B? Because Ram invested A every month for the first 9 months, the total amount of profit that he should have got should have been something along the lines of, for the first month that he has invested, the first amount A was invested for 9 months. So that is contributing 9A. The amount of money A that he has invested in February will contribute 8A. A represents the amount and 8 represents the duration. From February to September, he has invested that amount for 8 months. The money that he has invested in March would be 7A. The amount it would contribute to the profit is basically the duration for which it was invested into the amount that was invested. The amount invested for all the months is the same, but for each of the month, the duration in which he has invested keeps on decreasing by 1. So finally, the last amount of money that is invested, A, at the start of September, would contribute only A to the final profit. So this, if you calculate, is 9A plus 8A plus 7A plus dot 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 till A. This will be 9 into 10 by 2A. So that is 45A. Along the similar lines, the first investment of Shyam was done on the 1st of May. So this B, how many months was it invested for? It was invested for 5 months. So it would contribute 5B. The amount of money B that he invested in June was invested for 4 months. So this is 4B, and so on. And finally, in September, he has invested B. That would contribute only B, because the duration of investment is 1 month. So the total would be 5B plus 4B plus dot 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 till B. This is 15B. So the required ratio of their profit should have been 45A divided by 15B. But this is given to be equal to 9 by 5. Or A by B would equal 9 by 5 into 15 by 45. This is 3, this is 3, or A by B is equal to 3 is to 5. In this question, we are told that Aman and Bala started running from the same point along a hexagonal track, and they are running in the same direction and the ratio of their speed is a is to b. If they meet only at the corners of the hexagon, not necessarily at all the corners, then which of the following cannot be the value of the ratio of a is to b? So let us first draw a hexagon so that we get an idea. So suppose this is a hexagon, and suppose this is the hexagon around which they are running. Now the ratio of their speeds is a is to b. Now when there are two people who are running around a track, whether it is a hexagonal track or whether it is a circular track or whether it is a square track, if it is any closed track, if they are running in the same direction and if the ratio of their speeds is a is to b, if they are running in the same direction, then the number of places that they meet will be equal to a minus b. This is assuming that a and b are in the lowest possible ratios, that is, there are no common factors between a and b. So the ratio shouldn't be of the form 6 is to 2, it should be of the form 3 is to 1, because this is the lowest possible form. Now if they are running in the opposite direction and if the ratio is again a is to b, then the number of places that they meet is a plus b. Just to give you an idea, if the ratio of Aman and Bala is say 6 is to 5 and they are running in the same direction, then they will meet at exactly one place. They will keep meeting, but the place at which they meet will be the same at all the future meeting points. But if they are running in opposite directions, then the number of points at which they meet will be 6 plus 5, which is 11. This is a concept, this is an important concept which will help us in solving these kind of questions. Now this is true for a circular track, this is true for a hexagonal track, this is true for all tracks which are closed. So if you are looking at the given options, the option A says that the ratio of A is to B is 7 is to 6. Then at how many points would they meet? Because they are running in the same direction, they would meet at exactly 1 point, that is 7 minus 6, and that point will be the starting point, so which is a corner. So this is not the correct answer. We are trying to look for an option in which they wouldn't be meeting at the corners. If the ratio of their speeds is 3 is to 1, then how many points would they meet? They would meet at exactly 3 minus 1, which is 2 points. And what are those 2 points? It is the starting point and it is the point which is exactly opposite it. So both of these are also corners, so this is also not the correct answer. If you are looking at 5 is to 2, the number of points at which they meet, this is in option C, will be 5 minus 2, which is 3. Now what are those 3 points? If you look at it, those 3 points will be the again 3 other corners, which even includes the starting points. So all the 3 points at which they meet are also corners, so this is also not the correct answer. If you are looking at the fourth option, the fourth option is 5 minus 1, this is the ratio is 5 is to 1, so the number of meeting points is 5 minus 1, which is 4. Now you know that if you are looking at the number of vertices of the hexagon, there are 6. In the first option we have the ratio, the number of meeting points is 1, which is a factor of 6. In the second option, the number of meeting points is 2, which is also a factor of 6. In the third option, the number of meeting points is 3, which is also a factor of 6. So you know that all of them will be at some corner or the other. In the fourth case, the number of meeting points is 4. So you know that by symmetry, all 4 cannot be at the corners of a hexagon, because there are 6 corners and you can't distribute 4 of these meeting points such that all 4 of them will be both symmetrical as well as at the corners. So the correct answer will be option D, which is 4, because all the 4 points cannot be at the corners. You can even prove it. You can assume that the length of the hexagon is A, each side of the hexagon. So the total distance or the total circumference is 6A. So if you are trying to figure out what is the meeting point, the meeting point will be, the time at which they meet will be 6A divided by 4. This is the relative speed of 5 minus 1 into 5. This is the distance of the first meeting point from the starting point. So if you look at it, this will be 30 by 4, this is 3, or this is 7.5, so something like over here. So the first guy who is traveling at 5 times, who is faster, will finish one round. By the time he finishes one round, the second guy would have finished something like 1.2A distance, because by the time the first guy has finished 6A, and so by the time the second guy comes to the middle of the second side, so he completes another 1.5A, by which time the second guy, who is the slower guy, would have finished an additional 0.3A. So the first guy would have finished one round, so would have completed 6A, and the second guy would have completed 1.2A. Now the first guy would have finished another 1.5A, by which time the second guy would have run 0.3A, which is 1/5 of 1.5A. So the total distance traveled by the faster guy is 7.5a and the total distance traveled by the slower guy is 1.5a. As you can see, the distance between these two is 6a. So the faster guy has exactly lapped the slower guy. So they would meet at the midpoint of the second side, which is not a corner. Now this is the long procedure of doing it. What is the short procedure of doing it? We'll just figure out, as we have done, the number of meeting points in each of the 4 options. In the first 3 options, 1, 2 and 3 are factors of 6. So all of them will be corners and also be symmetrical. The last one will be 4. So you can't find 4 corners which are all equidistant from each other. So the correct answer in this case is option D. If the ratio of the speeds is 5:1, the meeting points will not all be corners.
We at Krakow provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
In this question, we are told that Rahul started a work at 9 a.m. and Gautam joined him 2 hours later. So Rahul started a work at 9 a.m. and Gautam joined him 2 hours later, so that is at 11 a.m. They worked together and finished the job at 5 p.m. So how much time did Rahul work? Rahul worked from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So that is 8 hours. So if he does R units of work every hour, the total work done by Rahul is 8 hours plus Gautam worked from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. That is, he worked for 6 hours. If you assume that he does G units of work every hour, 8 hour plus 6G is the total work that needs to be done. We are told that if Gautam, instead of joining him at 11 a.m., if he had joined him at 9 a.m. itself, then the work would have been finished half an hour earlier. That is, the work would have finished at 4:30 p.m. In this particular case, Rahul and Gautam, both of them would have worked for 7.5 hours each. So 7.5 hour plus 7.5 G is also equal to W. We can equate both of them. If you are equating both of them, we will get a relationship between R and G. It would imply that 0.5 R is equal to 1.5 G, or the value of R is equal to 3G. Therefore, what is the total work that needs to be done in terms of R? It will be 8R plus what is 6G? 3G is equal to R, so 6G will be equal to 2R. This is the work that needs to be done, or work that needs to be done is 10R. So if Rahul is working at it alone, he would have taken 10 hours to finish the job. So that is option B. In this question, we are given the ratio of the speeds of 3 people. We are first given the ratio of the speed of Anu is to Binu. Then we are given the ratio of Bina is to Kaira. We are asked to find out the ratio between Anu is to Kaira and then use it to get the answer given. So let us delve into it. So in a 4-kilometer race, Anu wins the race by 600 meters over Bina. So when Anu travels, or Anu runs 4000 meters, Binu runs 3400 meters, because Anu wins the race by 600 meters. Therefore the ratio of A is to B, the speeds of A is to B is 4000 is to 3400. This is equal to 40 is to 34. This is equal to 20 is to 17. We are given a similar information about Binu and Kaira. We are told that when Binu gives Kaira a head start of 200 meters and then it ends in a dead heat. That is, by the time Kaira is able to run 3800 meters, Binu runs 4000 meters. This is what the head start of 200 meters actually means. Therefore, the ratio of the speeds of Binu is to Kaira is 4000 is to 3800. This again, if you simplify, is equal to 40 is to 38. This is equal to 20 is to 19. Therefore, B is to C is equal to 20 is to 19. Now we are required to figure out what is the head start that Kaira would have to get when she is racing Anu, so that the race ends in a dead heat. So before we calculate it, let us first calculate what is A is to C using the two ratios that are given. We know that A is to B is 20 is to 17 and B is to C is 20 is to 19. So how are we going to calculate the value of A is to C? What we'll do is we'll try to equate the second ratios in both. So for the first ratio, we'll multiply it with 20 and the second ratio we'll multiply it with 17. Therefore, A is to B, when you multiply both of them with 20, will become 400 is to 340. And B is to C, when you multiply both of them with 17 will become 340 is to 19 into 17. 19 into 17 is 18 square minus 1, so that is 323. Now once you have this, we can find out that A is to B is to C is equal to 400 is to 340 is to 323. Notice that the value for B in both of these is the same, so you can combine both of them. So A is to C is 400 is to 323. Therefore, by the time Anu runs 4000 meters, Kaira will run 3230 meters, because this is the ratio of the speeds of Anu and Kaira. So what is the head start that Kaira should receive? The head start that Kaira should receive is just the difference between 4000 and 3230, and the difference if you calculate will be 770 meters. So if Kaira is given a head start of 770 meters, she will run the remaining 3230 meters in the same time that Anu takes to cover the entire 4000 meters, so that the race will end in a dead heat. In this question, we are told that there are three metals A, B, C, and these are part of an alloy. Now A is X% more than C and A is X% less than B. So let us assume that there are three alloys, there are three metals A, B, C in the mixture. Let us assume that their levels or their composition is A, B and C respectively. We are told that A is equal to C into 1 plus X, will denote X% as X, and A is also equal to B into 1 minus X. Now we are told that if C is increased by 66.67%, that is if A and B remain the same, but you increase C by 66.67, what is 66.67%? This is equal to 2 by 3. So if you, instead of C, you make it as 5 by 3 C, then the composition of C in the total mixture is 1/3. That is, this will be 1/3 and the remaining 2 will be 2/3. Now we are required to find out the value of X. So what we'll do is quite simple. We'll make equations and then we'll solve for X. So we know that 5 by 3C is equal to half of A plus B, because 5 by 3C is 1/3 and A plus B is 2/3. Now if you simplify this, you are going to get 10C is equal to 3 into A plus B. Now we know A is equal to C into 1 plus X. So this, and B is equal to, A is equal to B into 1 minus X. So A is equal to B into 1 minus X, or B is equal to A by 1 minus X. Therefore B is equal to C into 1 plus X by 1 minus X. We are basically denoting A and B in terms of C. Therefore A plus B will equal C into 1 plus X, this is the value of A, plus C into 1 plus X divided by 1 minus X, this is the value of B. You can take C into 1 plus X common. This will become 1 plus 1 by 1 minus X. This is equal to C into 1 plus X by 1 minus X into 2 minus X. So we'll substitute that here. So 10C is equal to 3 into C into 1 plus X by 2 minus X whole divided by 1 minus X. We can cancel C on both sides. Now we have a simple quadratic equation. Once we solve this, we are going to get the value of X. So if you take 1 minus X to the other side, it will be 10 minus 10X is equal to 3 into 2 plus 2X minus X minus X square. This is equal to 6 plus 3X minus 3X square. This is equal to 10 minus 10X. Again we can simplify this as 3X square minus 13X plus 4 is equal to 0. This is a simple quadratic equation. You can solve for the roots of X. You can factorize this also as 3X square minus 12X minus X plus 4 is equal to 0, or 3X minus 1 into X minus 4 is equal to 0. Therefore the value of X is either equal to 1/3 or x will equal 4. X is a percentage. X you can easily see cannot exceed 1 because the value of a is b into 1 minus x, so a has to be positive, so x cannot be greater than 1, so we can ignore the value of 4. Therefore the value of x will be 1/3, which is 33.33%. Here we are given three solutions, A, B and C. All three of them have equal volume and they are made up of solutions of water and alcohol. The ratio of water and alcohol in the three solutions is given. So you have A, you have B and you have C. Water and alcohol. Let us assume that the volume of A, B and C, because they are equal, are V liters each. This is V, this is V and this is V. Now W, water is to alcohol in A is 1:3, water is to alcohol in B is 2:5 and water is to alcohol in C is 3:4. We are told that 24 liters from A, so out of V liters of A, 24 liters are taken from A and they are mixed with B. They are mixed with all the V liters of B, and the composition of water and alcohol in B changes to 11:29. So let us assume that the value of V is equal to 7x, because 2 plus 5 is 7, so it makes the calculations easy. So in B, how many liters of water are there? In B, out of 7x, which is the total solution, because the water and alcohol are in the ratio 2:5, you will have water as 2x and alcohol as 5x. This is the initial composition of B. Now you are told that 24 liters from A are added. So out of these 24 liters, how much water is there in those 24 liters? The ratio of water is to alcohol is 1:3. So the amount of water in the 24 liters will be plus 1/4 into 24, and the amount of alcohol is 3/4 into 24. Where did we get that 4? The 4 is basically the sum of the ratios, that is 1 plus 3. Now after you mix the 24 liters from A, what is the composition of B? The composition of B is that water is 2x plus 24/4 is 6, and that of alcohol is 5x plus 3/4 into 24 is 18. You are told that this ratio is now equal to 11/29. You can use this equation to calculate the value of x. Now if you simplify this and cross multiply, 2x plus 6 into 29 is 58x plus 29 into 6 is 174 is equal to 5x into 11 is 55x plus 18 into 11 is 198. Or you can simplify this as 3x is equal to 198 minus 174 is 24, or x is equal to 8. So what is the volume of each of the solutions? It is 7x, so that is 56 liters. Had 14 liters been taken from the original solution of B and mixed into C, what would have been the final ratio of C? So before we calculate the final ratio of C, the initial ratio of C, of water and alcohol in C, is 3:4. The total volume is 56 liters. So how much water was there initially in C? It will be 3/3 plus 4, that is 3/7 into 56, which is 24 liters. And the amount of alcohol will be 4/3 plus 4, that is 4/7 into 56, that is 32 liters. Now of this you are added your 14 liters from the original solution of B. From the original solution of B, if you are adding 14 liters, how much water is there? It will be 2/2 plus 5, that is 2/7 into 14, so that is 4 liters of water. And how much alcohol will be there? 5/7 into 14, that is 10 liters of alcohol. Basically 14 liters of B contains 4 liters of water and 10 liters of alcohol. You are mixing with 24 liters of water and 32 liters of alcohol. So what is the final amount of water that is there? It will be 24 plus 4, that is 28 liters of water. And what is the alcohol? It will be 32 plus 10, so that is 42 liters of alcohol. So the required ratio is 28:42, which is equal to 2:3, because both of them are multiples of 14. In this question we are told that there is a class of 60 students and the average weight of the class is 65 kgs. We are told that the average weight of the boys is 75 and the average weight of the girls is 50. We are required to find out the ratio of the girls to boys. We'll use two methods to calculate this. One is we'll use the normal method, and in the second case we'll use the allegations to get the answer. Both the options or both the procedures will get you the same answer, but one of them is a shortcut, so we'll discuss that also. So in the first case, let us assume that the number of boys is B and the number of girls is G. The average weight of the boys is 75 and the average weight of the girls is 50. Therefore, we have two equations. We know that the total number of students in the class is 60. So B plus G is equal to 60. We also know that the average weight of the class is 65. So the total weight of the class is 65 into 60. This is the total weight of the class. This is equal to the total weight of the boys plus the total weight of the girls. The total weight of the boys will be 75, which is the average weight of the boys, into B, plus 50 into G. 50 is the average weight of the girls and G is the number of girls. So you have two equations and two unknowns. So you can solve and you can calculate the value of B and you can calculate the value of G. And you are supposed to calculate the ratio of G is to B. So 65 into 60, for example, is 3900. This is the first equation and this is the second equation. If you multiply the first equation by 50, you are going to get 50B plus 50G is equal to 3000, or 25B is equal to 3900 minus 3000, which is equal to 900, or B is equal to 900 divided by 25, which is 36. Therefore, the value of G will be 60 minus B, so that will be 60 minus 36, so that is 24. So the required ratio is 24 is to 36. If you divide both by 12, you are going to get the required ratio as 2 is to 3. Another way to do the same is using allegations. You know that there is B and there is G. The average weight is 65. The average weight of the boys is 75 and the average weight of the girls is 50. So if you are using allegations to find out the ratio of the number of boys to girls first, the ratio of boys is to girls will be the same as 65 minus 50. Here you are going to do the inverse. Because you are calculating the ratio of B, you will calculate 65, which is the total average, minus 50, which is the average of the girls. So this is 65 minus 50 is to get the ratio for girls, you will calculate 75, which is the average weight of the boys, minus 65, which is the total average weight. So this is 75 minus 65, or the ratio of boys is to girls is 15 is to 10, which is 3 is to 2. This is the ratio of boys is to girls. You are required to calculate the ratio of girls is to boys, so the required answer will be 2 is to 3. In this question, we are told that there are 4 runners who are running around a circular track. They start from the same point and they run in the same direction. The ratio of their speeds is given as 1 is to 2 is to 3 is to 5, and we are required to find out how many unique points on the circular track do this runner, that is either 2 or more of them, cross each other. So before we start answering this question, there is a simple property that we should know. That is, if there are 2 runners, if they are running, if the ratio of their speeds is x is to y, such that x and y are relatively prime to each other, that is, there are no common factors between x and y, and if they are running in opposite directions, the total number of points that they meet will be x plus y. And if they are running in the same direction, such that x is greater than y, the number of points in which they meet is x minus y. This is an important property that is good to know. This is asked quite often in CAT, so keep track of it. Now let us try to answer the questions. Let us assume that the 4 runners are A, B, C and D, and their speeds are in the ratio 1 is to 2 is to 3 is to 5. So let us calculate the points at which each of them meet. We'll consider them 2 at a time and then see how many of them are there in total. So if you're looking at A and B first, the ratio of their speeds is 1 is to 2. So the number of points at which they meet is x minus y, which is exactly 1 point. And the 1 point, as you can easily imagine, will be the starting point. Now if you're looking at A is to C, the ratio of their speeds is 1 is to 3. So the number of points at which they meet is x minus y, which is 2 points. which is 3 minus 1, and the points at which they meet will be the starting point and the point which is diametrically opposite to it. How can you calculate it? In this case, we can calculate the number of degrees that A turns before C catches up with him. That is, the initial difference between the angles is 360 degrees, and the relative speed is 3 minus 1, which is 2, and the speed at which A travels is 1. So it is 360 by 2 into 1, which is 180 degrees. So this is the amount of degrees that A turns before C catches up with him. So A initially turns 180 degrees, and once he turns 180 degrees, C catches up with him. The second time they meet will be another 180 degrees, which is the starting point. So we have calculated both the points at which A and C meet. Now if you calculate the same for A is to D, the ratio is 1:5. So they meet at 4 unique points. The 4 unique points, again, to calculate them, we'll calculate the number of degrees that A turns before D catches up with him. Initially they are 360 degrees apart because they are basically at the same point, and the difference in their speeds is 5 minus 1, and the speed of A is 1. So it will be 360 by 5 minus 1 into 1, that is 360 by 4, so that is 90 degrees. The next time they meet will be another 90 degrees later, which is exactly opposite from where they started. Finally they'll meet again after another 90 degrees, and the last time they meet will be at the starting point. So these are the 4 points at which A and D meet. We can do the same for even B is to C. B is to C is 2:3. So they meet at exactly 1 point, which is 3 minus 2, and the 1 point will be the starting point. You can calculate it using the same method that we used earlier, but you will end up at the starting point. Then we will calculate it for B is to D. The ratio of the speeds of B is to D is 2:5. So they'll meet at 3 points. Now which are these 3 points? We'll again draw the circle. Once they start, the relative speed between both of them will be 5 minus 2, and the initial separation of degrees is 360 degrees because they're at the same point. So 5 minus 2, and the speed of B is 360 by 5 minus 2 into 2. If you simplify this, this will be 240 degrees. This is 360 by 3, which is 120 into 2. So B travels 240 degrees before D catches up with him for the first time. The second time they meet will be another 240 degrees, which will be somewhere over here. And finally, they both meet again after another 240 degrees, which is at the starting point. So the 3 points will be these 3. Now there is only one point left, which is between C and D. C and D, the ratio of the speeds is 3:5, which is 2 points. You can again calculate it, but you will figure out that the 2 points will be the starting point and the point which is exactly opposite the starting point. So these are the unique points. We can remove the duplicates, and if we draw only one circle, and we'll map all the unique points. If you're looking at A's to B, we'll have to add the starting point. If you're looking at A's to C, the starting point is already there, so we'll add only the point which is diametrically opposite the starting point. If you're looking at A's to D, the starting point and the point diametrically opposite are already there, so we'll add the 2 points which are at 90 degrees from the starting point. Now if you're looking at B is to C, the starting point is already there, so we can ignore it. If you're looking at B is to D, the starting point is already there, so we'll add the 2 points which are at 120 degrees from the starting point. So these 2. And if you're looking at C is to D, the starting point is already there, and the point which is 180 degrees opposite to it is already there in our bigger circle, the final circle. So you can calculate the total number of unique points looking at this circle, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So the answer in this case is 6. To solve this, you have to just remember one thing. Whenever there are two people who are running in opposite direction, the number of points at which they meet is x plus y, and if they're running in the same direction, the number of points at which they meet is x minus y. And to simplify this further, if you calculate the first point at which they meet, you can easily calculate the remaining points. And to calculate the first point, just do 360 degrees by x minus y into y, where x is greater than y. This will give you the number of degrees that the slower runner has run before the faster runner has caught up with him. So once you use this, you can easily calculate the first point at which they meet, and using the first point you can calculate all the points at which they meet. Using this, you can solve the question and get the answer as 6 unique points. In this question, we are told that there is a SME, small and medium enterprise called Svern, and it has taken two loans. It has taken one loan at 10% interest, and it has taken another loan at 8% interest. Both of them have been taken for the same period, and the principal is the same. For one loan, it cleared for the first loan, it cleared its interest 6 months before the schedule, and the second one it paid exactly on the day on which it was due, and both the times the amount paid was 61,100. Now we are required to find out both the principal and the time period for which the loan was scheduled for. So in simple interest, if the amount purchased is P, if the interest rate is R %, and if the time period is T, then the simple interest SI will be P into T into R by 100. This is the simple interest, and the total amount that will be paid back is principal, that is the amount taken, plus simple interest, which is given by the above formula. In this case, we are given the amount that is paid, we are given the rate of interest for both of the loans, and we have to calculate both the principal as well as the time period. So we will have two equations and we will have two unknowns. We will have to just solve them. So for example, if you assume that the principal is P and the initial scheduled time period is T, the first loan was paid off 6 months early. So the actual time period of the loan was T minus 0.5 years. And as the principal is P, the simple interest will be into P, and the interest rate for the first loan is 10%, so that is 10 by 100. This is the simple interest, but what was paid back, that is 62,100, is the amount. So if you add the initial principal to it, you will get the amount that is due. So this is equal to 62,100. This is the first equation. In the second equation, the principal is P, which was paid off on schedule, so the time period of the loan is T, and the second interest rate is 8% into 8 by 100. This is again the simple interest. You add the principal to it plus P, you will get the amount that is due, which is 62,100. So this is the second equation. As you can see, there are two variables. One variable is principal and the other variable is the time. You will have to solve them. So to solve them, we can use multiple ways in which we can solve them. One of the ways that I will use is, I will first equate the right hand side of equation 1 and equation 2. Because the left hand side is the same, the right hand side also has to be the same. Then we can cancel P from both sides. So it will become, the interest due is essentially the same. So P into 10 by 100 into T minus 0.5 is equal to P into 8 into T by 100. So we can cancel 100 in the denominator, we can cancel P in the numerator. So 10 into T minus 0.5 is equal to 8T, or 10T minus 5 is equal to 8T, or T is equal to 5 by 2, which is equal to 2.5 years. So we have already solved one variable. Now we can substitute this in any of the two variables to get the answer for the principal. We will substitute it in the second one just for ease. So 62,100 is equal to P into 8T will become 8 into 2.5, that is 20. P into 20 by 100 plus P. So the right hand side will be 6P by 5. This is equal to 120P by 100 is equal to 62,100, or P will equal 62,100 into 5 by 6. We can cancel 6 from the numerator and denominator. So this will become 10,350 into 5. This is equal to 51,750. So the value of P is 51,750 and the value of T is 2.5 years. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, it is given that Ramesh, in order to achieve his sales targets, starts selling his pens in packs of 5. Now to attract customers, he sells the pack at the mark price of 12 pence. So he has a mark price. So instead of for one packet that contains 15 pens, he sells them at the mark price of 12 pence. In addition to this, he gives one pack free for somebody who has bought 4 packs. So Suresh has bought a total of 11 packs and he also got some packs free. He unpacked all of these pens and he started selling them individually, and he raised the mark price of the individual pen by 30% and offered a discount of 20%. So what is the profit percentage earned by Suresh on selling all the pens? So what we will do is this, we will assume that the initial mark price of Ramesh when he started selling the pens per pen is rupees 100. Now, so when he has a packet of 15 pens, what is the selling price of those 15 pens? The selling price of 15 pens is the same as the mark price of 12 pence. So selling price of 15 pence is 1200. Therefore, the selling price of 1 pen according to Ramesh is rupees 80. This is 1200 by 15. This is the cost price for Suresh. Now how many pens did Suresh buy? Suresh bought 11 packets. Therefore, he bought 11 into 15 pens, and per pen he purchased, he had to pay rupees 80. So this is the total amount of expense or the cost price for Suresh. Now how many pens did he actually get? Because he bought 11 packets, for every 4 packets he gets 1 packet free. So 11 packets has 2 into 4, that is he gets 2 packets additionally for free. So the first time he buys 4 packets, he gets 1 packet free. Then he buys 8 packets, that is another 4 packets, he gets another packet free. And then he buys 3 more packets. Here he is getting nothing free. So additionally he is getting 2 packets free when he is buying 11 packets. So the total number of pens that he has are 13 into 15. Because he got 13 packets and each of the packet contains 15 pens. Now what is the selling price? That is, at what price did Suresh sell these pens? He first marked up the pens by 30%. Initial mark price was 100. He increased the mark price, he raised it by 30%. So his mark price is 130. On this 130, he gave a discount of 20%. So the selling price according to Suresh is 130 into 0.8. This is rupees 104. So how much money did Suresh make in all? The number of pens he has is 13 into 15, and for each pen he sold them at 104. So 13 into 15 into 104 is the total revenue that he got. Revenue is basically selling price. Expense is basically cost price. So the total cost incurred by Ramesh is 11 into 15 into 80, and the total amount of money or the selling price that he made is 13 into 15 into 104. Now you can easily calculate the profit percentage earned by Suresh, which is 13 into 15 into 104 divided by 11 into 15 into 80 minus 1. This, if you express as percentage, this will be a fraction. If you express this as a percentage, you are going to get the answer. Now you can simplify this. You can cancel 15 and you can put this as 10, and this will be 13. So this is 169 divided by 110 minus 1 into 100% will be the answer. You can use your calculator to calculate the value of 169 by 110. You are going to get the overall answer as 53.64%. So the profit percentage for Suresh is 53.64%. In this question, it is given that there is a class of 20 students, and after one new person joins, the average age decreases by 2 years. And after this, another 3 students join. The ages of these 3 students are 12, 13 and 17 years. Now we are told that the ratio of the new average to that of the original average is P by Q, where P and Q are co-prime integers, and we are required to find out the value of P plus Q. So let us assume that for the first 20 students, the average age is A. After one new person joins, for 21 students, the average age becomes A minus 2. Then 3 more students join. So the total number of students becomes 24. Now we know the ages of these 3 students. So we'll have to calculate what is the new average age, and then we'll have to take the ratio of this new average age to that of A and find out what is the value of P by Q. Then find out what is P and what is Q, and find out the value of P plus Q. So how do you do that? For A minus 2 people, we know the total age. The average age is A minus 2, and there are 21 such people. So the total age of these 21 students will become 21 into A minus 2, which is equal to 21A minus 42. This is the sum of the ages of the 21 students. Now, when we are adding these 3 students, what does the total age become? The total age will become 21A minus 42 plus 12 plus 13 plus 17. 17 plus 13 is 30 plus 12 is 42. So this becomes 21A. This is the sum of the ages of the 24 students. So now what is the average age of these students? The average age becomes of these 24 students, the total sum, that is 21A, divided by the total number of students, that is 24. This is 7 by 8a. Therefore, the required ratio, which is the ratio of the new average to that of the original average, is 7 by 8a divided by a. So that becomes 7 by 8. This is the value of p by q. Now once we know that this is the value of p by q, because p and q are co-prime and 7 and 8 are also co-prime, the value of p is equal to 7 and the value of q is equal to 8. Therefore, the value of p plus q will become 7 plus 8, which is 15. Therefore, the required answer is 15. In this question, we are told that there is a right circular cylindrical tank which is connected to pipe 1 and pipe 2. Pipe 1 is connected at the bottom and it is used to fill the tank. So you have a circular tank. Suppose this is the circular tank. There is one pipe. This is pipe 1. This is connected at the bottom and this is used to fill the tank. And there is another pipe called pipe 2 which is connected at half the height and this is used to drain the tank. So suppose this is pipe 2 and this empties the tank out after it reaches, the water level reaches greater than or equal to half the height. It takes T1 hours to fill the tank completely. So in this setup, the time taken to fill the tank completely is T1. If pipe 2 was connected at 3/4 of the height, it would have taken T2 hours. So if it was instead connected at a height which is 3/4, the time taken would have been T2. It is given that the ratio of T1 is to T2 is 18:11. Now we are required to calculate the ratio of the flow of pipe 1 to that of pipe 2. Now, why is there a difference between the time it takes to fill the cylindrical tank? The reason is because initially when only pipe 1 is filling, the water is filled in faster, but once pipe 2 starts emptying out, the rate of filling of the tank decreases because some of the water is being emptied out. So if the pipe 2 starts emptying it later, that is if it starts emptying only after the water level reaches 3/4, then the amount of time it takes to fill the tank will be lesser, because for more time the water is filling faster and there is lesser amount of water that is being drained out. This is basically how you would think about it theoretically. So to solve the question, let us assume that the flow of water into the tank from pipe 1 is a liters per hour. So if only pipe 1 is open, the water would be filling into the tank at a liters per hour. And let us assume that the amount of water that is drained out from pipe 2 is b liters per hour. So if only A is filling into the tank, the amount of water that is filled into the tank every hour is A. And if A is filling and B is emptying out, the amount of water that is effectively being filled into the tank will be A minus B. Now let us assume that the volume of the tank, because we have P2 initially at half and P2 in the second case is at 3/4. So to avoid any fractions, let us assume that the total volume of the tank is 4V. So in the first case, for the first 2V liters, the amount of water that is filled into the tank every hour is A liters per hour. So the total time that it takes in the first instance, where pipe 2 is at half of its height, will be 2V by A, because the first 2V liters are filled in at A liters per hour, plus 2V by A minus B. This is for the upper part of the water tank, because at that time pipe 2 is emptying and pipe 1 is filling. So those 2V liters which make up for half of the cylindrical tank are filled at A minus B liters per hour. This is equal to T1. This is the total time it takes to fill in the tank. In the second instance, the first 3V liters, that is before pipe 2 is open, are filled at A liters per hour, and the upper part of V, that is only the top 1/4, are filled at A minus B liters per hour. This is equal to T2. Now what are we required to find out? We are essentially required to find out the ratio of A by B. This is what we are required to find out, and we are also given the ratio of T1 by T2. So for these two equations 1 and 2, we will calculate their respective ratio, that is 1 by 2, so that we can cancel out V and we can cancel T1 and T2, just replace it by the ratio and calculate the value of A by B. So 1 by 2 is T1 by T2. This is equal to 18 by 11. This is equal to 2 by A plus 2 by A minus B whole divided by 3 by a plus 1 by a minus b. Now this is quite simple. You have to just simplify them. You have to take LCM in the numerator and LCM in the denominator. So this will become 2a minus 2b plus 2a whole divided by 3a minus 3b plus a, or this is equal to 4a minus 2b divided by 4a minus 3b. This is equal to 18 by 11. We can cross multiply, and if we cross multiply we are going to get 72a minus 54b is equal to 18 by 11 44a minus 22b. This you can simplify as equaling, this is 28a is equal to 54 plus 54 minus 22, so that is 32b, or 8b is equal to 7a, or a divided by b is equal to 8 divided by 7. So the required ratio of the flow rate of pipe 1 to pipe 2 is 8:7.
Google search Krakow CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
In this question we are told that Ram invests 20% of his savings in a fixed deposit which gives 12.5% interest annually. So he has an FD in which he has invested 20% of his savings, and this is giving him an interest of 12.5% simple interest. Of the remaining he spends 25% to buy a car. So how much is remaining? 80% is remaining, because 20% he has invested in a fixed deposit, and 25% of this 80%, so that is 80% into 25%, which is equal to 20%, he has used to buy a car. So there is a car, and overall he has invested 20%. This is basically 25% of the remaining 80% in a car, and the rest he gives a loan. What is the remaining? It is 100 minus 20 minus 20, so that is 60%. 60% he gives a loan. The rate by which the value of the car gets reduced is 3x%. So this 20% is getting reduced by 3x% every year, and the compound rate of the loan that he has given is x%. This is x% and this is compound interest. Now we are told that at the end of 2 years his total investment grows by 20%. This is the return on the overall investment across all the 3 assets that he currently has. What is the value of x? So let us assume that he has his savings initially are 100. Because he got a return of 20% over 2 years, they became 120. Of this 100 he has invested 20 in FD, this is 20%, 20 in car, this is also another 20%, and 60 in the loan. Now how much did he get from the fixed deposit? He got 20 into 1 plus, what is the simple interest? It is 2 years into 12.5% divided by 100. This, if you simplify, will be 20 into 1 plus 2.5 by 1 plus 25 by 100, that is 5 by 4, or this is equal to 25 rupees. And what is the value of the car? This will be 20 into 1 minus 3x whole square. Notice that we are not calculating this as x%, we are calculating this as x. So basically if you are getting the answer, if we are looking at 10%, what we are essentially doing is we are calculating this as 1 by 10. That will just make us easier. So instead of 3 into x by 100, we are calling this as just 3x. And what is the amount on the compound interest? It will be 60 into 1 plus x square. This we are told is equal to 120. You can simplify this. We can cancel 25 from 120 and this will become 95. 20 into 1 minus 3x whole square will be 20. You can even cancel 5 from all the terms because all of them are multiples of 5. So this will become 4, this will become 12, and this will become 19. So this will be 4 into 1 minus 3x square is 1 minus 6x plus 9x square plus 12 into 1 plus 2x plus x square. This is equal to 19, and we have to calculate the value of x. 4 into this, if you simplify, will be 4 plus 36x square plus 12 plus 12x square. Notice that 4 into minus 6x is minus 24x, and 12 into 2x is 24x, so both of them cancel each other. This is equal to 19, or you can simplify this as 48x square is equal to 3, or x square is equal to 1 by 16, or x is equal to 1 by 4. But we are asked to represent this in percentage terms, so this will equal 25%. So the rate of interest of the compound, the loan that he has given at compound interest is 25%, annually compounded compound interest. So the correct answer is 25%. In this question, we are told that there is an election and the citizens vote for two candidates. They vote for either candidate A or for candidate B. Candidate A got 25% more female votes than candidate B. So you have male votes and female votes for candidate A, and you have male votes and female votes for candidate B. We are told that candidate A got 25% more female votes than candidate B. So let us assume that X number of females voted for candidate B. So the number of females who voted for candidate A is 1.25x. Candidate B got 50 less male votes than candidate A. So let us assume that Y males voted for candidate B. So the number of males who voted for candidate A is Y plus 50. The ratio of the number of females who voted for candidate A, that is 1.25x, and the number of male voters of B is 3:2. Male voters of B is Y. So we are told that 1.25x divided by Y is equal to 3 by 2. Or you can cross multiply and you will get that 2.5x is equal to 3y. In order to eliminate decimals, let us multiply both of them with 2. So 5x is equal to 6y, or the value of x is equal to 6 by 5 into y. So what is the value of 1.25x? 1.25x will be equal to 6 by 5 into 1.25 is 5 by 4y. This is equal to 1.5y. So if you're looking at the number of voters for each of them according to their gender, for A, the number of male voters will be Y plus 50. Let us write everything in terms of Y. The number of female voters for A is 1.25x, which is 1.5y. For the number of male voters of B is Y, and the number of female voters of B is X, which is equal to 6 by 5y, which is 1.2y. Now we are supposed to calculate the minimum possible population of the city if at least one male and at least one female voted for each of the candidate. So you want each of these terms to be at least greater than or equal to 1. Now you know that each of them cannot be a fraction. So 1.5y has to be a natural number, and you want 1.2y also to be a natural number. If you are writing both of them in terms of fractions, 1.5y is equal to 3 by 2y, and 1.2y is equal to 6 by 5y. Because they can't be fractions, y has to be a multiple of 2, which is in the denominator, and y has to be a multiple of 5. So y has to be a multiple of both 2 and 5. So let us assume that y is equal to 10k for some natural number k. So each of the numbers, number of people who have voted according to their genders, if we write them again in terms of k, for m, the number of males for A will be 10k plus 50. The number of females for A will be 1.5y, which is 15k. For the number of males for B will be y, which is 10k. And the number of females for B will be 1.2y, which is 12k. Or the total number of people in the total number of population of the city will be 50 plus, in terms of k, it is 10k plus 15k is 25k. 25k plus 22k is 47k. So the population will be 50 plus 47k. If you are trying to minimize this, the smallest possible value of k is 1. Therefore, the minimum possible population of the city will be 97, which is 50 plus 47. In this question, we are told that a train is approaching a tunnel XY. So let us assume that this is the tunnel XY. This is X and this is Y. There is a person who is seen inside the tunnel, and there is also a train which is approaching the tunnel. So let us assume that the train is somewhere over here. So let us assume that the starting point of the train is Z. This is where the train is. This is X is the starting point of the tunnel and Y is the ending point of the tunnel. And there is a person who is seen in the middle and he is seen at a distance which is 2/5 of the length of the tunnel from X. So let us assume that the length of the tunnel, this is S meters. So the initial starting point of the person, of the man, is somewhere over here, such that this is equal to 2/5 of S. Let us assume that the person is at A. The point is A. Now if the man moves away from the train, so if the man is moving this side, then the train meets the man at the exit. So he would meet the train over here if he is moving away from the train. And if the man moves towards the train, the man will meet the train at the entrance, that is at X. But if he is moving towards the train, then he would meet the train at the start. Now what is the ratio of the speeds of the train to that of the man? Let us assume that the speed of the train is V1. Let us assume that the speed of the man is V2. What we are required to find out is the ratio of V1 by V2 is equal to how much? Now let us assume that at the start the train is, because this is S, let us assume that this is T. That is the distance of the train from the start of the tunnel at the start is, say, T. So by the time the train comes from its position, its initial position, to the start of the tunnel, how much time is taken? The time taken is T divided by what is the speed of the train, this is V1. In this time the man has moved 2/5 times of S. So this is equal to 2/5 into S divided by the speed of the man. What is the speed of the man? This is V2. Now in the second case, by the time the train goes from its starting point to the end of the tunnel, the total distance travelled by the train is T plus S divided by V1. This is equal to 3/5 S divided by V2. Because if the man is going the other side, the total distance travelled by him is 3/5 S and his speed is V2. So we have to use these two equations. These are the two equations that we have to find out the ratio of V1 by V2. So how are we going to do that? We can do that by just dividing. If we are assuming that this is the first equation and this is the second equation, just dividing the first equation by the second equation cancels a lot of things. On the right hand side, this becomes equal to 2/3 because S is cancelled, V2 is cancelled, and 5 in the denominator is also cancelled. And in the left hand side, it is T by T plus S. You can simplify this as saying that 3T is equal to 2T plus 2S, or the value of T is equal to 2S. So now we know the value of T and S. We will substitute that in the first equation to cancel the value of T and S, and we will be able to get the value of V1 by V2. So as T is equal to 2S, the first equation will be transformed to 2S divided by V1 is equal to 2/5S divided by V2. You can cancel S on both sides, and V1 by V2 will equal 5, because you can just cross multiply then, and you can take 5 from the denominator to the numerator. Anyways, what we needed was the ratio of V1 by V2, which in this case is equal to 5, that is 5:1. In this question, we are told that the male population of an island is 25% more than its female population. So let us assume that the number of females is equal to 100. Therefore, the number of males is equal to 125. The food is limited and enough only for 20 days for the given population. So let us assume that a female eats A kgs per day and a male eats B kgs per day. So what is the total food consumed in one day? It will equal 100 A plus 125 B is what is consumed every day, and this food comes for 20 days. So the initial ration, that is the total food that is available, is equal to 100 A plus 125 B into 20. After 10 days, 20% of the men leave and 25% more women join. So what is the food remaining after 10 days? Because 10 days the food was consumed. After 10 days, the food remaining is equal to 100 A plus 125 B into 10. If nobody left and if nobody joined, this would have come for another 10 days. So the total food remaining is 100 A plus 125 B into 10. But at this point of time, 20% of the men leave. That is 20% of 125 leave. So what is the remaining number of men? That will equal 80% of 125, which is equal to 100 men. And 25% more women join. So how many women are there? Initially there were 100 women. After 25% join, there will be 125 women. And the food now lasts for 12 more days. So with the new population, what is the amount of food that is consumed every day? It will equal 100 into B, which is the food consumed by one man per day, plus 125 into A into 12. Both of these are equal. So this will give us the ratio of A and B. So if you equate both of them, 100A plus 125B into 10 is equal to 100B plus 125A into 12. You can divide the entire equation by 25. So this becomes equal to 4A plus 5B into 10 is equal to 4B plus 5A into 12. You can divide again the left hand side and right hand side by 2. So this becomes 5 and this becomes equal to 6. Now if you simplify this, you are going to get that 20A plus 25B is equal to 24B plus 30A, or B is equal to 10A. So the amount of food consumed by one man every day is 10 times the amount of food consumed by a woman every day. Now if we are told that had all the male population left at the beginning, so instead of 125 men and 100 women, there were only 100 women, how many days would the food have lasted? Then what we would have, what is the initial volume of the food? It is equal to 100A plus 125B into 20. So this is equal to 100A plus 125B will equal 1250A into 20. This is equal to 1350A into 20. This is the total food that is there at the start, and how many women were there? This is equal to 100, and each of them consumes 8 kgs per day. This is the total number of days the food would have lasted. You can cancel the common terms and you will be left with 270. So the food would have lasted for 270 days. In this question, we are given the scores by 5 batsmen. The names of the 5 batsmen are Farooq, Iman, Ganguly, Hasim and Imran. Let us assume that their scores are E, F, G, H and I. We are told that the score of Farooq, that is F, is equal to the average of the scores by Iman and Ganguly, which is equal to E plus G divided by 2. This is the first equation. We are told that the average score of Hasim and Farooq, that is H plus F divided by 2, is 4 times the score of Ganguly. This is 2. We are told that the score of Hasim is equal to the average score of Imran plus Ganguly by 2. This is the third equation. We are also told that the overall average of the 5 batsmen, that is E plus F plus G plus H plus I divided by 5 is equal to 115. This is the fourth equation. And we are asked to find out the value of the score of Ganguly, which is the value of G. Here we have 5 variables and 4 equations. So how are we going to solve it? Here we don't need to find the values of all the 5 variables. We just need to find the value of G. So we'll try to find out the values of the remaining terms in terms of G, and we are going to substitute the value of G and try to find it. For example, in the fourth case, we know that the sum of the scores of all the 5 variables, that is E plus F plus G plus H plus I, is equal to 115 into 5, which is equal to 575. Now if you are looking at the second equation and you multiply both the sides by 2, H plus F is equal to 8G. So we know that H plus F is equal to 8G, or E plus 8G plus G plus I is equal to 575. Now we need to just calculate the value of E plus I in terms of G to get the answer. So let us look at the first equation and multiply it by 2. So 2F is equal to E plus G. And let us look at the third equation and again multiply it by 2. 2H is equal to I plus G. We need the value of E plus I. So let us add this equation and this equation. So the left hand side will become equal to 2F plus 2H is equal to E plus I plus 2G. But what is the value of H plus F? It is equal to 8G. So 2 times h plus f is equal to 16g, or the value of E plus I is equal to 16g minus 2g, which is equal to 14g. So 14g plus 8g plus g is equal to 575, or the value of 23g is equal to 575, or the value of g is equal to 575 divided by 23, which is equal to 25. So the score of Ganguly is 25. In this question, we are told that there are two friends who are walking around a circular track. Let us assume that the circumference of the track is equal to c. Let us assume that in 1 minute, the amount of distance that Meera walks is equal to m, and the distance that Amal walks is equal to a. We are told that if they are walking in opposite directions, within 3 minutes, they complete one round. So the distance that Meera walks in 3 minutes is 3m. The distance that Amal walks in 3 minutes is 3a. So 3m plus 3a is equal to c. We are also told that if they are walking in the same direction, after 45 minutes, Amal completes exactly 3 more rounds than Meera. In 45 minutes, the distance that Amal walks is 45a. The distance that Meera walks is 45m. The difference between these two is 3c. Now we can find out the value of m and a in terms of c. So let us first try to do that. We will multiply the first equation by 15. So 45m or 45a plus 45m is equal to 15c. So now if you subtract the first equation from the second equation, we are going to get that 90m is equal to 12c, or the value of m is equal to 12 by 90c, which is equal to 2 by 15c. So in 1 minute, Meera walks 2 by 15th of the circumference. So in 1 hour, she is going to walk 2 by 15 c into 60. 60 by 15 is 4, so this is equal to 8c. So in 1 hour, she will complete 8 rounds around the circular track. In this question, we are told that in a textile factory, one man starts working on day 1. So on day 1, there is one man who is working. On day 2, 2 more men join him for the project. So on day 2, there is one person who was working initially, and then there are 2 people who will join him. So the total number of people is equal to 3 who are working on day 2. On day 3, there was 1 plus 2 who were working initially, and on the third day, 3 more men join him. So it will be 1 plus 2 plus 3, which is equal to 6. Similarly, this series or this pattern continues till day 10. So for example, on day 4, you will have 1 plus 2 plus 3 guys who are already working, and on the 4th day, 4 people join. So you have a total of 10 people working on day 4. Similarly, on day 10, the total number of people that will be working will be equal to 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus ... till 10. Now we are told that if the project was instead done by 20 women and each woman works twice as fast as a man, what is the total number of days that it takes to finish the work? So let us assume that one man does 1 unit of work every day. Therefore, one woman who is working twice as fast or twice as efficiently will be doing 2 units of work every day. Now what is the total work that needs to be done? That is equal to 1 plus 3 plus 6 plus 10 plus ... On the 10th day, the total work that is done is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus ... till 10. What is the value of the first 10 natural numbers? It will equal 10 into 11 divided by 2, which is equal to 55. To solve this question, you need to know a couple of formulas. The formulas are with respect to the sum of the first n natural numbers, that is 1 plus 2 plus ... till n is equal to n into n plus 1 divided by 2. In this particular case, if you substitute the value of n to be equal to 10, you will get the sum of the first 10 natural numbers to be equal to 10 into 11 by 2, which is 55. The sum of the first n natural squares of natural numbers, that is 1 square plus 2 square plus ... till n square. This is equal to n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Now, if you are looking at the amount of work that done on the nth day, for example, on day n, this is equal to 1 plus 2 plus ... till n. So the work done on the nth day is n into n plus 1 divided by 2. So we are supposed to calculate the sum of the first 10 numbers of the series. If you are writing this as sigma, which is basically a form of writing that this is the sum, this is equal to sigma of n into n plus 1 by 2, where n varies from 1 to 10. Or if you are expanding the product, this is equal to 1 by 2 sigma 1 to n of n into n plus 1. Or this is equal to half into n square plus n. So this is equal to, we can substitute the formulas that we have just discussed. This is half of, what is the sum of the first 10 squares of natural numbers? That will be equal to n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1. This is equal to n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 by 6, and sigma n, which is the sum of the first 10 natural numbers. So this is equal to n into n plus 1 by 2. This is equal to half into, you substitute the value of 10 to be equal to n. So this is equal to 10 into 11 into 21 divided by 6 plus 10 into 11 by 2. This is 7 and this is 2. This is 5. So this is equal to half of 5 into 7 is 35 into 11 is 385 plus 10 into 11 by 2 is 55. This is equal to half into 440, which is equal to 220 units. So the total amount of work that needs to be done is 220 units. Every day, because 20 women are working, they do 2 units of work per head. So the total amount of work that is done by 20 women is 20 into 2, that is 40. So the number of days it takes for 20 women to complete the job will be 220 divided by 40, which is equal to 5.5 days. So the required answer is 5.5. In this question, it is given that a given amount of wheat is to be sold in the market. 2/5 of the total quantity is sold at a loss of 5%, and half of the remaining quantity is sold at a profit of 15%. At what percent of profit should the remaining amount be sold so that the overall gain is equal to 30%? So let us assume that the total quantity of wheat that should be sold is 100 kgs, and the cost price of wheat is rupees 1 per kg. So what is the total cost price of 100 kgs? This will equal rupees 100. Out of this 100, 2/5, that is 40 kgs, is sold at a loss of 5%. That is, instead of being sold at 1 rupee per kg, it is sold at 0.95 rupees per kg. And half of the remaining, what is the remaining amount of wheat? That is 60 kgs. So half of it is 30 kgs. This is sold at a profit of 15%. So this is sold at 1.15 per kg. And what is the remaining amount of wheat? That is 30 kgs. Now at what profit percentage should this be sold such that the overall gain is 30%? If the overall gain is 30%, what is the total selling price? It will equal 100 into 1 plus 30%. So this will equal 130 rupees. That should be the total selling price. The first 40 kgs were sold at for a total of 40 into 0.95, which is equal to 38 rupees. The second 30 kgs were sold at a total price of 30 into 1.15. This is equal to 34.5 rupees. So these first 70 kgs were sold for a total of 72.5 rupees, which is 38 plus 34.5 rupees. So from the remaining or the last 30 kgs, what is the total amount that should be received? It should equal 130 minus 72.5, which is equal to 57.5 rupees is what we should get from the last 30 kgs. Or per kg, what is the amount that we should get? We should be getting 37.5 divided by 30. To remove the decimal, let us multiply the numerator and denominator by 2. So this will equal 115 divided by 60. We can divide the numerator and denominator by 5. So this will equal 23 by 12. So per kg, we have to sell it at a selling price of 23 by 12. The cost price is 1 per kg. So what is the profit percentage? The profit percentage will be 23 by 12 minus 1 by 1 into 100, which is equal to 11 by 12 into 100. This will equal 91.67%. So the required answer is option C, which is 91.67%. In this question, it is given that there is a metal trader. He sells zinc, copper and iron. On a particular date, the cost price of iron is 25% more than copper, which in turn is 33% more than zinc. So let us first put down a table. So this is zinc, this is copper, and this is iron. Now we'll assume the cost prices here. So it is given that cost price of iron is 25% more than that of copper. So let us assume that the cost price of copper is 100. Therefore the cost price of iron will be 125. Now it is also given that copper's cost price is 33.33% more than zinc. Therefore if you assume that zinc's cost price is x, x into 1.33 is equal to 100, or x is equal to 100 by 1.33. This comes to 75. So cost price of zinc is 75. The profit booked on zinc, copper and iron is 50, 40 and 30%. So we are assuming the profit percentages here. So profit percentage on zinc is 50, on copper is 40%, and on iron is 30%. So using these two we can actually calculate the selling price. So the selling price will be 75 into 1.5, this will be 112.5, 100 into 1.4, this is 140, and 125 into 1.3, 125 into 1.3 will be 162.5. You can do these calculations using your scientific calculator, which will be provided in the examination. Now we are told that the overall profit of all of this, the overall profit is 40%. We are required to find out what is the ratio of the quantities of zinc and iron sold on that day, assuming that every metal is traded. So let us assume that the ratio of each of this is say x, y and z. Say x kgs of zinc, y kgs of copper and z kgs of iron are sold. In this case the total cost price will equal 75x plus 100y plus 125z. And the total selling price will equal, we are just multiplying selling price with ratio, this will be 112.5x plus 140y plus 162.5z. But the ratio of these two should be 1.4 because it is given that the overall profit percentage is 40%. So if you multiply the total cost price by 1.4, you should get total selling price. So if you multiply this with 1.4, it should equal the total selling price. If we actually do that, 75 into 1.4 will equal, 75 into 1.4 will be, so 105x plus 100 into 1.4 will be 140y plus 125 into 1.4 will be 175z is equal to 112.5x plus 140y plus 162.5z. Here we should remember that we are required to calculate the ratio of the quantities of zinc and iron sold. That is, we are required to find out x by z. This is what we need to find out. From this equation, luckily, y gets cancelled. Y gets cancelled because it is 141 on the left hand side and 141 on the right hand side. This is also because the overall profit percentage is 40% and the profit percentage on copper is also 40%. So as both of them are matching, the amount of copper that is sold becomes immaterial. So if you actually cancel this 140y on both sides and simplify the expression that is given, you get 12.5z is equal to 7.5x, or x by z becomes 12.5 by 7.5. Both of them are multiples of 2.5. You can actually simplify this and you will get this as 5 by 3, which is the answer. In this question, it has been given that there is a runner A. He goes to a park every day and he runs for 4 hours. He runs at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour and finishes one lap in 36 minutes. He starts running again at 5 a.m. and another runner joins at 6:15 a.m. This runner is B and he is slightly slower than A. He is 20% slower than A. Now we need to find out how many distinct points A and B meet each other. So to put the question into more easier terms, A runs from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. B runs from 6:15 a.m. to 9 a.m. We are told that both of them leave at the same time. Now A runs at 5 kilometers per hour and B runs at, B is 20% slower than A, so B runs at 0.8 into 5, which is equal to 4 kilometers per hour. A takes 36 minutes to finish a lap, so length of the lap is 36 by 60 hours into 5, which comes to 3 kilometers. So the circular park is 3 kilometers long. Now let us figure out where A is when B starts running. B comes 1 hour 15 minutes after A starts running. Now A finishes, this is equal to 75 minutes. A starts a lap, and finishes it in 36 minutes. Now he finishes another lap in another 36 minutes, that is 72 minutes. So he goes ahead by 3 minutes when B starts running. So the initial distance between A and B when B joins is the distance traveled by A in 3 minutes. Now the distance traveled by A in 3 minutes is 3 by 60 into his speed, which is 5 kilometers per hour. This comes to 0.25 kilometers. So in a 3 kilometer circular park, when B joins, A is quarter of a kilometer ahead. A is running at 5 kilometers per hour and B is running at 4 kilometers per hour. So A keeps moving forward and will eventually catch B. The relative speed between A and B is 1 kilometer per hour. This is the relative velocity. And the initial distance between the two is 3 minus 0.25, which is equal to 2.75. This is 3 minus 0.25 because this distance is 0.25 and this whole distance is 3 minus 0.25, which is equal to 2.75, as A is catching up on B. So the first time that A and B will meet is 2.75, that is the distance, by the relative velocity, that is 1, which is equal to 2.75 hours later. Now so the time they actually meet is 6:15 plus 2 hours and 3/4 later, which is actually equal to 9 a.m. So the first time A and B will meet is at 9 a.m. and immediately after meeting, both of them disperse. So the total number of points that A and B meet is exactly 1. To get this question, we have to just understand where A was when B joined. A was 0.25 kilometers ahead, and because A is faster, he has to cover the entire 2.75 kilometers ahead of him to catch up with B. Now, because the relative difference in speed is just 1 kilometer, A is going to take 2.75 hours to catch up with B, and immediately after catching up, the time will be 9 a.m. and both of them disperse. So the answer is 1 point.
Google search Krakow free cat mocks. Click on the first link. You can attempt 3 latest cat mocks in the actual exam interface. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis, percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your all-India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
In this question, we are given a sum. The sum contains 100 cubes. Each of the cube, the sign of the cube is alternating. So initially you have 1 cube, and then you have minus 2 cube, then you have plus 3 cube, and then minus 4 cube, and so on till minus 100 cube. And you are asked to find out the sum of this 100 terms. So how do we proceed? If you look at the terms, let us call this as S. The sum is equal to 1 cube minus 2 cube plus 3 cube minus 4 cube plus 5 cube minus dot 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 minus 100 cube. The first thing you should notice is that if there is no alternating signs plus or minus, finding the sum is very easy. Why is it very easy? Because we have a formula for the sum of the cubes of the first n natural numbers. That is, you have the formula for 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube plus dot 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 till n cube. For the first n natural numbers, finding the sum of their cubes is very easy. this is equal to n into n plus 1 divided by 2 whole square. On a similar lines, the sum of the first n natural numbers, that is 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 till n, there is a formula for this also. This is equal to n into n plus 1 divided by 2, and the formula for the first n natural numbers squares, that is 1 square plus 2 square plus dot 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 till n square. The formula is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So these two formulas are not needed for this question, but they are useful to remember. The only formula that is needed for this question is the sum of the cubes of the first n natural numbers, and this equals n into n plus 1 by 2 whole square. So if the given sum, instead of having alternate plus and minus, if all of them were plus, then finding the sum is very easy. So what we'll do over here is that we will transform the given sum into something that we already know. So what we'll do is that we will represent the given sum as s is equal to 1 cube plus 2 cube plus dot 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 plus 100 cube minus 2 times of 2 cube plus 4 cube plus 6 cube plus dot 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 till 100 cube. So basically what we have done is, the given sum has positive signs for the odd number cubes and negative signs for the even number cubes. So what we have done is, we have transformed this into having positive signs all across, and then we have subtracted the cubes of even numbers twice, so that it remains essentially the same. Now we can easily calculate what is the sum of the first 100 natural numbers using the formula that we have, and we can even transform the second sum that we need, which is the sum of only the even number cubes, into something that we already know. Because the number which is in the brackets, this is equal to minus of 2 into, if you take 2 cube common, the number in the brackets will become 1 cube plus 2 cube plus dot 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 till 50 cube. Because for example 100 cube is only equal to 2 cube into 50 cube. Similarly 98 cube is equal to 2 cube into 49 cube. So the given number s, we can easily calculate it if we first find out the sum of the first 100 natural numbers, sum of the cubes of the first 100 natural numbers, and then subtract from it 2 into it, that is 16 times the sum of the cubes of the first 50 natural numbers. So we'll calculate both the sums, and then we can easily calculate the value of s. For example, the sum of the first 100 natural numbers is n into n plus 1 by 2 whole square, which in this case will equal 100 into 101 divided by 2 whole square, and the sum that we have to subtract from it is equal to minus of 2 into 2 cube is 16 into the sum of the cubes of the first 50 natural numbers. So this becomes equal to 50 into 51 by 2 whole square. Now you can simplify this as, this is equal to 101 square into 50 square minus 16 times of 51 square into 50 square divided by 4. This is equal to 4 times this. So as we want to take 50 square common, this will become equal to 50 square into 101 square, which is the first term, minus 50 square into 4 times 51 square. What is 4 times 51 square? That is equal to 102 square. So this is equal to 50 square into 102 square. Notice that 51 square into 4 is basically equal to 51 square into 2 square, that is equal to 102 square. And over here we will take 50 square common. So this will equal 50 square into 101 square minus 102 square. This is again of the form x square minus y square, which will equal x minus y into x plus y, or this will equal minus of 50 square, which is 2500 into 203. Now if you notice this will equal minus 507500, which is option A. In this question you are given an equation. It has one variable which is x, and we are supposed to find out the number of integral solutions for the given equation. If you look at the equation, it is 2 to the power x into 4 minus x is equal to 2 into x plus 2. Or this is 2 to the power x minus 1 is equal to x plus 2 divided by 4 minus x. Now we know that x is an integer, and we also know that for any power of 2, 2 to the power x minus 1 will always be greater than 0. So you know that 2 to the power x minus 1 is greater than 0. So the right hand side, which is x plus 2 by 4 minus x, also has to be greater than 0. So if you multiply the numerator and denominator with 4 minus x whole square, you will get x plus 2 into 4 minus x has to be greater than 0. Or if you multiply the left hand side and right hand side with minus 1, you will get x plus 2 into x minus 4. Now the sign of the inequality will change because you multiplied it with minus 1, will be less than 0. So the value of x has to lie between the roots of this quadratic equation. The roots of the quadratic equation are minus 2 and 4. So it has to lie between minus 2 and 4. So as we know that x is an integer, the only possible values of x will be that x is equal to minus 1, or x is equal to 0, or x is equal to 1, or x is equal to 2, or x is equal to 3. These are the only possible values, but still we have to check if the given equation actually holds true. So if you're looking for x is equal to minus 1, the left hand side will be 2 to the power minus 2. And what is the right hand side if x is equal to minus 1? It will be minus 1 plus 2, so that is 1 by 5. This does not hold true, so x is equal to minus 1 is not a solution of the given equation. If you are putting x is equal to 0, the left hand side will become 2 to the power minus 1, which is half, and the right hand side will become x plus 2, so that is 1 by, sorry, x plus 2 will be 2 because x is 0 by 4. This is equal to half. So x is equal to 0 is a solution of the given equation. If you are inputting x is equal to 1, the left hand side will become 2 to the power 1 minus 1, so that is 2 to the power 0, and the right hand side will become 3 by 3, which is 1. 2 to the power 0 is also 1, so this is also a solution of the given equation. If you are inputting x is equal to 2, the left hand side will become 2 to the power 2 minus 1, so that is 2, and the right hand side will become 2 plus 2 by 4 minus 2. This is 2 plus 2 is 4 divided by 2, so this is also equal to 2. So x is equal to 2 is also a solution. The last possible value is x is equal to 3, so let us again check to see if it will satisfy. The left hand side will become 2 to the power 3 minus 1, so that is 2 square, which is 4, and the right hand side will become 3 plus 2, that is 5, divided by 4 minus 3, that is 1, which is 5. So this is not a solution because the left hand side is 4 and the right hand side is 5. So the only three integral values which satisfy the given equation is 0, 1 and 2. So it has three integral solutions. In this question, we are given an equation in logarithm of x minus 1 and logarithm of x minus 3, and we are required to calculate the sum of all the possible solutions of x. So if you look at the equation that is given, we are told that log of x minus 1 to the base 9 is equal to log of x minus 3 to the base 3. When is a logarithm defined? A logarithm is defined only if the argument is greater than 0. So the argument that we have, which is that x minus 1 and x minus 3, both of them have to be positive. So both of them have to be greater than 0, or x has to be greater than 1 and x has to be greater than 3. This would imply that both of them are satisfied if and only if x is greater than 3. So this is a prerequisite for the logarithm to be actually defined. Now if you look at what the equation is implying, you can extract both the bases, because the bases are 9 and 3, which are both powers of 3, and represent this as log of x minus 1 to the base divided by log of 9 is equal to log of x minus 3 divided by log of 3. What is the value of log 9? Log 9 is equal to log of 3 square, or that is equal to 2 into log 3. So this can be replaced with 2 into log 3. You can cancel log 3 on both sides and take 2 to the other side. So log of x minus 1 will become equal to 2 into log of x minus 3, or if you want to take 2 inside the logarithm, x minus 1 will become equal to x minus 3 whole square. This is a simple quadratic equation in x, so we can solve for x and find both the roots of x, and then we can add their sum if both of them are greater than 3. So x minus 1 is equal to x square minus 6x plus 9, or x square minus 7x plus 10 is equal to 0. This is the simplified quadratic equation. you can write this as x minus 5 into x minus 2 is equal to 0, or the roots of this quadratic equation are x is equal to 5 or x is equal to 2. But we know that the value of x has to be greater than 3 for the given equation to be defined. So x is equal to 2 is not a possible solution for x. So this equation has only one possible solution, that is x is equal to 5. Therefore, the sum of all the possible solutions of x is equal to 5.
Hi friends, welcome to Krako's video series. I'm Saili Kale. I'm one of the co-founders of Krako and an alumna of IIM Ahmedabad. In today's video, we are going to take a look at a slightly more difficult question from quadratic equations. It's a very conceptual question. So if you know the different concepts in quadratic equation, you will be able to answer this question. So let's take a look at the question first. Which of the following can't be the sum of the squares of the roots of the equation x square plus p plus 6 times x plus p plus 21 by 4 is equal to 0 if both the roots are imaginary? So you're given that the roots are imaginary and you are asked to find out which of these values the given sum of squares cannot take. So let alpha and beta be the roots of the equation, and you're given that the roots are imaginary. If the roots are imaginary, then the discriminant d is less than 0. Also, whenever you have a question like this, essentially just remember you will have to figure out what are the bounds that a particular sum of squares can take. So you'll get that the sum of squares alpha square plus beta square has to be greater than some lower bound and has to be less than some upper bound. This might be minus infinity, this might be plus infinity, but essentially you have to place bounds on them. And once you have placed the bounds of values that this can take, then you can say that of the two options, this value cannot be taken because it is out of bounds. So generally, whenever you have something like that, the values that lie in the middle are pointless. You just have to basically check whether it can take the value 21 by 4 or it can take the value 13 by 4. So that is the only thing that you have to check, because the middle values are irrelevant, because in general they will be part of the bound as such. So that is generally the case. It might happen that some specific value cannot be taken. For example, in certain questions where you have divide by 0 kind of condition, there you can't have some specific value. But generally, if it is given that sum of squares cannot be this value, it is about the upper and lower bound. So by default, you should know that you have to check whether 13 by 4 can be the answer or 21 by 4 can be the answer. Now, before we go to all of that, let us first figure out what is the bounds on the value of p given that the discriminant is 0. So in this case, firstly, I am given that discriminant is 0. So what would be the discriminant in this case? That is b square minus 4ac is less than 0. So b is basically p plus 6 the whole square minus 4 into 1, that is coefficient of x square, into p plus 21 by 4 is less than 0. So essentially b is coefficient of x, a is coefficient of x square, c is the constant as such in the given equation. So this is basically b square minus 4ac is less than 0. So this is p square plus 12p plus 36 minus 4p minus 21 is less than 0. So if I solve this, this becomes p square plus 8p plus 15 is less than 0. So I get a bound on this. I can factorize this as the addition is 8 and the product is 15. So it should be 5 and 3. I can split it up as 5 and 3. So I can write this as p square plus 3p plus 5p plus 15 is less than 0. So this is essentially p plus 3 into p plus 5 is less than 0. So this basically means that one of the terms should be negative and the other term should be positive. So basically, given the fact that this is essentially p plus 3 and this is p plus 5 and p has to be real, then essentially this term will be positive and this term will be negative if one of the terms has to be negative. At p greater than minus 3, at p greater than minus 3, both terms will be positive. At p less than minus 5, both terms will be negative. But from minus 5 to plus 3, this will be negative and this term will be positive. Then the product will be negative. So essentially this means if this condition holds, then p lies between minus 5 to 3. This is a strict inequality, because if p is equal to minus 5 or p is equal to 3, then this is going to become equal to 0, and then the roots won't be imaginary, the roots will be equal, because then d will be equal to 0. So p is from minus 5 to minus 3. Okay, this is p plus 3, so it is from minus 5 to minus 3. Only then would this product be less than 0. So now we have gotten the bounds on the values of p. The second part is we are asked what is the bounds on the sum of square. So sum of square is basically alpha square plus beta square. So alpha square plus beta square, I can write this as alpha plus beta the whole square minus 2 alpha beta. Alpha plus beta the whole square, I can write this as, this is basically minus b by a the whole square minus 2 times c by a. So this is equal to how much? Minus b. So that is b square by a square. So that is basically p plus 6 the whole square divided by 1 square minus 2 times c by a. So that is p plus 21 by 4 divided by 1. So I'll just erase this part. We don't need it anymore. We just know that p is between minus 5 and minus 3. Okay. So if p is between minus 5 and minus 3. Now this is the value of alpha square plus beta square. So this is equal to how much? This is p square plus 12p plus 36 minus 2p minus 21 by 2. So this is equal to how much? This is p square plus 10p plus this is 72 by 2 minus 21 by 2. So that is 51 by 2. Okay, so this is our quadratic equation. Now essentially I have to find out the upper and lower bound to it. So the first thing that I can sense is that see, basically p has to be a, if I put it in as part of a proper constant plus some square term, then I'll get an upper and lower bound more easily. And essentially I have to see that p has to lie between minus 5 and minus 3. So I can write this as, essentially I can write this as p square plus 10p. This is 2 into 5, so this is 25 plus half. Because essentially 51 by 2 is essentially 50 by 2, that is 25 plus half. So this is essentially p plus 5 the whole square plus half. Now when p is equal to minus 5, then this becomes 0 and then the value becomes half. When p is equal to minus 3, the value actually becomes some positive value, that is that becomes 2, so that is 4 and a half. So essentially as the value of p increases beyond minus 3, this is going to go on increasing. Similarly, as the value of p goes below minus 5, it is also going to go on increasing. Essentially, between minus 5 to minus 3, what we see is that as the value of p increases from minus 5 to minus 3, this value inside the bracket goes on increasing linearly. That is, it is an increasing function from minus 5 to minus 3. So basically, when p is equal to minus 5 or just about equal to minus 5, we get the lowest possible value, which is around half. Okay. And when p is equal to minus 3, we get this as 4 and a half. So this means that the value of alpha square plus beta square should be in this region from half to 4 and a half. This is 4 and a half. I have not written it cleanly. So when p is equal to minus 5, this should be equal to half. When p is equal to minus 3, this should be equal to 4 and a half. Again, I put round brackets to indicate they can't actually take that value, because essentially half is when p is exactly equal to minus 5 and it cannot be exactly equal to minus 5. So essentially alpha square plus beta square should be in this bound from half to 4 and a half, given that p is in this region as such. So let us see which of the following options, 13 by 4 and 21 by 4, is out of these bounds. 13 by 4 is essentially 3 point something something, so it is within this bounds. 21 by 4 is 5 point something something, so it is out of the bounds. So of these, if both roots are imaginary, then the sum of squares cannot be 21 by 4, because we found that the sum of squares has to be between half and 4 and a half, both not included. So this is basically how you should solve questions of this type. Make sure that you write down equations wherever possible and then place limits on the values that can be taken as such. Always remember, you can also use options in these kind of questions. The options will help you eliminate unnecessary options, especially the values that are there in between are generally not sensible also. So this is how you should solve questions based on this particular from quadratic equations. Now that you know how to solve, please practice more questions from the study room. Thank you for tuning in.
The value of x is given to be equal to 8 minus square root of 32. The value of y is given to be equal to 2 plus square root of 2. 8 minus square root of 32 is equal to 8 minus 4 square root of 2. We are asked to calculate the value of x plus 1 by y whole square. The value of x plus 1 by y whole square is equal to xy plus 1 divided by y whole square. So let us try to understand what is the value of x into y. This is x and this is y. So if you multiply x into y, you are going to get this to be equal to 8 minus 4 square root of 2 into 2 plus square root of 2. This is equal to 16 minus 8 square root of 2 plus 8 square root of 2 minus 4 square root of 2 into square root of 2, which is equal to 8. You can cancel the terms which are of opposite sign, so it will become equal to 16 minus 8, which is equal to 8. So x into y is equal to 8. The required expression is xy plus 1 divided by y whole square. Xy itself equals 8, so xy plus 1 will equal 9. So the required expression will become equal to 9 by y whole square, which is equal to 81 by y square. Now if you look at the expressions that are given to us, the options, it is definitely not option C, it is definitely not option B, because the coefficient should be 81 divided by y square. A and D have x square in them, so let us try to convert this in terms of x. The value of x into y is equal to 8, so the value of 1 by y is equal to x by 8, because x into y is equal to 8. So what is the value of 1 by y square? This will equal x square by 64. So 81 by y square will become equal to 81 by 64 x square. Now if you look at the options, this is equal to option D, which will be the correct answer.
Hi friends, welcome to Krakow's video series. In this particular question, I'll be solving this slightly difficult question that came in slot 3. This question is not an easy question. At first glance, most would actually leave this question because it involves a lot of enumeration. But let's take a look at the question. Can this question be solved without enumerating all the cases that are possible? So let's take a look at the question. The number of distinct pairs of integers m comma n satisfying modulus of 1 plus mn less than modulus of m plus n, which is less than 5, is how much? So I see there are two modulus signs and there is 5 also, and there is a strict less than condition over there. So first thing that I'll actually do is that I'll take the square of the equation just to remove the modulus sign. So if I take the square of the equation, what do I get? 1 plus mn the whole square should be less than, because modulus sign, it gets removed when you take the square of the equation. So that should be less, and all this is positive, and 5 is also positive. So there is no changing of the inequality sign. So this should be strictly less than m plus n the whole square, which should be less than 5 square, which is 25. So if I expand this, I get 1 plus n square plus 2mn should be less than m square plus n square plus 2mn and should be less than 25. But I want to cancel off these 2mn, so I can, if I cancel this off, I get that 1 plus n square should be less than n square plus n square. So if I take all of these terms to the other side, I get 0 should be should be less than m square plus n square minus m square n square minus 1. So if I take the terms in common, what do I get? So m square minus m square n square, so I can take m square in common, so that becomes 1 minus n square, and this is n square minus 1. So if I take minus 1 in common, I can write that as 1 minus n square. So what do I get? I get that 0 should be less than m square minus 1 times 1 minus n square. But 1 minus n square and m square minus 1 doesn't look symmetric, and I want symmetric pairs as such as much as possible, so that I can just multiply it by this. Moreover, if I take this as n square minus 1, this becomes less than. So that means that m square minus 1 into n square minus 1 should be what? This should be less than 0. Now this is interesting because I am taking this, multiplying this term by minus 1, then inequality sign should flip, which means that this should be less than 0. Now this is interesting because this means that m square minus 1, one of these two terms has to be negative and the other one has to be positive. So I get two cases. The first case is case 1, which is that n square is greater than 1 and n square is less than 1. Or the second case is m square is less than 1 and n square is greater than 1. Now consider in both of these cases, these are integers, so they have to be real numbers, which mean that m square and n square have to be positive, and since they are integers, the only value that n square can take or n square can take which is less than 1 is 0 when either m or n is less than 0. So if this is the case, okay, m square is greater than 1, n square is less than 1, that means in the first case n has to be equal to 0. because that is the only integral value square that it can take such that it is less than 1. So if you consider minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, all of this, minus 1 onwards, the square's value will be 1 or greater. Plus 1 onwards also, all integers, it will be 1 or greater. These are integral pairs. Only m and n can take integral values. So the only way that n square is less than 1 is if n is equal to 0. Similarly, the only way that m square is less than 1 is if m is equal to 0. So essentially these two cases that I get from this particular equation is that either n is 0 or m is 0. Now in both cases, what happens to our original equation? If n is 0, what happens to our original equation? This term becomes 0. So essentially 1 has to be less than modulus of m, which has to be less than 5. Now in this case, what values can m take? M can take the values 2, 3, 4, and it can also take negative values because of the modulus. It can take minus 2, minus 3 and minus 4 as such. So m in this particular can be 2, 3, 4 or minus 2, minus 3 and minus 4. Now consider the other case where m is equal to 0. If m is equal to 0, what happens to this equation? Again this particular term becomes 0, and then again the equation becomes 1 should be less than the modulus of n, which should be less than 5. Again then in this case n is equal to 2, 3, 4 or minus 2, minus 3 and minus 4. So essentially I get, for each of the two cases, I get 6 values or 6 pairs each. So there are 12 pairs as such. When n is equal to 0, m can take 6 values. When m is equal to 0, n can take these 6 values. There is no overlap, so 6 plus 6 becomes 12. So how many distinct pairs of integers m and n are there? There are 12 such pairs of integers. Right answer to key in would have been 12. As you can see, this does not involve entire enumeration. Whenever you see a modulus, try to see whether the complexity of the equation can be reduced by just taking a square term as such. If you square both sides, maybe you can cancel something off, and then you can reduce the number of terms that you have to consider, the number of cases you have to consider. So this is how you solve this particular question. Hi friends, welcome to Krako's video series. In this particular question, we are going to take a look at a slightly tricky question on logarithms. So let's first take a look at the question, and then I'll discuss the basic formula that it requires to solve the question. So consider the question: if log of 2 to the base 2 minus 2 times log of 4 to the base square root 2 plus 3 times log of 8 to the base cube root of 2 and so on till minus 10 into log of 1024 to the 10th root of 2 is equal to k, what is the value of mod of k? Now in this case, basically you just need two formulae. The first formula is log of a to the base b, a raised to m to the base b is, you can take this index out and this becomes m log of a to the base b. Similarly, log of a to the base b raised to m, here you are raising the base to some value m, is equal to 1 by m times log of a to the base b. So essentially this is the only concept that you have to know. Also just know that log of a to the base a, that is to the same base, is equal to 1. In case of, instead of having an integral value of m, if you have a fraction, so instead of saying m, you have say 1 by m, just remember then it becomes log of a to b raised to 1 by m. So in this case you get 1 by m, so this becomes essentially m times log of a to the base b. This is the basic thing that you need to know to solve this particular question. So now that we know this, let us take a look at how to simplify the given equation. So in this case, k is equal to log of 2 to the base 2 is how much? It is 1, because it is the number to the same base. In this case, what do you get? You have 2 into, now this is 2 raised to half. So 2 raised to half, since it is base of the logarithm raised to half, you will say that this will be 1 divided by 1 by half. So 2 comes up, and this is 2 square. So raised to power of 2, so the power 2 comes out, and then this becomes log of 2 to the base 2 essentially. So in this case, this becomes minus 8 times 1. So this is basically 1 minus 8 as such. This part is 3 is given as is, and this is 1 by 3. So essentially it should come into the numerator. So this is into 3, and this is 2 cubed. So again you get 2 this as such, and then this becomes log of 2 to the base 2. As I said, this is essentially 2 cubed, so this power comes out directly, and this is 2 raised to 1 by 3. So this comes as 1 upon 1 by 3. So that is essentially 3 itself. So again that multiplication has to come here. So you get 3 into 3 into 3 log of 2 to the base 2. And this continues. So I can see that this is essentially 1 minus 2 cube plus 3 cube minus 4 cube and so on till minus 10 cube. Now in this case, this is basically essentially you have to alternately add and subtract a cube. So let us say this is k. I can directly solve by like expanding it and taking calculation, but that will be unnecessarily time consuming. So instead of that, what I do is I say that s is equal to 1 cube plus 2 cube till 10 cube. So this is basically sum of cubes. The sum of cubes of first n natural numbers is n into n plus 1 by 2 the whole square. So this would be 10 into 11 by 2 the whole square. So this is 55 square. This is how much? This will be 3025. Okay. Now this is 3025. Now we have the second part would be k. So in this case, I have to essentially, what I have to do is I have to cancel out all the odd terms. Once I cancel out all the odd terms, I can show that if I take 2 cube in common, this is essentially the even terms are essentially 2 cube times 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube till 5 cube. So I'll just tell you exactly what I mean. So if I take s minus k, what do I get? Odd terms cancel out and I get this is 2 times 2 cube plus 4 cube and so on till 10 cube. Okay, if I take s minus k. So this is essentially if I take 2 cube out in common, I get 2 times 2 cube into 1 cube plus 2 cube till 5 cube. So this is essentially 16 times, this is sum of first 5 cubes. So that is n into 5 into 6 by 2 the whole square. So this is 3, so 15 square. So this is 16 into 2 to 5. So this is equal to 900. So this is 3600. So s minus k is 3600, but s itself is 3025, which means that k is equal to, this is equal to 3025 minus 3600. So this is equal to minus 575. Therefore, what is the value of modulus of k or absolute value of k? This is equal to 575. So the answer to this question is 575. So this is basically how you should answer questions of this type. You should figure out what is the general form of this. Try to remove the logarithm as much as possible. See, whenever you see that the actual numbers were also powers of 2, the base was also a power of 2, you know that you have to essentially remove the logarithms completely and have a simple equation as such. So this is basically how you solve questions of this type. Now that you know how to solve simple logarithm questions of this type, please take more questions from our study room. Thank you.
In this question, we are given that Ravi has coins of denomination rupees 5 and rupees 16. So using these coins, he has to pay some bills. Now we are supposed to calculate what is the maximum whole number amount that cannot be paid using these denominations, and how many such amounts are there which he cannot pay. So you have coins of rupees 5 and rupees 16. He can pay some denominations using these two set of coins, but he cannot pay all the amounts. For example, he will not be able to pay rupees 6, because to pay rupees 6 he will have one 5 rupee coin, but then there is a balance of 1 rupee which cannot be paid. Similarly, there are many other set of amounts which cannot be paid using only coins of rupees 5 and rupees 16 denomination. Now what is the maximum amount which cannot be paid using these two set of coins, and how many such amounts are there? To solve that, we have a theorem called Chicken McNuggets theorem. This is a very specific theorem which is used in only these kind of questions. What this says is that if you have coins of denomination m and m, the maximum amount that cannot be paid using these two set of coins is equal to m into n minus m minus n, and the number of such amounts which cannot be paid is equal to m minus 1 into n minus 1 divided by 2. In this particular case, because m is 5 and n is 16, the maximum amount which cannot be paid using these two denominations is 5 into 16 minus 5 minus 16. This is equal to 80 minus 21, which is 59. And how many such amounts are there? The number of such amounts will be 5 minus 1, which is 4, into n minus 1, that is 15, divided by 2, so that is 60 divided by 2, so that is 30. This is the max amount that cannot be paid, the number of such amounts which cannot be paid. So the answer will be 5 plus 9, which is 14, because we are asked for the sum of the digits, and the number of such coins is 30. So the answer will be 14 and 30. This is a simple way in which you can solve it if you know the chicken McNuggets theorem. If you don't know it, also we can calculate it in a slightly longer procedure. So all the numbers that are there can be divided into 5 sets. All the whole numbers can be divided into 5 sets. All of them will be either of the form 5k, or they will be of the form 5k plus 1, or they will be of the form 5k plus 2, or 5k plus 3, or 5k plus 4. That is, if you take any whole number, it will be either a multiple of 5, or it will leave a remainder of 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 when it is divided by 5. Now if you have 5 rupee coins and 16 rupee coins, all the amounts which are multiples of 5 can be paid using these coins. You will just pay them using the respective number of 5 rupee coins. So all the multiples of 5 like 5, 10, 15 ... can be paid using this two set of coins. What about the coins which are of the form, what about the amounts which are of the form 5k plus 1? Any amount which is greater than 16, because 16 itself is a number of the form 5k plus 1, can be paid using this two set of coins, because first for 16 you are going to pay 1 16 rupee coin, and for any of the remaining amount you will pay using 5 rupee coins. So for example, after 16 you can pay 21 by using 1 16 rupee coin and 1 5 rupee coin. Similarly for 26, 31 and so on. So all the numbers which are of the form 5k plus 1 and greater than 16 can also be paid using these two set of coins. But the numbers which are of the form 5k plus 1 and less than 16 cannot be paid. That is, numbers like 1, 6 and 11, these also leave a remainder of 1 when divided by 5, but they are less than 16, so they cannot be paid using these two set of coins. So here you have 3 such amounts which are of the form 5k plus 1. Similarly, if you are looking at 5k plus 2, you will pay 2 16 rupee coins, so you are going to get 32, which leaves a remainder of 2 when divided by 5. And for all the remaining amounts, you are going to pay using 5 rupee coins. So 32, 37, 42, 47 and so on. And any number which is greater than 32 and which leaves a remainder of 2 when divided by 5 can be paid using the two sets of coins that we have. But all the numbers which are of the form 5k plus 2 and less than 32 cannot be paid. That is, the numbers 2, 7, 12, 17, 22 and 27. They all leave a remainder of 2 when divided by 5, but all of them are less than 32. So you can't pay them using these two sets of coins. So how many such numbers are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 6 amounts like this. Similarly, if you go for 5k plus 3, 16 into 3 is 48, which leaves a remainder of 3 when divided by 5. So all the numbers which are of the form 5k plus 3 and greater than 48, for example 48, 53, 58, 63 and so on, can be paid using these two sets of coins. But all the numbers which are of the form 5k plus 3 and less than 48 cannot be paid. That is 3, 8, 13, 18, 23, 28, 33, 38 and 43. These are the numbers which are of the form 5k plus 3 and less than 48. So they cannot be paid using the two sets of coins. And how many such numbers are there? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So this is 9 such numbers. The final case that we have to consider is for 5k plus 4. You have 16 into 4, which is equal to 64, which is a number of the form 5k plus 4. So if you have to pay 64, you are going to pay using 4 16 rupee coins. If you have to pay 69, you will pay 4 16 rupee coins and 1 5 rupee coin, and for any amount greater than 64, you will pay using only 5 rupee coins. So for 64, 69, 74, 79 and so on, all of these numbers can be paid. But the numbers which are of the form 5k plus 4 and less than 64 cannot be paid. And what are those numbers? They are 4, 9, 14, 19, 24, 29, 34, 39, 44, 49, 54 and 59. These are the numbers which are of the form 5k plus 4 and less than 64. So they cannot be paid using only 5 rupee coins and 16 rupee coins. And how many such numbers are there? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. So what is the maximum number which cannot be paid using these two sets of coins? It is 59. And what is the total number of amounts which cannot be paid using these two sets of coins? It is 3 plus 6 plus 9 plus 12. And what does this sum up to? 3 plus 6 is 9, 9 plus 9 is 18, 18 plus 12 is 30. And what are the sum of the digits of 59? It is 14 and the number is 30. So the answer again, as we have discussed, is 14, 30. In this question we are given a graph. We are told that f of x is equal to x square plus 3x, and we are supposed to identify what is the function that is represented by the graph given in the question. So if you look at the graph, you see that it has some sort of an inverted parabola. So we'll first draw the graph for f of x is equal to x square plus 3x, and then try to see how we can relate it to the graph given in the question. If you're trying to draw the graph for f of x is equal to x square plus 3x, that will be an upward sloping parabola. A parabola is basically any quadratic equation. So to find out how it exactly looks, we have to figure out what is the point at which it becomes its minimum. Now the minimum point for this f of x is the negative of the coefficient of x, which is 3, divided by the coefficient of x square and 2. So basically in this case the minimum point will occur at minus 3 by 2, which is basically equal to minus b by 2a, where b is the coefficient of x and a is the coefficient of x square. So in this case it will be an upward sloping parabola which will have its minimum at minus 3 by 2, and its two zeros, that is its two roots, are minus 3 and 0, because x square plus 3x is basically equal to x into x plus 3. So the value of f of x when x is equal to 0 is 0, and the value of f of x when x is equal to minus 3 is also 0. So it will be something like this. This is how the value, the function f of x, which is equal to x square plus 3x, will look like. Now if you notice in the question, it is similar but with a downward slope, and instead of going down over here, that is instead of crossing the x-axis, it is still remaining below the x-axis. So if you try to draw the graph for f of modulus of x, which is equal to modulus of x square plus 3x, it will look exactly the same as f of x, but instead of going down it will be going up. So it will look something like this. This is the graph of f of x is equal to modulus of x square plus 3x, or basically modulus of f of x. It will be the same. The bottom will be at minus 3 by 2 normally, and the roots will be at 0 and minus 3. Whenever x is less than minus 3, the graph will be the same. Then f of x will become 0, and between minus 3 to 0 the value of f of x is negative, but because you are looking only for the modulus, instead of going below the x-axis it will start coming above the x-axis. So it will look something like this. And after x becomes 0, and for all the values of x which are greater than 0, the value of modulus of f of x will look exactly the same as f of x. So this graph and this graph are quite similar, other than the part between minus 3 and 0. This is the graph of f of x is equal to modulus of x square plus 3x, or for the graph of modulus of f of x. As you can see, the graph given in the question is the mirror image of this. So that represents the graph of minus of modulus of f of x. So if you are looking at the options, it will be option B. In this question we are given an inequality x square minus 5x plus 1 by x square minus 5 by x minus 4 is less than or equal to 0, and we are supposed to find out the difference between the largest and the smallest possible value, integral value of x. So if you look at the inequality that is given to us, it is x square minus 5x plus 1 by x square minus 5 by x minus 4 is less than or equal to 0. So how do you proceed from this? One of the first things that you should observe is that it has x square and 1 by x square. It also has minus 5x and minus 5 by x. So if you actually assume that x plus 1 by x is equal to t, then we will be able to express this as a quadratic equation in t. Why is that the case? Because if you square both the sides, x square plus 1 by x square plus 2 is equal to t square, or x square plus 1 by x square is equal to t square minus 2. Whenever you see x square plus 1 by x square, one of the first things that you should think about is that it is closely related to x plus 1 by x. So if you look at the inequality, x square plus 1 by x square will be represented as t square minus 2 minus 5 into x plus 1 by x, that is 5t, minus 4 is less than or equal to 0. Or this implies that t square minus 5t minus 6 is less than or equal to 0. Now you can factorize this as t square minus 6t plus t minus 6 is less than or equal to 0, or t plus 1 into t minus 6 is less than or equal to 0. Now once you have factorized this and you have gotten two factors in t, and if it is mentioned that t is less than or equal to 0, what this implies is that t lies between both the roots. Whenever this is less than or equal to 0 and the two roots of the quadratic equation are minus 1 and plus 6, and there is less than or equal to over here, it implies that t lies between these two. If instead of less than or equal to it is greater than or equal to, it would imply that t would definitely not lie between the two roots. It would imply that t is either less than the smaller root or it is greater than the larger root. Anyway, in this case it is less than or equal to, so we find out both the roots, one is minus 1 and the other is 6. So t has to lie between minus 1 and plus 6. This would imply that x plus 1 by x is less than or equal to minus 1 is less than or equal to 6. Now what do we know about x plus 1 by x? We know that x plus 1 by x is always, for any real number x plus 1 by x is either greater than or equal to 2, that is if x is positive, or x plus 1 by x is less than or equal to minus 2 when x is less than 0. This is an inequality which can be easily proven using arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean. So in the given inequality, if it is mentioned that x plus 1 by x is greater than minus 1, the second case can be ruled out, because if x plus 1 by x is greater than minus 1, it would imply that x cannot be negative, because if x is negative it has to be less than minus 2. So if x plus 1 by x is greater than or equal to minus 1, x is not negative, and if x is not negative, x has to be positive, and x plus 1 by x is greater than or equal to 2. So this would imply that 2 is less than or equal to x plus 1 by x is less than or equal to 6. Now what is the smallest value of an integer which satisfies this inequality? The smallest value will be when x is equal to 1, in which case x plus 1 by x will equal to, and the largest value will be when x is equal to 5, in which case x plus 1 by x will be 5 plus 1 by 5, that is 5 1 by 5, which is also less than 6. The moment x becomes 6, x plus 1 by x will be greater than 6, and obviously for all numbers greater than 6, x plus 1 by x will also be greater than 6. So the smallest value of x will be when x is equal to 1, and the largest value of x will be when x is equal to 5. So the difference between the largest and the smallest integral values is 4.
We at Krakow provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
In this question, we are told that the average of 33 consecutive 3-digit even numbers increases by 6 if the digits of the 30th number in the series are reversed. So let us assume we are given 33 consecutive even numbers. So let us assume that the first number is p, the second number is p plus 2, the third number is p plus 4, and so on. The 30th number will be p plus 58, that is p plus 29 into 2. The 31st number will be p plus 60. The 32nd number is p plus 62, and the 33rd number will be p plus 64. These are the 33 consecutive 3-digit even numbers. Now we are told that the average increases by 6 if the 30th number, that is p plus 58, the digits of this are interchanged. So if you assume that initially the 3-digit number is ABC, if ABC becomes CBA, that is if the digits are reversed, then the average of this 33 numbers increases by 6. Now if the average increases by 6, the sum of the 33 numbers increases by 33 into 6. 33 into 6 is 198. Remember that in these 33 numbers, the 32 numbers which are other numbers other than the 30th number are the same. So the sum has increased by 198 only because the digits of the 30th number, that is p plus 58, have been interchanged. Therefore, the increase in the 30th number when the digits are interchanged is 198. Let us assume that initially it was ABC. So if it is ABC, the value of the number, the value of the 3-digit number initially will be 100 into A plus 10 into B plus C. This is basically what we are saying is if the number is 234, which is a random number, we are saying the value of this number is 100 into 2 plus 10 into 3 plus 4. This is the value. This is 200 plus 30 plus 4, which is 234. So initially, if you are assuming that the 3 digits are A, B, C, the value of the number is 100A plus 10B plus C. Now the value of this number after the digits are interchanged will become 100 into C plus 10 into B plus A. Now the difference between these two numbers, we are already told, is equal to 198. This is the increase in the value of the 30th number. So if you subtract the first number from the second number, you are going to get 99C minus 99A. This is equal to 198. As you know, 198 is 99 into 2. Therefore, C minus A is equal to 2. So what we know is that in the 30th number, the hundredths digit is 2 less than the units digit. We are also told one more thing. If the digits of the 30th term are either strictly increasing or strictly decreasing, and the hundredths digit of all the numbers are the same, what is the sum of the digits of the third term in the series? So before we figure out what the third term in the series is, let us try to first figure out what is the 30th term in the series. In this case, we know that the units, if the hundredths digit is A, the tens digit is greater than the hundredths digit. The tens digit is greater than the units digit. We know that because the units digit, that is C, is equal to A plus 2. That we have already figured out, that C is equal to A plus 2. And as the numbers are as the digits of the 30th term are in an increasing order or in a decreasing order, clearly they are not in a decreasing order because A is less than A plus 2. So the middle term has to equal A plus 1. So the three terms of the 30th, the three digits of the 30th term are A plus 1 and A plus 2 for some natural number A. If we can figure out what is A, then we are done. We have solved that the 30th term is equal to this number. Then we can figure out what is the third term and we can find out the sum of the digits of the third term. What we have figured out till now is that the digits of the 30th term are of the form A plus 1 and A plus 2. But there is another thing that we should take care of. We know that the 30th term is of the form P plus 58. We also know that all the numbers from P to P plus 64 have the same hundredths digit. That is, they are either of the form 100 and the hundredths digit is the same. So we know that when the number is P plus 58, the tens place, that is the middle number, has to be at least 60. Why should it be at least 60? Because if the middle term is, say, something like 3, which is something of 234, again coming back to our initial example, this has to be of the form P plus 58. So if you are subtracting 58 from the 30th term, the hundredths digit should not change. For the hundredths digit to not change, the tens digit should be greater than 5. If it is less than 5, then the 100th term of P and the 100th term of P plus 58 will be different. So when you know that the tens term, that is A plus 1, has to be at least 6, there are only very few cases. That is, the hundredths term can be 6, so the units term will be 7 and the hundredths term will be 5. So it can be either 567 or it can be 678 or it can be 789. These are the only three numbers possible because P plus 58 and P, both of them should have the same hundredths digit. Now, of these three numbers, we are also told that all these numbers are even numbers. So the 30th term also has to be an even number. In this case, we can cancel out 567, which is an odd number, and we can cancel out 789, which is also an odd number. So we can conclusively say that the 30th term has to be 678. If the 30th term, that is P plus 58, is equal to 678, the first term, which is equal to P, will equal 678 minus 58. this is equal to 620. Therefore, the second term will be 622, the second term, and the third term of the series will be 624. If the third term is 624, the sum of the digits of the third term are 6 plus 2 plus 4, which is equal to 12. So the answer in this case is 12. In this question, we are told that the quadratic equation 4x square minus a square x plus 12 is equal to 0. One of the roots, at least one of the roots, is a integer. Let us assume that the root which is an integer is equal to r. So if you are substituting the value of r in place of x, you are going to get 4r square minus a square r plus 12 is equal to 0. Or you can simplify this as a square r minus 4r square is equal to 12. Or if you are taking r common, r into a square minus 4r is equal to 12. You are told that the root r is an integer. It can be either positive or negative. And you are told that a is a positive integer. Now if you are assuming that r is a negative integer, this will be negative and minus 4r will be positive. So a square minus 4r will be positive. So the product of both of them cannot be 12. It will be a negative number. Therefore r has to be positive. Therefore in this case r will be positive and a square minus 4r also has to be positive. Only then will the product be equal to 12. The other thing that you would notice is that r is an integer, in this case a positive integer, a natural number, and therefore a square minus 4r should also be a natural number, and both of them should be factors of 12. What are the factors of 12? The factors of 12 are, one of the possible values of r are all the factors of 12, which is 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 or 12. Now let us try to identify what is the value of a square in terms of r. So a square minus 4r will be equal to 12 divided by r, or the value of a square is equal to 4r plus 12 divided by r. We know that a is also a positive integer, so a square should be a perfect square. So let us substitute the value of r amongst each of the 6 numbers and try to see if we are getting a perfect square. If r is equal to 1, the value of a square will be equal to 4 plus 12 by 1, that is 16, or a is equal to 4. This is one possibility when r is equal to 1. When r is equal to 2, 4r is 8 and 12 by r is 12 by 2, that is 6. So a square will equal 14. This is not possible because we need a perfect square. When r is equal to 3, a square will equal 4 into r, that is 12, plus 12 by 3, that is 4. So a square will again equal 16, or the value of a will be equal to 4. This is the second possibility. When r is equal to 4, a square will equal 4 into 4, that is 16, plus 12 by 4, that is 3, or this is 19, which is not a perfect square. When r is equal to 16, r is equal to 6, a square will equal 4 into 6, that is 24, plus 12 by 6, that is 2. So this is equal to 26, which is also not a perfect square. The last possible value for r is equal to 12. In this case, a square will equal 4 into 12, that is 48, plus 12 by 12, that is 1. So this is equal to 49, which is a perfect square. Therefore the possible value for a is only 2. A can equal either 4 or 7. We are also told that the equation x square minus ax minus 18 has both of its roots as integers, and we are supposed to find out the value of a. If you are substituting the value of a to be 4, the given quadratic equation will become equal to x square minus 4x minus 18 is equal to 0. This has no integer root because the discriminant in this case, which is b square minus 4ac, will equal b square is 4 square, that is 16, plus 4ac is 4 into 18. So this will be 72, or this is equal to 88. You want the discriminant to be a perfect square for the roots to be rational. Here the discriminant is 88, which is not a perfect square, so the value of a cannot be equal to 4. If you are substituting the value of a to be equal to 7, the given quadratic equation will become x square minus 7x minus 18 is equal to 0. In this particular case, you can calculate the discriminant as equal to 7 square, which is 49, plus 72, which is equal to 121, which is a perfect square. You can even calculate the roots of this quadratic equation by factorizing this. This will equal x minus 9 into x plus 2 is equal to 0, or the value of x is 9 or minus 2. Both of them are integers. So the required value of a is equal to 7. In this question, you are given a system of linear equations. You are told that 9ax plus 2y is equal to 3, and you are also told that 4x plus 2 minus a into y is equal to 2, and we are supposed to find out that given that this system of equations has no solution, which of the following is true. If you look at the options that are given, all the options basically tell you to find out the value of a. So when does a system of linear equations have no solution? If you are considering the system of equations ax plus by is equal to c and px plus qy is equal to r, when does this system of equations have no solution? When does it have exactly one solution? And when does it have infinite solutions? It will have infinite solutions if a by p is equal to b by q is equal to c by r. So whenever you have a by p is equal to b by q is equal to c by r, this system of equations will have infinite solution, because this is basically the same equation. Suppose you are given x plus y is equal to 3 and 2x plus 2y is equal to 6. In this case, this system will have infinite solutions because both the equations represent the same equation. So in this case, you will have infinite solutions. When do you have no solution? You will have no solution if a by p is equal to b by q, but this ratio is not equal to c by r. So in the earlier example, if you are having x plus y is equal to 3 and 2x plus 2y, instead of 6, if you are having this 2 equals 7, then this is a system which is unstable. This is a system which will not give the same information. If x plus y is equal to 3 and you multiply the first equation by 2, you will get 2x plus 2y to equal 6. But in another equation, you are being told that 2x plus 2y is equal to 7. So in this case, the system doesn't have any solution. So if a by p is equal to b by q and this is not equal to c by r, then this system of equations will have no solution. This is the case in this question. Just for again completing, if a by p is not equal to b by q, then this system of equations will have a unique solution. So anyway, in this case, when you're told that this linear equation has no solution, it would imply that a by p is equal to b by q. So if you're looking at the coefficients of x and y in both the equations, you have the coefficient of x to be equal to 9a in the first equation and 4 in the second equation. So 9a by 4 should equal the ratio of the coefficients of y. What is the ratio of coefficients of y? In the first equation it is 2 and in the second equation it is 2 minus a. So both this ratio should be equal and they should not equal the ratio of the constant term. What is the ratio of the constant term? It is 3 by 2. This should not be the same. This should not equal to 3 by 2. So now we can find out what the value of a is. So 9a by 4 is equal to 2 by 2 minus a. You can cross multiply to get a quadratic equation in a. So this would imply that 9a into 2 minus a is equal to 8, or 9a square minus 9a square plus 18a is equal to 8, or 9a square minus 18a plus 8 is equal to 0. So if you simplify this, you are going to get the value of a. So this is 9a square minus 12a minus 6a plus 8 is equal to 0, or 3a into 3a minus 4 minus 2 into 3a minus 4 is equal to 0, or 3a minus 2 into 3a minus 4 is equal to 0. So this would imply that a is equal to either 2 by 3 or 4 by 3. This is a quadratic equation which will have two roots, so we have found out both the roots. Now we can conclude that this has two roots, but let us go ahead and again equate what the fraction, what the ratio is actually equal to, and we should ensure that it doesn't equal 3 by 2. Because if that equals 3 by 2, then instead of the case where the system of equations has no solution, we will have a system of equations which will have infinite solutions. So let us first substitute the value of a to be equal to 2 by 3, then 9a by 4 equals that is the ratio of the coefficients of x equals 9 into 2 by 3 by 4. So this is 3 and this is 2, so this will equal 3 by 2. So whenever a is equal to 2 by 3, 9a by 4 is equal to 2 minus 2a is equal to 3 by 2. Now you don't want that to happen, because in that case the system of equations will have infinite solutions. So a cannot equal 2 by 3. What is the value when a is equal to 4 by 3? The given ratio of the x coefficients will equal 9 into 4 by 3 by 4. So this will equal 3. So 9a by 4 is equal to 3. 2 minus 2a is also equal to 3. That is, the ratio of the x coefficients is equal to the ratio of y coefficients. But that is not equal to the ratio of the constants, which will be 3 by 2. So when a is equal to 4 by 3, this system will have no solution. So you can look at the options. The option will be option A, in which case 3a minus 4 will equal 0. So the correct answer is option A. In this question we are told that there are two numbers a and b such that a is equal to 2b by 3, and we are also told that a to the power b is equal to b to the power a. So here we have two equations and we have two unknowns, so it is probably likely that we will be able to calculate the values of a and b. Once we calculate the value of a and b, we are told that the sum of a plus b can be expressed as a rational number p by q. That is, a plus b is equal to p by q, where p and q are coprime numbers, and we are supposed to calculate the value of p plus q. So let us first calculate the value of a, let us calculate the value of b, then we will calculate the value of a plus b, find out the values of p and q, and then give the answer as p plus q. In this case we are told that a is equal to 2b by 3, so we will express b in terms of a. So b is equal to 3a by 2, and we will substitute the value of b in the second equation. We are told that a to the power b is equal to b to the power a, or a to the power b by b to the power a is equal to 1. From the first equation we know that a by b is equal to 2 by 3. So we can express a to the power b divided by b to the power a as, this is a to the power a into a to the power b minus a, that is the value of a to the power b, divided by b to the power a. We just want to take a by b common. So this expression can be written as a by b to the power a into a to the power b minus a. This we know is equal to 1. What is a by b? A by b is equal to 2 by 3. So this implies that 2 by 3 to the power a into, what is b minus a? B is 3a by 2. So b minus a is equal to a by 2 into a to the power a by 2 is equal to 1. Now a to the power a by 2 can be written as square root of a whole to the power a, because again we want to take to the power of a to be common. So this expression can be written as 2 by 3 to the power a into square root of a to the power a is equal to 1, or we have 2 by 3 into square root of a whole to the power a is equal to 1. If you have something like x to the power a is equal to 1, and you know that a is not equal to 0, then you know that the value of x is equal to 1, or in this case the term inside the bracket, that is 2 by 3 into square root of a has to equal 1, or square root of a is equal to 3 by 2, or a is equal to 3 by 2 whole square, which is 9 by 4. Therefore, the value of b, which is equal to 3 by 2 into a, will equal 3 by 2 into 9 by 4, which is 27 by 8. Therefore, the sum of a plus b, which will give us the value of p by q, will equal 9 by 4 plus 27 by 8. This is equal to, you can take the common denominator to be 8, and 9 by 4 will become equal to 18 by 8 plus 27. This is equal to 45 by 8. Therefore, the value of p is 45 and the value of q is 8. Therefore, p plus q will be 45 plus 8, which is 53. In this question, we are required to find out how many integer pairs satisfy the inequality p square plus 9q square is less than or equal to 144, where p and q are integers. So, if you look at the inequality, p square plus 9q square is less than or equal to 144. Now, one of the first things that you would understand is that if a integer pair a and b satisfy this equation, then even minus a and minus b will also satisfy the same equation, because we are only looking at the squares of the integers. So that is the first conclusion that we'll have to draw by looking at this inequality. The next thing that you should look at is, when you're trying to enumerate, should we enumerate it on p or should we enumerate it on q? So if you look at it, what are the values that p can take? If you put q square to be 0, that is q to be 0, p square will be less than or equal to 144. That is, p is lying between minus 12 and plus 12. That is, p belongs to minus 12 and plus 12. So there are 12 plus 0 plus 12, that is 25 values that p can take. But if you look at q, if you are putting p square to be equal to 0, then 9q square will be less than or equal to 144, or q square will be less than or equal to 16. So q will lie between minus 4 and plus 4. That is, the number of values that q can take is only 9. That is minus 4 to minus 1, that is 4, and 0, so 5, and 1 to 4, so another 4. So there are a total of 9 values that q can take. So what we will do is quite simple. We will calculate the number of values p can take when q is equal to 0. Then we will calculate it for q is equal to 1. Then for q is equal to 2, q is equal to 3, and q is equal to 4. The number of values that p can take for q is equal to 1 will be the same for when q is equal to minus 1 also, because as you can see, the inequality that we are given is in powers of 2. So whether it is q or minus q, it doesn't really matter. So once we calculate the number of values that p can take when q is equal to 0, let us say this is a, and let us assume that when q is equal to 1 or q is equal to 2 or q is equal to 3 or q is equal to 4, the number of values that p can take is say b, then the final answer will be a plus 2 times b. We are just going to calculate the same thing twice if we are going to input q is equal to minus 1 or q is equal to minus 2 or q is equal to minus 3 or q is equal to minus 4. So let us first get started. So let us first find out what is the value when q is equal to 0. When q is equal to 0, p square will be less than or equal to 144. So p can be any number between minus 12 and plus 12. So the number of integral values that p can take is 25. When q is equal to 1, it would imply that p square plus 9 is less than or equal to 144, or p square is less than or equal to 135. So p square is 135, 11 square is 121, and 12 square is 144. This 135 lies between 11 square and 12 square. So p can lie between, because p is an integer, between minus 11 to plus 11. P cannot be minus 12, but p can definitely be minus 11. So what this would imply is that the number of values that p can take is minus 11 to minus 1, that is 11, plus 0, so that is 12, plus another 11 values where p is greater than 0. So when q is equal to 1, the number is 23. When q is equal to 2, it would imply that p square plus q square would equal 4. So 9 into 4 is 36, is less than or equal to 144, or p square is less than or equal to 108. Over here, 108 lies between 10 square and 11 square. So p will lie between minus 10 and plus 10. P cannot be 11, because in that case p square will be 121, which is greater than 108. So the number of values that p can take is minus 10 to minus 1, that is 10, plus 0, that is 11, and 1 to 10, that is another 10. So this will be 21. When q is equal to 3, it would imply that p square plus q square will equal 9. So 9 into 9 is 81, is less than or equal to 144, or p square is less than or equal to 63. 63 will lie between 7 square and 8 square. So p has to lie between minus 7 to plus 7. So the number of values that p can take is 15. Finally, when q is equal to 4, q square will equal 16. So 9q square will equal 144. So p square will be less than or equal to 0. Clearly, there is only one integer that solves this, that is when p is equal to 0. So when q is equal to 1 to 4, what are the number of values that p can take? It is 23 plus 21, that is 44. 44 plus 15 is 59, plus 1 is 60. And when q is equal to 0, it can take 25 values. Similarly, when q is equal to minus 1 to minus 4, the number of values that p can take is another 60. So the total number of integral pairs of p and q which satisfy the given equation will be 25 when q is equal to 0 plus 60 when q lies between 1 and 4 plus 60 when q lies between minus 1 and minus 4. So this is equal to 145. In this question, we are given an inequality and we are required to find out how many integers satisfy the given inequality. The inequality is that modulus of x plus 3 is greater than 2x square plus 11x plus 11. So as there is modulus and modulus of x plus 3, let us consider two cases. In the first case, x plus 3 is greater than or equal to 0. In this case, the modulus of x plus 3 will be equal to x plus 3 and the required inequality will look like x plus 3 is greater than 2x square plus 11x plus 11. In this case, x is greater than or equal to minus 3. In the second case, let us consider that x plus 3 is less than 0 or x is less than minus 3. In this case, the given inequality will be minus x minus 3 is greater than 2x square plus 11x plus 11. Let us solve for both the inequalities and find out which integers satisfy the given inequalities. The first case would simplify to 2x square plus 10x plus 8 is less than 0. If you divide the entire equation by 2, you are going to get x square plus 5x plus 4 is less than 0. This is a quadratic equation and we can find out its roots. You can factorize this as equal to x plus 1 into x plus 4 is less than 0. When you have a quadratic equation of this form where you have x minus a into x minus b is less than 0, this would imply that x has to definitely lie between a and b, which are the two roots of the given quadratic equation. So in this particular case, as you have x plus 1 into x plus 4 is less than 0, x has to definitely lie between minus 1 and minus 4. But in this case, we also have that x has to be greater than or equal to minus 3. So you can simplify this as the interval will become x is less than minus 1 and greater than 3. 3 included because there is less than, greater than or equal to. So the values of x, integral values which satisfy this given inequality are minus 3 and minus 2. Note that minus 1 is strictly avoided because over here in the given inequality we have a strict greater than sign. There is no greater than or equal to. So the only two integers which satisfy in this particular case are minus 2 and minus 3. If you are looking at the second case where x is less than minus 3, the different possibilities, the given inequality will be transformed to 2x square plus 12x plus 14 is less than 0. Again we will divide it by 2, so it will be x square plus 6x plus 7 is less than 0. So we will calculate both the roots for this given quadratic equation and x has to lie between both of those roots because again the sign of the inequality is less than. What are the two roots of this given quadratic equation? It will be minus 6 plus or minus square root of 6 square, that is 36, minus 4 into 7, that is 28, divided by 2. Or this will be minus 6 plus or minus square root of 8 divided by 2, or you can simplify this as minus 3 plus or minus square root of 2. These are the two roots. So x has to lie between these two roots, and if you simplify those two roots, there will be minus 3 minus square root of 2 and minus 3 plus square root of 2. This value of square root of 2 is around 1.41. So the smaller number will be minus 3 minus 1.41, which is minus 4.41, and the larger one will be minus 3 plus 1.41, so this will be minus 1.59. So x has to lie between those two values, and x has to also be less than minus 3, and x has to be an integer. So the only integer which lies between all of these intervals is minus 4. Because x has to be less than minus 3 and x has to be greater than minus 4.41, so the only possible value is minus 4. So if you are looking for all the integers, integral values of x which satisfy the given inequality, they are minus 3, minus 2 and minus 4. So the number of such integral values is 3. In this question we are told that there are 5 apples, the cost of 5 apples, 7 bananas and 9 mangoes is 204. That is, you have apples, you have bananas and you have mangoes. Let us assume that the cost of one apple is A, the cost of one banana is B and the cost of one mango is C. You are told that the cost of 5 apples plus 7 bananas and 9 mangoes, this is equal to 204. Or 5a plus 7b plus 9c is equal to 204. You are also told that the cost of 8 apples plus 5 bananas and 2 mangoes is equal to 159. That is, the value of 8a plus 5b plus 2c is equal to 159. And you are asked to find out the cost of 1 apple, 1 banana and 1 mango. That is, a plus b plus c is equal to how much? In this question you are given only 2 equations and there are 3 unknowns. So how are you going to solve it? You can solve it because if you notice, the coefficients of each of the variables are in an arithmetic progression in both the equations. In the first equation, the arithmetic progression, the common difference is 2. 7 minus 5 is 2 and 9 minus 7 is 2. Similarly, in the second equation also, the common difference is 3. 8 minus 5 is 3 and 5 minus 2 is also 3. Whenever you have both the equations, the coefficients to be in arithmetic progression, you will be able to calculate the value of a plus b plus c. What you have to do is, in this case, the first equation you have to multiply with the second common difference, which is 3. And the second equation you have to multiply with the first common difference, which is 2. So if you multiply both of them, you will get new equations. So 3 into the first equation will become equal to 15a plus 21b plus 27c is equal to 204 into 3, which is 612. Similarly, 2 into the second equation will become 16a plus 2 into 5b is 10b plus 2 into 2c is 4c is equal to 2 into 159, which is 318. Now if you sum them up, the coefficient of a will become 31, this is 31a. Coefficient of b will also become 31, this is 31b. Plus coefficient of c is also 31, this is 31c, is equal to 612 plus 318, which is equal to 930. Now you can divide the entire equation by 31. So you are going to get the value of a plus b plus c to be equal to 930 divided by 31, which is 30. Therefore, the cost of 1 apple, 1 banana and 1 mango is equal to 30 rupees. In this question, we are given a product. The product has 89 terms. It starts with logarithm of tan 1 degree into logarithm of 2 degree into logarithm of 3 degree into dot 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 into logarithm of tan of 89 degrees, and we are asked to find out this product. So whenever you see this kind of a product, what is the first thing that you should notice? You should see if you have some sort of a pattern between the first term and the last term. That is, we know that tan of 1 degree into tan of 89 degrees is equal to 1. So we should try to see if we have log of tan 1 degrees into log of tan 89 degrees. Does that does that simplify the product any further? So if in this case, if you are able to, for example, add both of these and get a constant, or if you are able to multiply both of these and get a single digit number or something of that sort, if there is some sort of a pattern over here, we know that we will be able to simplify this further. But if you notice this, log of tan of 1 degree into log of tan 89 degree will not really simplify things much further, because we know that tan 89 degrees is basically equal to 1 by tan 1 degree. So this becomes equal to log of tan 1 degree into log of 1 by tan 1 degree, or this will simplify to log of tan 1 degree into log of 1, that is 0, minus log of tan 1 degree. So we are basically getting this to be equal to log of tan 1 degree whole square into minus 1. So this is not really simplifying anything much further. So what do we do over here? So then you try to observe if there is anything in this product which becomes equal to 0. So you would notice that in the middle of this product, there will be one term which is log of tan 45 degrees. So you will have 44 terms ahead of it. This will be log of tan 1 degree, log of tan 2 degree, log of tan 3 degree, dot dot dot. Then you are going to get log of tan 45 degree, and you will have another 44 terms to the right of it. This will be log of tan 46, log of tan 47, dot dot dot, and it will finally end with log of tan 89 degrees. You notice that the term in the middle is equal to log of tan 45 degrees, or this is equal to log of 1. Log of 1, as we know, is 0. So you will have 44 terms to the left of it, there is a product over here, and you will have 44 terms to the right of it. There is another product over here, and all of them are multiplied by 0, which is in the middle. So the whole product will equal 0. So the answer in this case is 0, because the middle term will be log of tan 45 degrees, which is log of 1, which is equal to 0. In this question, we are given a product. We are told that A is equal to 1 plus A into 1 plus A square into 1 plus A to the power 4 into 1 plus A to the power 8. And we are told that all of these are written in increasing parts of A. And we are supposed to find out the sum of the first 5 terms when A is equal to 3. So let us first understand what exactly is the product A. A is equal to 1 plus A into 1 plus A square into 1 plus A to the power 4 into 1 plus A to the power 8. Now we are supposed to find out if this product is written in increasing parts of A, what are the first 5 terms. So to do that, we have to expand this product. So what is the best way to expand this product is what we will have to look at. And if you look at the products that are given, you have 1 plus A, you have 1 plus A square, you have 1 plus A to the power 4, and you have 1 plus A to the power 8. So the maximum power of A is increasing by 2 in each of the terms. So what we'll do is we'll multiply both the left hand side and right hand side with minus 1 minus A. The focus is just to convert all of them into a simple number. For example, if you multiply even the right hand side with 1 minus A, and this becomes 1 plus A and 1 plus A square into 1 plus A to the power 4 into 1 plus A to the power 8. In this case, 1 minus A into 1 plus A becomes 1 minus A square, and 1 minus A square and 1 plus A square becomes 1 minus A to the power 4, and 1 minus A to the power 4 and 1 plus A to the power 4 becomes 1 minus A to the power 8, and finally 1 minus A to the power 8 and 1 plus A to the power 8 will become, this will equal 1 minus A to the power 16, or A is equal to 1 minus A to the power 16 whole divided by 1 minus A. Now once you have a product of this sort, you know how to divide this. You know that if you have 1 minus A to the power n plus 1 divided by 1 minus A, this will equal 1 plus A square plus dot 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 plus A to the power n. This is basically a geometric progression where the first term is 1 and the common difference is A, and it has n plus 1 terms. So the sum will become 1 minus A to the power n plus 1 by 1 minus A. Anyway, this will equal 1 plus A square plus A cube plus A to the power 4 plus dot 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 till plus A to the power 15. Now we are looking only at the first 5 terms. So the first 5 terms will be 1 plus A square plus A cube plus A to the power 4. Now we want to find out the value of this when A is equal to 3. So we'll substitute the value of A is equal to 3 in the first 5 terms. So this will equal 1 plus 3 plus 9 plus 27 plus 81. 81 plus 27 is 108. 9 plus 3 is 12, and then you have 1. So this is 1 plus 12 plus 108, which will equal 121. In this question, we are given a function f of x. F of x is mentioned that f of x is equal to square root of 16 minus x square divided by log of modulus of x by 5 to the base x plus 2. So we are required to find out for how many integral values of x is f of x defined. So we'll have to find out how and when each one of these is actually defined. We want 16 minus x square to be greater than or equal to 0 because we have a square root. Similarly, we want the logarithm of modulus of x plus 5 to the base x plus 2 to also be defined. So these are basically the two parts. The first part is we want square root of 16 minus x square to be defined. Now when is 16 minus x square defined? It is defined if and only if 16 minus x square is greater than or equal to 0. Or you want x square to be less than or equal to 16, or x should basically x should belong to, because we are only looking for integral values of x should be either minus 4 or minus 3 or minus 2 or minus 1 or 0 or 1, 2, 3 and 4. For all other integral values of x square will be greater than 16. So that 16 minus x square will be negative. Similarly, we want the denominator to be defined and we want the denominator to not equal 0. When is the denominator defined? The denominator is log of modulus of x by 5 to the base x plus 2. Now for any logarithm to be defined, you want the base to be greater than 0 and the base should not equal 1. So for example, if you are looking for log of a to the base b, for this to be defined, b cannot equal 1 and b has to be greater than 0. These are the two conditions. So for x plus 2 to be greater than 0, x has to be greater than minus 2, and you want x plus 2 to not equal 1, so x should not equal minus 1. So you want x to be greater than minus 2 and x should not equal minus 1. So all this minus 4, minus 3, minus 2 and minus 1 will not be defined, because in each of these cases the base will be either negative or 0 or 1. We don't want that. We want the base to be greater than 0. In fact, the base can be between 0 and 1. But base cannot be 0 or less than 0, and base cannot be exactly equal to 1. Base should be either greater than 1 or base should lie between 0 and 1. So if you are looking at it, the only remaining possible values are 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now in this we also know that the argument of any logarithm, if you are looking at log of a to the base b, the argument a cannot equal 0. Therefore modulus of x by 5 cannot equal 0. If modulus of x by 5 cannot equal 0, then x cannot equal 0. So this is also not possible. Now can the denominator be equal to 0? You don't want the denominator to equal 0, because a number like say 1 by 0 is not defined. So for the denominator to not equal 0, you don't want log of modulus of x by 5 to the base x plus 2 to equal 0. Now when is this equal to 0? It is equal to 0 when modulus of x by 5 is equal to 1, or this will equal 1 when modulus of x is equal to 5, that is when x is equal to 5 or minus 5. So when x is equal to 5 or minus 5, the given equation is not defined. But for us, we need not worry about it, because x cannot equal 5 any which way, because if x is 5, 16 minus x square will be negative, so that is not possible. So the only remaining possible values are 1, 2, 3 and 4. In each of these cases, just to ensure that you are getting things correct, for example in case of 1, a given function will be square root of 16 minus 1, so that is 15, to the base log of 1 by 5, so 0.2, to the base 1 plus 2, so that is 3. This is defined. You can do it for even the rest. 16 minus for f of 4, this is equal to 0, because 16 minus x square will be 0, and the denominator will be log of 0.8 to the base 6, which is fine, which is some number, but it is defined. For 2 it will be 16 minus x square is 12, so square root of 12 divided by log of x by 5 is 0.4 to the base 4. Again this is some number, but it is defined. The same is the case even for 3. That will be 16 minus x square is 16 minus 9, so that is square root of 7 divided by log of 3 by 5 is 0.6 to the base 3 plus 2 is 5. Again this is a number which is defined, it is an irrational number, but this is defined. So the number of integral values for which the function is defined is exactly equal to 4.
Google search Krakow CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
In this question, we are given a function f of x. We are told that f of x is equal to sin x into sin x minus 4 plus 3, and we are required to calculate the maximum value of f of x for all real values of x. So let us assume that sin x is equal to a. This will just help us in understanding the function properly. So the value of f of x will become equal to a into a minus 4 plus 3, or this will equal a square minus 4a plus 3. Whenever you have a function in which there is a square, there is a and 3 and a constant number, try to complete a square so that you get it as only a. So this will equal a square minus 4a plus 4 minus 1. The reason is because this is a minus 2 whole square, which is easy to understand than a quadratic equation. Now we are required to find out the maximum value of a minus 2 whole square minus 1. But there are bounds for the value of a. We know that minus 1 is less than or equal to sin x is less than or equal to 1 for all values of x. Therefore, minus 1 is less than or equal to a is less than or equal to 1. Now, at what value of a will a minus 2 whole square minus 1 be maximized? Now, a minus 2 whole square minus 1 is maximized whenever a minus 2 whole square is maximized, because this is just a constant, so we can ignore it. Now, a minus 2 whole square is clearly maximized when a is equal to minus 1, because the absolute value of a minus 2 is maximum when a is equal to minus 1, and this equals minus 3, that is a minus 2. Now you can figure it out many ways, but I think this is quite easy. You can draw a graph, or you can just look at the values of where a is going, and then understand that the maximum value of a minus 2 occurs when a is equal to minus 1 within this boundary of minus 1 to plus 1, and the maximum value of a minus 2 whole square therefore will be 9, but we are required to find out the maximum value of a minus 2 whole square minus 1. So that is, the maximum value of a minus 2 whole square minus 1 is 9 minus 1, which is equal to 8. This happens when a is equal to minus 1, that is when sin x is equal to minus 1, or x is something like minus 90 degrees. So the maximum value of the given function f of x is 8. In this question, we are given an equation 2 by x plus 3 by y is equal to minus 1 by x. So if we are simplifying this, the left hand side will become equal to 2y plus 3x divided by xy is equal to minus 1 by 6. Or if you bring xy to the other side and 6 to the other side, that is by cross multiplying, we are going to get 18x plus 12y is equal to minus xy, or xy plus 18x plus 12y is equal to 0. If you are looking at it, this expression has a term xy, this expression has a term with only x, which is 18x, and this expression has a term with only y, which is 12y. Now this is very similar to the expression x plus 12 into y plus 18, because in this product, if you are looking at all the terms, this will be xy plus 18x plus 12y plus one last term, which is 12 into 18, which is 216. The first three terms are the same as the terms over here. So what we will do is, we are going to add the last term, which is 216, to the left hand side and the right hand side. So xy plus 18x plus 12y plus 216 will be equal to 216. This we know is equal to x plus 12 into y plus 18. So this is equal to 216. What do we know about x and y? We know that x and y are integers, and because x and y are in the denominators, x cannot be equal to 0 and y cannot be equal to 0. This is what we know. We also know that the product of x plus 12 and y plus 18 is equal to 216. If x is an integer, x plus 12 will be an integer. If y is an integer, y plus 18 will be an integer. And because x is not equal to 0, x plus 12 will not be equal to 12, and y plus 18 will not be equal to 18. Let us assume that x plus 12 is a new number a, which is an integer not equal to 12, and y plus 18 is a new integer b, which is not equal to 18. Now the product of a and b is equal to 216, and a and b are integers. So what is the prime factorization of 216? That is, if you are looking at all the factors of 216, we have 1 into 216, we have 2 into 108, we have 3 into 72, we have 4 into 54, we have 6 into 36, we have 8 into 27, we have 9 into 24, and finally we will be having 12 into 18. So we have 1 way, 2 way, 3 ways, 4 ways, 5 ways, 6 ways, 7 ways, and 8 ways of expressing 216 as a product of two positive numbers. Now in each of them we are going to get 4 cases. For example, if you are looking at the first case, if you are expressing a into b as 1 into 216, then a can be 1, b can be 216, or a can be 216, b can be 1, a and b can be even negative. So a can be minus 1 and b can be minus 216, or a can be minus 216 and b can be minus 1. So for each of these 8 cases, we'll be getting 4 cases like this. So the total number of cases is 32, which is 8 into 4, but one case has to be ignored. That one case is when A is equal to 12 and B is equal to 18. This one last case is not possible because in that particular case, X will be equal to 0 and Y will be equal to 0, but because they're in the denominators, that is not allowed. So the total number of ways in which we can express this expression such that X and Y are integers will be 32 minus 1, which is equal to 31, which is option A. In this question, we are given two functions. One function is f of x. This is defined as x square minus 2x. And another function g of x exists such that f of g of x is 4x square minus 1. And we are required to find out the value of g of 0. So let us first write down what is the value of f of g of x. As we know that f of x is equal to x square minus 2x. Therefore, instead of x, we are using g of x. So f of g of x will equal g square, that is g of x whole square, minus 2 into g of x. This we are told is equal to 4x square minus 1. Now if you are substituting the value of 0 for x, then f of g of x will equal f of g of 0. This will equal g of 0 whole square minus 2 g of 0. This will equal, instead of x we are substituting 0, so this will equal minus 1, or g of 0 whole square minus 2 g of 0 plus 1 is equal to 0. But this is of the form a square minus 2a plus 1 is equal to 0, or g of 0 minus 1 whole square is equal to 0, or g of 0 will equal 1. So the answer in this case, that what is the value of g of 0 is 1. This is a Venn diagrams question in which we are told that there are 200 students in a class, and some of the students watch a series called Money Heist and the others watch another series called Game of Thrones. We are given some information about how many people don't watch each of the series, and we are required to find out how many people actually watch Money Heist. So let us assume that there are two circles. This is a Venn diagram. So initially let us assume that this rectangle represents all the people who are part of this class. Now we will have two circles. Each of them will represent each of the two series. Now let the name of the first series be M, and then let the name of the second series be G. And A represents the number of people who only watch M and don't watch G. B represents the number of people who only watch G and not M. C, which is the overlap of the two circles, represents the people who watch both the series. And D represents the number of people who don't watch either of the series but they're part of the class. Now as the total number of students in the class is 200, A plus B plus C plus D is equal to 200. Now we are told that the number of students who don't watch Money Heist is 8 more than the number of students who don't watch Game of Thrones. So how many students don't watch M? That is B plus D. So we are told that B plus D is equal to 8 plus number of students who don't watch Game of Thrones. The number of students who don't watch Game of Thrones is A plus D. So you can cancel D. So the value of B will equal 8 plus A. So you can cancel that later, we'll come to it. The number of students who don't watch neither of the shows, that is D, this represents the number of people who don't watch either of the shows, is 6 less than the number of students who watch both. This is equal to C minus 6. Note that C represents the number of students who watch both the shows. So now we are required to find out the number of students who only watch M. The number of students who only watch M is A plus C. So we are required to find out the value of A plus C, and we are given three equations. Now B is equal to A plus 8 and D is equal to C minus 6. So we'll replace both of them in the first equation. So A plus, instead of B we'll write 8 plus A, plus C, plus instead of D we'll write C minus 6 is equal to 200, or 2 times A plus C plus 2 is equal to 200. We can divide the entire equation by 2. So you are going to get a plus c plus 1 is equal to 100, or a plus c is equal to 99. What we are required to find out is the value of a plus c, which in this case is 99. In this question we are told that Ramesh buys some pens, pencils and erasers from stationery. So there are some pens, some pencils and some erasers. Let us assume that he has bought A number of pens, B number of pencils and C number of erasers. We are told that the total amount that he has spent on these items is 300, and the amount spent on pencils and that on buying erasers, it is in the ratio 3:7. We are also given the cost of one pen, one pencil and one eraser. They are 5 rupees, 7 rupees and 10 rupees. So what is the total amount spent on buying pens? It is 5A. The total amount spent on buying pencils is 7B, and the total amount spent on buying erasers is 10C. The sum of these three, that is 5A plus 7B, actually only 5A plus 7B is equal to 300, because we are told that the total amount spent on buying pens and pencils is 300. So 5A plus 7B is equal to 300. This 300 doesn't include the amount spent on buying erasers, but we are told that the amount he spent on buying pencils and erasers is in the ratio of 3:7. So 7B, which is the total amount he spent on buying pencils, divided by 10C is equal to 3/7, or 49B is equal to 30C. We are told that 49B is equal to 30C. So using this, can we calculate the value of B and C? Because 49 has no factor which is common with 30, it would imply that B is a multiple of 30. Why is that the case? Because 49 into B is equal to 30 into C. So the right hand side is a multiple of 5, it is a multiple of 6, and 49 doesn't have either 5 or 6 as its factors. It has no common term with 5 or 6. So this would imply that the only way this is possible is if B itself is a multiple of 30. So B has to be either 30 or 60 or 90 or so on. But if you look at the second equation we are told that 5A plus 7B is equal to 300. So the value of 7B alone has to be less than 300. 7B cannot be greater than 300. If B is equal to 60 or 90 or any number which is greater than that, 7B will be greater than 300. So the only possible value of B is 30. In that case, 7B is equal to 210, or 5A is equal to 300 minus 210, which is 90, or the value of A is equal to 18. We are also told that 49B is equal to 30C. So 49 into the value of B is 30 is equal to 30 into C, or the value of C is equal to 49. Now if you are looking for the total number of items that were bought, that is equal to A plus B plus C, which is 30 plus 38, which is 30 plus 18, which is 48, plus C, which is 49, which is equal to 97. Therefore, the total number of items bought is equal to 97. In this question, we are given a expansion and we are asked to simplify the expansion. The expansion is 1 by 2 square minus 1 plus 1 by 4 square minus 1 plus 1 by 6 square minus 1 dot 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 plus 1 by 20 square minus 1. If you look at each of the denominators, they are even number squares minus 1. So x square minus 1, for example, is equal to x minus 1 into x plus 1. So we can simplify the given expression, let us call it S, to equal 1 by 2 minus 1 into 2 plus 1 plus 1 by 4 minus 1 into 4 plus 1 plus 1 by 6 minus 1 into 6 plus 1 and so on, and the last term will be 1 by 20 minus 1 into 20 plus 1. This will equal 1 by 1 into 3 plus 1 by 4 minus 1 is 3 into 4 plus 1 is 5 plus 1 by 5 into 7 plus dot 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 plus 1 by 19 into 21. Whenever you see an expansion of this sort where the denominators are in arithmetic progression, in this case it is 1, 3, 5, 7 and so on, it is very important and very useful if you can just split each of the fractions. For example, we can write 1 by 1 into 3 as 1 by 1 minus 1 by 3. This is half of 1 by 1 minus 1 by 3. That is the value of 1 by 1 by 3. And the value of 1 by 3 into 5 is equal to half of 1 by 3 minus 1 by 5. Why are we doing it this way? Because we want to cancel many of the terms. The second term, which has a negative sign in front of it, will be the first term in the succeeding term with a positive sign in front of it. So both of them will get cancelled. Similarly, 1 by 5 into 7 will equal plus half of 1 by 5 minus 1 by 7. You can continue doing that, and the last term will equal, that is 1 by 19 by 21 will equal half of 1 by 19 minus 1 by 21. Now if you cancel all the terms which have opposite signs, you can cancel minus 1 by 3 from the first bracket with plus 1 by 3 in the second bracket, and minus 1 by 5 in the second bracket with plus 1 by 5 in the third bracket, and so on. Similarly, you will cancel the plus 1 by 19 in the last bracket, but the first term of 1 and the last term of minus 1 by 21 will be remaining. So you can simplify this as half into 1 minus 1 by 21. This is equal to half into 20 by 21. This is equal to 10 by 21. So the correct answer in this case is 10 by 21. In this question, we are given a fraction in terms of x cube. We are told that the domain of this fraction being greater than 2 is x comma y, and we are required to find out the value of modulus of x plus y. So in this question, we are first required to find out the domain of this function, and then using that we'll get the values of x and y, and from that calculating modulus of x and y is x plus y is quite straightforward. Now the key to answering this question is to first realizing that both the fractions, that is the numerator and the denominator, can be easily factorized. If you look at the fraction, that is x cube plus 3x square minus 10x minus 24 by x cube plus 4x square minus 11x minus 30. One of the key things that you should see is the constant term, that is minus 24 and minus 30, have a lot of factors. So, and all the terms are quite simple. They are not very random terms. By random terms I mean something like say 123 or 140, where the terms which are coefficients of x square and x are very high and the constant is low. In those cases, it is probably difficult to factorize, or probably there will not be any factors. But as long as the coefficient of x square and the coefficient of x are small and the constant term has a lot of factors, it should be possible, or there is a good chance that both the numerator and the denominator fall in this category, have good factors. Now if you look at the constant term, it is 24. So we have to find 3 terms or 3 numbers such that the product of the 3 terms is 24. In the denominator, we have to find 3 terms such that their product is equal to 30. So for example, if you are looking at the 3 factors as x plus a into x plus b into x plus c, if we can find 3 factors a, b and c such that a into b into c is equal to 24, minus 24 in this case, and in the denominator we'll have 3 factors a1 into b1 into c1 is equal to 30. What I mean is, because these are numbers with a lot of factors, the probability that we will be able to find this is quite high. Anyway, coming back to the question, in this case if we can find one factor, that is one of a, b or c, finding the others is quite easy. So let us first in the case of the numerator, let us first input 1, that is x minus 1 as a factor. We'll just substitute 1 in case of all of x and see if that equals 0. In this case, x cube will be 1 plus 3x square will be 1 minus 10x will be minus 10 minus 24. This is not equal to 0. Similarly, if you input minus 1, it will be x cube will be minus 1 plus 3x square will be plus 3 minus 10x will be plus 10 and minus 24. Even this is not equal to 0. Then we will input 2. In this case, x cube will be 8 plus 3x square will be plus 12 minus 10x will be minus 20 and minus 24. This is also not equal to 0. But once you input minus 2, you could see that x cube will become minus 8, plus 3x square will be plus 12, minus 10x will be plus 20, and minus 24 will be minus 24. This equals 0. So x minus 2 is a fact, x plus 2 is a factor of the numerator. It is x plus 2 because minus 2 is a factor. Therefore, x minus of minus 2 will be a factor of the numerator, and x minus of minus 2 will be equal to x plus 2. Now there are these finding at least one factor in a cubic equation will become easier with practice. But as I was saying earlier, you have to look at the constant term and try to find numbers which are factors of this constant term, and using that you will be able to find the three factors of the cubic equation. Similarly, if you substitute minus 2 in the denominator, it will become x cube will be minus 8, plus 4x square will be plus 16, minus 11x will be plus 22, minus 30. This is also equal to 0. So x minus of minus 2, which is x plus 2, is also a factor of the denominator. So if you are just looking at the numerator and the denominator, it will be x cube plus 2x square plus x square plus 2x minus 12x minus 24. This is the value of the numerator. As you can see, we have distributed all of them as x plus 2 or as multiples of x plus 2. So we have x cube plus 2x square, and then there is 1x square which is remaining in 3x square. So we put it as x square. Now because we want to make this also as x plus 2, we have added plus 2x, and then we have subtracted minus 2x to compensate, and because we already have minus 10x here, it will become minus 12x, and minus 24 is the constant term that we already had. Similarly, the denominator will be x cube. We'll again have to immediately add 2x square. Now out of 4x square, we have 2x square which we have already added, so we'll put plus 2x square. Because we want to make this a multiple of x plus 2, we'll immediately add plus 4x. Now if you see the coefficient of x, it is minus 11x, but here we have added plus 4x, so we'll immediately subtract minus 15x to make the sum equal to minus 11x, and the constant term is minus 30. This is basically the easiest way in which we can factorize. Now we know that x plus 2 is a multiple of both the numerator and the denominator. Now we will find if we divide x cube plus 2x square by x plus 2, we are going to get x square, plus if we divide x square plus 2x by x plus 2, we are going to get x, and if we divide minus 12x minus 24 by x plus 2, we are going to get minus 12. Similarly, in the denominator, x cube plus 2x square when divided by x plus 2 is x square, 2x square plus 4x when divided by x plus 2 is plus 2x, and minus 15x minus 30 when divided by x plus 2 is minus 15. This is basically the value of the numerator and the denominator. Now we can easily factorize x both the numerator and the denominator. This will equal x plus 2 into x square plus x minus 12 will equal x plus 4 into x minus 3, and the denominator will be x plus 2 into x plus 5 into x minus 3. This we are told is greater than 2. Now we can cancel the terms which are common between the numerator and the denominator, but we'll have to remember that the denominator shouldn't be equal to 0. So x cannot equal minus 2 or minus 5 or 3. These are the three numbers x shouldn't equal, because then the fraction will not be defined. Now this is just x plus 4 by x plus 5 is greater than 2. We can simplify this by bringing 2 to the left of the inequality sign. So this becomes x plus 4 minus 2x minus 10 by x plus 5 is greater than 0. We'll continue here. This is x minus 6 by x plus 5. So if we multiply both the left hand side and the right hand side by minus 1, it will become x plus 6 by x plus 5. Now because we multiplied both of them with minus 1, the sign will get interchanged. So this will be less than 0. Now this is basically, this will imply that x plus 5 into x plus 6 is less than 0. Remember that if we multiplied the numerator and denominator with x plus 5 whole square, this is a positive number, then we can get rid of the denominator and this will transform into x plus 5 into x plus 6 is less than 0. So the domain of this inequality is basically minus 5 to minus 6. Now notice that it is not equal to any of them. We are not saying x should equal minus 5, that will not hold, but x should lie between minus 5 and minus 6, which is the domain of the inequality. So in this case, as this is equal to x comma y, we can calculate that x is equal to minus 5 and y is equal to minus 6. This is a different x, so don't get confused. Now based on this, we can easily calculate that the modulus of x plus y will equal modulus of minus 11, which is equal to 11. This is the answer. The answer in this case is 11. In this question, we are given a function f of n is equal to f of n minus 1 into n plus 1 plus 1 by n minus 1. We are also told that f of 1 is equal to 1 and we are required to find out the value of n plus 2 whenever f of 1 plus f of 2 plus dot 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 till f of n is equal to 3,62,879. So whenever you are given this kind of a question, try to first find out the values of the first few f of n. Once you find out the first few values of f of n, try to see if there is some sort of a pattern in it. Once you know the pattern, then you can try to go forward and calculate the value of f of 1 to f of n in terms of n, equate it to the given constant, this is 3,62,879, and find out the value of n. But in this case, remember, pay attention that we have to find out the value of n plus 2. So once you find out the value of n, the answer that you have to input is n plus 2. Anyway, let us start solving. We are told that f of 1 is equal to 1. Therefore, f of 2 using the formula that is given to us is equal to f of n minus 1, that is f of 1, which is 1 into n plus 1. Here n is equal to 2. So, n plus 1 will be 2 plus 1 plus 1 by n minus 1, that is 1 by 1. So, this is 3 plus 4, this is equal to 4. Now, let us calculate f of 3. F of 3 is equal to f of 2, which is 4 into 3 plus 1 plus 1 by 2. This is equal to 3 plus 1 is 4, 4 plus 1 by 2 is 9 by 2, 9 by 2 into 4 is equal to 18. Similarly, f of 4 is equal to f of 3, which is 18 into 4 plus 1 plus 1 by 4 minus 1, that is 1 by 3. This is equal to 5 plus 1 by 3, that is 16 by 3. 16 by 3 into 18 will be 16 into 6, this is equal to 96. Already you can see some sort of a pattern emerging, which is that 4 is equal to 2 into 2 factorial, which is 2. And 18 is equal to 3 into 3 factorial. And 96 is equal to 4 into 4 factorial. You can continue doing this. We can even calculate the value of f of 5. F of 5 is equal to 96 into 5 plus 1 plus 1 by 5 minus 1, which is 4. This is 6 plus 1 by 4, that is 25 by 4. 25 by 4 into 96 is 25 into 24, which is equal to 600. This is equal to 5 into 5 factorial. Once you have this kind of a pattern, you can conclude that f of n is equal to n into n factorial. Now we are told that f of 1 plus f of 2 plus dot 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 plus f of n is some constant. So let us first find out the value of f of 1 plus f of 2 plus dot 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 plus f of n. This will equal 1 into 1 factorial plus 2 into 2 factorial plus 3 into 3 factorial plus dot 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 plus n into n factorial. Now this kind of a series is actually quite famous. There is a simple way in which you can calculate the sum of the series. How do you calculate the sum of the series? Because f of n, which is equal to n into n factorial, can be actually equated to equal n plus 1 factorial minus n factorial. How is this case? What we are saying is n into n factorial is equal to n plus 1 factorial minus n factorial. If you look at only the right hand side of this, n plus 1 factorial is equal to n plus 1 into n factorial. For example, 5 factorial is equal to 5 into 4 factorial, or 6 factorial is equal to 6 into 5 factorial, and we are again subtracting n factorial from it. So amongst these two terms you can take n factorial common, and this will become n plus 1 minus 1. This is equal to n factorial into n. So n into n factorial is just equal to n plus 1 factorial minus n factorial. If you substitute each of the terms in that case, in this case, this will become f of 1 will become 2 factorial minus 1 factorial. F of 2 will become 3 factorial minus 2 factorial. This is f of 1. This is f of 2. Dot dot dot. F of n will become n plus 1 factorial minus n factorial. And the sum of all of these terms, that is f of 1 plus f of 2 plus till f of n, you can cancel off the common terms. Even n factorial will get cancelled. And this sum will just equal n plus 1 factorial minus 1 factorial, which is actually equal to 1. We are told that this is equal to 362879, or n plus 1 factorial is equal to 362880. Now we just have to calculate for what number is 362880 the factorial. You can calculate it by using your calculator or by simply going forward and understanding it. So for example, we know that 6 factorial is equal to 720. We know that 7 factorial is equal to 720 into 7. 8 factorial is equal to 720 into 56. And 9 factorial is equal to 720 into 56 into 9. If you use your calculator, you can find out that 9 factorial is actually equal to 362880. So n plus 1 is equal to 9, or n is equal to 8. So finally we have calculated that the value of n is equal to 8. But remember what we have mentioned earlier. We should calculate the value of n plus 2 and not n. Sometimes people input the value of n and they are going to get the question wrong. So you should avoid this kind of silly mistakes. So the answer in this case, that is the value of n plus 2, will be 10. In this question, we are given a function f of x. We are told that this is the max of x square plus 3x minus 10, which is a quadratic equation, and minus x square minus 10x minus 16, which is another quadratic equation, wherever x is real. And we are required to find out the least value of f of x. So whenever you are given this kind of a question where you are given max of a few functions and you are required to find out when the function will achieve its minimum point, it is important for you to get an understanding of how each of these functions behave. So in this case, because both of them are quadratic equations, let us try to draw their rough graphs. The graphs will not be to scale, but you will get an idea of how the graph actually looks. So every quadratic equation is a parabola. A parabola is basically a U-shaped curve. It will be either U pointing upwards like this, which will happen if the coefficient of x square is positive, like in this case. Here the coefficient of x square is 1, which is positive, so it will be an upward sloping parabola. In case where the coefficient of x square is negative, like in the second function, it will be a negative parabola. It will be a downward facing parabola. So this is how every quadratic equation looks like. It will be a parabola, either a upward facing parabola or a downward facing parabola. The second thing that you will have to notice is that in a parabola, the minimum point, the bottom is achieved whenever, if you are looking at a parabola whose equation is ax square plus bx plus c, the minimum point of x will occur when at minus b by 2a. That will help you draw the parabola better. So you know that this point, this x is equal to minus b by 2a. Same is the case even if it is a negative downward facing parabola. Even in this case, the x value will be minus b by 2a. For example, in case of the first parabola, which is x square plus 3x minus 10, the minimum point will occur at minus 3 by 2a. In this case, a, which is the coefficient of x square, is 1, and b, which is the coefficient of x, is 3. So the minimum point will occur at minus 3 by 2. In the case of the second one, which is a negative downward sloping parabola, which is minus x square minus 10x minus 16. The value of b is minus 10 and the value of a is minus 1. So the minimum point will occur at minus b by 2a. So in this case it will be minus of minus 10 by minus 2. So if you simplify it, it will be minus 5. So now that you know it, let us try to draw the graphs in a rough manner, but at least we will get an understanding of what we have to find out. So let us first draw the first graph, which is of x square plus 3x minus 10. It will be a parabola and the minimum point is at minus 3 by 2. So it will be something like this. This is minus 3 by 2. This is not to scale, but this is a rough idea. Now let us draw the second graph, which is minus x square minus 10x minus 16. This will reach its peak at minus 5 because this is a downward sloping parabola. Instead of minimum, it is going to have a maximum point that will occur at x is equal to minus 5. So it looks something like this. Now I don't know exactly how it looks, but it will be something like this. There might be some small errors, but the skeleton of how the graph will look will be correct. So this is when x is equal to minus 5. Now if you're looking at the graph, f of x is max of both of these quadratic equations. The simplified graph, that is when you're combining both the graphs, you will only look at the graph which is at the higher point. So before they meet for the first time, we can even figure out the points at which they meet for the first time. This is x1 and here they meet for the second time. This is x2. We'll find it out in the coming time, but it will be the upward sloping parabola till x1 where they meet for the first time. Then downward sloping parabola, it will peak at x is equal to minus 5. Then it will keep coming down. It will keep coming down until the point x2 comes where both the curves meet again for the second time. So this will be at x2, and once they meet for the second time, the curve will again start going up because this is the maximum. So the way the maximum function works is, initially it will be the downward sloping parabola. It will be the parabola with the positive coefficient, and after they meet for the first time, it will be the parabola with the negative coefficient. This will be higher. It will continue like this, the maximum function, until they meet again for the second time, when the negative sloping, the negative coefficient, the parabola with the negative coefficient and the parabola with the positive coefficient again intersect, and from then on till infinity, the parabola with the positive coefficient will be higher than the parabola with the negative coefficient. So the maximum function of both of these quadratic equations will be something like this. This is f of x. Now we are required to find out the least value of f of x. The least value of f of x is occurring at the point x2. This is where the function is reaching its minimum point. So now let us try to calculate x1 and x2, which are basically the 2 points at which both the functions meet. That is quite simple. We'll have to just equate both the quadratic equations. That is x square plus 3x minus 10 will equal minus x square minus 10x minus 16. Now you're going to get a combined quadratic equation which will have two roots. They will be x1 and x2. If you simplify this, this will be 2x square plus 13x plus 6 is equal to 0. You can easily factorize it because the product of a and c, that is the product of the coefficient of x square and the constant term, is 2 into 6, that is 12. So you will have to split the coefficient of x, that is 13, into two terms whose product is 12. This is quite simple. So it will be 2x square plus, you will split 13x into 12x plus x, because the product of 12 and 1 is 12, plus 6 is equal to 0. You will take x common. So this will be 2x plus 12. You can take actually 2x common. So if this is 2x, then this will be x plus 6 plus 1 common, this will be x plus 6 is equal to 0, or x plus 6 into 2x plus 1 is equal to 0. This is the factorization of the combined quadratic equation. So the two roots, that is the points at which both the quadratic equations intersect, are x is equal to minus 6. This will happen if x plus 6 is equal to 0, or x is equal to minus half. This will happen if 2x plus 1 is equal to 0. So these are the 2 points x1 and x2. Now all you need to do is just find out the value of f of x at x1 and the value of f of x when x is equal to minus half. When x is equal to minus 6, the value of f of x will be x square plus 3x minus 10. So that is x square will be 36 plus 3x will be minus 18. So this will be 36 minus 18 minus 10. This will equal 18 minus 10, which is equal to 8. Note that at this point both the functions will have the same value. So if you just calculate the value of x square plus 3x minus 10, you can understand how much is f of x. Similarly, when x is equal to minus half, we'll again calculate f of x. This will be again x square, that is 1 by 4, plus 3x will be minus 3 by 2 minus 10. You can simplify this by taking the denominator as 4. This will be 1 minus 6 minus 40. This is equal to minus 45 by 4. So this point, the value of the y coordinate at which it is minimum is 45 by 4. Minus 45 by 4. The value of x2 is equal to minus half. The value of x1 is equal to minus 6. And the height, which is the value of the function f of x, is equal to 8. This we have found out. Now the answer for the question is, at what point f of x hits its minimum value? The minimum value of the function f of x is minus 45 by 4. This occurs when x is equal to minus 1 by 2. In this question, we are told that one of the roots of the quadratic equation x square minus m minus 2x plus 6 lies between 0 and 2, and the other root lies between 3 and 4. It is also known that m is an integer, and we are required to find out the sum of all the possible values of m. Now let us first try to understand how the graph actually looks. So the quadratic equation x square minus m minus 2x plus 6 has two roots. One of them is between 0 and 2, and one of them is between 3 and 4. So if you draw the x axis and the y axis, say this is 2, this is 3, this is 0, and this is 4. So the curve will first dip between 0 and 2, and then it will come back some point between 3 and 4. This is how the quadratic equation will look. What this implies is that the curve is above 0 when the value of x is 0. So this would imply that f of 0 is greater than 0. It is at some point which is above the x axis. Similarly, f of 2 will be less than 0. So at 2, the curve will be below the x axis. And similarly, f of 3 is also less than 0, because even at this point it did not come above the x axis. But at f is equal to x is equal to 4, the curve is above the x axis, so f of 4 will be greater than 0. So whatever information has been given to us, that one of the root lies between 0 and 2 and the other root lies between 3 and 4, would imply that these four inequalities hold true. Now using these inequalities, we'll try to find bounds for the value of m, and then try to calculate all the integral values that are possible for m. So over here, f of x is equal to x square minus m minus 2 into x plus 6. Now f of 0 would imply, we'll have to just substitute 0 for x. This would be 0 square minus 0 into m minus 2, which will again equal 0, plus 6. This is equal to 6. This we are told is greater than 0, and this always holds true. So we are not gaining any new information by using the inequality f of 0 is greater than 0. Now if you are looking at f of 2, we will substitute 2 in place of x. So this will be 2 square, that is 4, minus 2 into m minus 2 plus 6. This we are told is less than 0, or 10 is less than 2 into m minus 2, or 5 is less than m minus 2, or m is greater than 7. So this is the first bound that we got for m. We are told that m is greater than 7. Similarly, we will calculate the value of f of 3. This is also less than 0. So f of 3 is, we are substituting 3 in terms of x over here. So 3 square is 9 minus 3 into m minus 2 plus 6. This we are told is also less than 0, or 15 is less than 3 into m minus 2, or again 5 is less than m minus 2, or we again get the same inequality, that is m is greater than 7. Now let us look at the final inequality that we have, that is f of 4 is greater than 0. Now f of 4, we will substitute 4 in terms of x in this equation. So that will be 4 square is 16 minus 4 into m minus 2 plus 6. This we are told is greater than 0, or 22 is greater than 4 into m minus 2, or 30 is greater than 4m, or m is less than 7.5. So what we know is that m is greater than 7 and less than 7.5. We also are told that m is an integer. So clearly there is no integer that lies between 7 and 7.5. Know that it is strictly greater than 7 and there is no inequality. So the number of possible values of m is 0. So their sum will also equal 0.
Google search Krakow free cat mocks. Click on the first link. You can attempt 3 latest cat mocks in the actual exam interface. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis, percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your all-India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
In this question, we are asked to find out the remainder when 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on, that is the digits 1, 2, 3, 4 are repeating for a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 times, is divided by 625. So initially this might seem very confusing, but if you think about it, you know that 25 divides 100. Similarly, 125, that is 25 into 5, divides 1000. Similarly, 625 divides 10,000. So what we are going to do is we'll ignore most of the parts of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 and we'll look only at the last 4 digits. Why are we looking only at the last 4 digits? Because this number, if the last 4 digits are, for example, ABCD, we don't know what ABCD is, we'll come and we'll find it out. And the numbers before it are 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, dot, 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 dot. So the last 4 digits, if you are removing ABCD from it, that is the last 4 digits, you will be left with 4 zeros plus ABCD. Now this number is a multiple of 10,000 because it has 4 zeros, and because it is a multiple of 10,000, it is a multiple of 625. So when this number is divided by 625, the remainder will be 0. So all that we are required to find out is find out what the last 4 digits of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 are, and then find the remainder when this is divided by 625. Now what are the last 4 digits of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on? This cycle, as you know, is repeating after every 4 times. So initially it is 1, 2, 3, 4 and the total number of digits over here are 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. So after every multiple of 4, the last 4 digits will again be 1, 2, 3, 4. So for example, if you are looking at, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, if you are looking at it as 8 digits, the last 4 digits will also be 1, 2, 3, 4. Similarly, if this continues for 12 times, if it continues for 12 digits, even then the last 4 digits will be 1, 2, 3, 4. So whenever the number of digits is a multiple of 4, the last 4 digits will be 1, 2, 3, 4. So instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not a multiple of 4, if the number of times this pattern has repeated is say 1, 2, 3, 2. This is a multiple of 4. Now in that case, the last 4 digits will also be 1, 2, 3, 4. What would have happened then? 1, 2, 3, 2 is actually equal to 308 into 4. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, dot, 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 1, 2, 3, 4. This pattern would have repeated 308 times. But over here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 digits. So the last 4 digits will not be 1, 2, 3, 4. After 1, 2, 3, 4, you will get another 2 digits. So you will get another 1, 2. So basically the last 4 digits will be 3, 4, 1, 2. So when you are trying to find out the remainder when this is divided by 625, you have to basically find out the remainder when 3, 4, 1, 2 is divided by 625. 625 into 4 is 2500. If you add another 625, that is 625 into 5, then you are going to get 3125. 3125 is the largest multiple of 625, which is less than 3412. Therefore, the remainder when 3412 is divided by 625 will be 3412 minus 3125. This is 7, 8 and 2. So the remainder in this case will be 287. In this question, it is given that after distributing the sweets equally amongst 25 children, 8 sweets remain. So let us assume that the total number of sweets is n. Now n is of the form 25a plus 8 for some natural number a. Had the number of children been 28, 22 sweets would have remained. So if say there were 28 children, and each of them received B sweets, then 22 sweets would have remained. So n is also of the form 28b plus 28. Now we are required to find out what is the smallest possible number for the total number of seeds. So we are required to find out the smallest value of n such that it is of the form 25a plus 8 and it is also of the form 28b plus 22. Now how do we proceed? We will proceed by noticing that n minus 8 is 25a. So n minus 8 is a multiple of 25. Now if you substitute the value of n from equation 2, n is equal to 28b plus 22 minus 8. This is a multiple of 25. This is 25a. Or 28b plus 14 is a multiple of 25. It is of the form 25a. Now you take 14 common. So 2b plus 1 into 14 is equal to 25a. So 14 into 2b plus 1 is a multiple of 25. Now clearly 14 and 25 are co-prime. They don't have any common factors. So what this would imply is that 2b plus 1 is a multiple of 25. Now what is the smallest value of 2b plus 1 such that it is a multiple of 25? The smallest possible value is if 2b plus 1 equals 25, then this would imply that 2b is equal to 24 and b is equal to 12. So the smallest possible value of b is 12. Now when b is 12, what is the value of n? Then n will equal 28 into 12 plus 22. 28 into 12 is 280 plus 56. 280 plus 56 is 336. So this is 336 plus 22, which is equal to 358. So the smallest possible value of n is when b is equal to 12, in which case n will equal 358. In this question, it is given that the sum of two non-co-prime numbers a and b and their HCF gives 77. So let the two numbers be, let the HCF be equal to k, and the two numbers will be a is equal to pk and b is equal to qk. It is given that they are non-co-prime, so HCF is greater than 1, that is k is greater than 1. Also because k is their HCF and we are describing them as pk and qk, p comma k will be co-prime. That is the definition of HCF. Because if p and q have a common factor, then the HCF will not be k, it will actually be equal to k into the common factor. So we are assuming that HCF is k, the numbers are pk and qk. Now the given equation is pk plus qk plus k is equal to 77. Or this is k into p plus q plus 1 is equal to 77. Now if you look at the factors of 77, there are only 4 factors. It is 1, 7, 11 and 77. Clearly k cannot be 77 because if k is equal to 77, p and q will be 0 because p plus q plus 1 will equal 1. So it is not 77. K we know is greater than 1. So k is not equal to 1. So there are two cases, that is the HCF k will either be equal to 7 or it will be equal to 11. So we will calculate the number of possibilities in both the cases. Case 1 is k is equal to 7 and case 2 is k is equal to 11. If k is equal to 7, p plus q plus 1 is equal to 11 or p plus q is equal to 10. Now p and q are also co-prime. So if you look at the number of possibilities, p can be 1 and q can be 9. If p is 2 and q is 8, they would not be co-prime because 2 is a factor of 8. So 2, 8 is not possible. 3, 7 is possible because 3 and 7 are co-prime. But 4 and 6 again are not possible because they share a common factor of 2. 5 and 5 is also not possible because their common factor 5 divides both of them. And again the reverse of them, that is 7, 3 and 9, 1 are also possible. So p and q can take any of these 4 values. Similarly, in the case where k is equal to 11, p plus q plus 1 will equal 7 or p plus q will equal 6. If you tabulate again the different values of p and q that are possible, 1, 5 is possible, 2, 4 is not possible because 2 is a common factor, and 3 comma 3 is also not possible because of the shade common factor 3, and the only other remaining one is 5 comma 1. So again P comma Q can take these values. In this case the two numbers will be PK and QK. So for example in this case it will be 7 comma 63, 21 comma 49, 49 comma 21, 63 comma 7. We have just multiplied each of these numbers by the HCF. In this case the HCF is equal to 7. Similarly in this case the HCF is 11, so the numbers will be 11 comma 55 and 55 comma 11. So the total number of possibilities is 6. In this question it is given that ABC is a 3-digit number which is 42 less than 20 times the sum of its digits, and we are required to find out the sum of the digits of ABC. So suppose you have a 3-digit number, say 561. Now what is the value of 561? You will get the value of 561 if you multiply the number in the hundredths digit by 100. So this is equal to 5 into 100. You multiply the number in the tens digit by 10, so plus 6 into 10, and then you add the number in the units digit which will equal 1. So this will equal 500 plus 60 plus 1, which is equal to 561. In the same way, if you are looking at a 3-digit number ABC, if the value of ABC is equal to 100A plus 10B plus C, and this we are told is 42 less than 20 times its sum. What is the sum of this sum of the digits of ABC? It will be 20 into A plus B plus C, and this sum of the digits is 42 more than the number itself. So the equation we will get is that 100A plus 10B plus C is equal to 20 into A plus B plus C minus 42, or if you simplify this you are going to get that 100A plus 10B plus C is equal to 20A plus 20B plus 20C minus 42, or you can simplify this further as 80A minus 10B is equal to 19C minus 42. This is the only equation we have. So how are you going to find the value of A, B and C? Because if you look at the left hand side, the left hand side is equal to 10 into 8A minus B, and the right hand side is equal to 19C minus 42. So 10 is a factor of the left hand side, so 10 has to be a factor of the right hand side, or 19C minus 42 should be divisible by 10. We also know that A, B and C, all of them are natural numbers, or all of them are whole numbers which are less than or equal to 9. So if you are looking for a number, a single digit number for which 19C minus 42 is a multiple of 10, you want the last digit of 19C to be equal to 2. Because when you subtract 42 from 19C, it should be a multiple of 10, or the last digit of this difference should be 0. So if C is equal to 1, 19C the last digit will be 9. If C is equal to 2, the last digit will be 18 or 8. If C is equal to 3, the last digit of 19C will be 7, because 19 into 3 is 27. If C is equal to 4, the last digit will be 36 or 6. If C is equal to 5, the last digit will be 5 of 19C. If C is equal to 6, the last digit will be 19 into 6, which will be 54 or 4. If C is equal to 7, the last digit will be 3, because 9 into 7 is 63. If C is equal to 8, the last digit will be equal to 2, because 9 into 8 is 72. So, and if C is equal to 9, you will have the last digit to be equal to 1, and if C is equal to 0, the last digit will be 0. As you can see, the only single digit number for which 19C minus 42 is a multiple of 10 is if C is equal to 8. And in that case, what is the value of 19C? 19C will be equal to 19 into 8, which is 152. So 19C minus 42 will be equal to 110, which is the value of 10 into 8A minus B. Or the value of 8A minus B is equal to 11, or the value of 8A is equal to 11 plus B. Now you want 11 plus B to be a multiple of 8, because the left hand side is 8A, which is a multiple of 8. So what is the value of B, where B is a natural number or a whole number which is less than or equal to 9, such that 11 plus B is a multiple of 8? This would imply that 11 plus B has to equal 16, because the next multiple of 8 is 24, and in that case B will be equal to 13, which is not allowed. So 11 plus B has to equal 16, or the value of B is equal to 5. and 11 plus b will be 16, and 8a is equal to 16, or the value of a is equal to 2. So the 3-digit number that we are discussing is ABC, which is 258, and the sum of its digits are 8 plus 5 is 13, 13 plus 2 is 15. In this question we are told that there is a 3-digit number n and it has a total of 6 factors. We are also told that one of the prime factors of n is 3, and we are required to find out what is the maximum value of n. So what is the information that we know about n? We know that n is 3-digit, n has 3 digits, so it lies between 100 to 999. We also know that n has 6 factors, and one of the prime factors of n is 3. So when you have prime factors, suppose you are doing a prime factorization of n of the form, say n is equal to a1 or p1, where p is a prime, into p2 into p3 into dot dot dot, and the power of each of them is say a1, a2, a3 and dot dot dot. What we are essentially saying is, for example, if 2, 3 and 5 are the 3 prime factors of n, and suppose they are of the form 2, or suppose n is of the form 2 to the power 6 into 3 to the power 5 into 7 to the power 4, then the number of factors that n will have is basically the product of each of the powers added by 1. That is, for this number n, the number of prime factors that it is going to have will be 2 to the power 6, so it will be 6 plus 1, into 3 to the power 5, so it will be into 5 plus 1, plus 7 to the power 4, so it will be 4 plus 1. If you are generalizing this, if the prime factorization of the number n is p1 to the power a1 into p2 to the power a2 into p3 to the power a3, then the number of prime factors of n will be a1 plus 1 into a2 plus 1 into dot dot dot. So as we know that 3 is one of the prime factors, and as we know that it has only 6 factors, let us assume that the prime factorization of n is of the form 3 to the power say x into another prime factor p to the power y into some other prime factor q to the power z, and so on. Total number of factors that n has will be x plus 1 into y plus 1 into z plus 1 into so on. Now this is equal to 6. So there are very few possibilities for x, y, z and so on to actually happen. If you are actually looking to express 6 as a product of numbers, 6 can be expressed as either 1 into 6 or 6 can be expressed as 2 into 3. There is no other way in which you can actually express 6 as a product of numbers. So because each one of them is greater than or equal to 0. The only way in which you can actually express n will be as either a prime factor 1 whole square into another prime factor 2, in which case the number of factors will be 2 plus 1 into 1 plus 1, that is, this will be of the form 3 into 2. Or the other way in which you can do that is, if it is of the form p1 to the power 5, that's it, and there is no other prime factor, in which case the number of factors will be 5 plus 1, which is 6. So here you have two cases. You have one case in which n is equal to a prime number to the power 5, but because we know that 3 is already one of the prime factors, the possibility that in the case where n is of the form p, which is a prime number to the power 5, would mean that n is equal to 3 to the power 5, which is 243. And in the second case, where n is of the form a prime number whole square into another prime number, we will again have two cases. The first case, where n can be expressed as one prime number whole square into another prime number. The first case will be the prime number which is to the power, or which is squared, is actually equal to 3, and the second case is when 3 is the other number and there is a prime square to it. So in which there is one case in which n is of the form 3 square into q, so this is of the form 9q, where q is a prime number by itself, and the second case is when q is equal to 3, so n will equal 3 into p square, where p is another prime factor. These are the two cases we'll have to check, and we'll try to maximize the value of n such that it lies between 100 and 999. in the second case where n is equal to 3 into p square, you know that because n has to be less than 999, p square has to be less than 333. The greatest value of p, where p is a prime number and p square is less than 333, is when p is equal to 17. In which case p square is equal to 289. So in that case, the highest value of n will be 3 into 289, which is equal to 17 square. If you simplify this, you are going to get this as 867. So the maximum value of n when n is expressed as 3 into p square is 867. But there is one more case left where n is actually 9 into q, where q is another prime number. In this case, the maximum value of n, you can start checking, because n has to be less than 999. 9 into q has to be less than 999, or q, which is the prime number, has to be less than 111. If you are looking for the highest number which is a prime and less than 111, it can't be 110, because 110 is an even number, so it is not prime. It can be 109, because 109 is a prime number. So the highest value of n in the first case will be 9 into 109, which is equal to 981. Just to reiterate what exactly we have done, we have noticed that n has 6 factors. So if you are doing the prime factorization of n, it will be of the form p1 into a1 into p2 into a2 into p3 into a3 into dot dot dot. For any number n, which after you have done its prime factorization, to figure out the number of factors of n, you have to add 1 to all the powers of the prime numbers and do the product. So in this case, it will be a1 plus 1 into a2 plus 1 into a3 plus 1 into so on is equal to 6. But the number of ways in which you can actually express 6 as a product of numbers is very limited. There are only two possibilities. One possibility is that it can be expressed as 1 into 6, in which case there is only one prime factor, which is of the form p1 to the power a1. So that number has to equal 3 and the power has to be equal to 5, which is 6 minus 1. That is the first case. The second case is if you have expressed 6 as 2 into 3, in which case the powers a1 and a2 will be 2 minus 1, which is 1, and 3 minus 1, which is 2. So in this case, you have two more cases. That is, n is of the form 3 into p square, or n is of the form 3 square into p. So we have looked at both the cases. If it is 3 square into p, the highest prime number is 981. If it is 3 into p square, the highest number will be 867. In the first case, where it is 3 to the power 5, it is 243. Of these three, the number which is highest is 981. So that will be the highest 3-digit number which has 3 as its factor, and it has exactly 6 factors. In this question, we are told that n is a integer and the value of 2 plus 2 to the power n plus 2 lies between 2.25 and 202. We are asked to calculate the number of integer values that 3 plus 3 to the power n plus 1 can take. If you are looking at the inequality that is given to us, 2.25 is less than or equal to 2 plus 2 to the power n plus 2, which is less than or equal to 202. If you are subtracting 2 from all the inequalities, we are going to get that 0.25 is less than or equal to 2 to the power n plus 2, which is less than or equal to 200. 0.25 is 1 by 4, that is 2 to the power minus 2. And 200 lies between 128 and 256, which are both powers of 2. That is, this is 2 to the power 7 and this is 2 to the power 8. So if you are looking at it, this is 2 to the power minus 2 is less than or equal to 2 to the power n plus 2, which is now less than 256, which is 2 to the power 8. Or the value of n plus 2 is greater than or equal to minus 2, and this is less than 8. Or the value of n is greater than or equal to minus 4, and this is less than 6. So the values that n can take are minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, minus 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. These are all the values that n can take. We are asked to find out the number of integer values that 3 plus 3 to the power n plus 1 can take. 3 is an integer, so for this we can ignore it. We want 3 to the power n plus 1 to be an integer. So n plus 1 should be greater than or equal to 0. Because if n plus 1 is less than or equal to 0, 3 to the power that number will be a fraction. For example, 3 to the power minus 1 is 1 by 3, which is a fraction. If you are adding 3 to it, which is an integer, you will still have only a fraction, which is in this particular case 10 by 3. So we want n plus 1 to be greater than or equal to 0, or we want n to be greater than or equal to minus 1. So the values that n can take will be minus 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So n can take 7 values, and for each of the values we will be getting an integer value for 3 plus 3 to the power n plus 1. So the correct answer for this question is 7. In this question we are required to find out the number of numbers which divide 2460 and 2640 and leave the same remainder. So let us assume that one such number is k. We will try to find out the properties of k to figure out how many such numbers k exist. And suppose the remainder when it divides both 2460 and 2640 is r. This is say the remainder. Then 2460 minus r will be divisible by k. So this will be of the form k into p, where p is a natural number. Similarly, 2640 minus r is also divisible by k. So this will be of the form k into q, where q is another natural number. So this is the first equation and this is the second equation. If we subtract the first equation from the second equation, we get 2640 minus 2460 is equal to k into q minus p. 2640 minus 2460 will be 180. So 180 is equal to k into q minus p. So whenever k is a factor of 180, we will be able to find q and p. We will actually find multiple values of q and p such that we can find a r such that 2460 and 2640 leave the same remainder. So the property of k that we are looking for is that it is a factor of 180. Now if you are looking at the number of factors of 180, 180 will be 2 square into 3 square into 5, because it is 36 into 5. Now the number of factors of 180 will be based on the prime factorization of 180. This will equal 2 plus 1, which is the power of 2, into 2 plus 1, where 2 is the power of 3, into 1 plus 1, where 5 the power of 5 is 1. So this is equal to 3 into 3 into 2, which is equal to 18. So the answer that you are looking for is 18. In this question we are told that Ram writes down all the positive integers starting from 1 and he skips every multiple of 10 in the process, and we are required to find out what is the 3000th digit that is written by him. So when he is writing numbers from 1 to 9, the number of digits that he writes will be exactly 1 for each of the numbers. So the total number of numbers that he writes is 9, and the total number of digits that he writes will also be 9, because it is 9 into 1. When he is writing numbers from 10 to 99, he has to leave all the multiples of 10. So he is not going to write 10 or 20 or 30 or any of those numbers. So the total number of numbers that he writes will be 9 into 9, which is equal to 81. And for each of these 81 numbers, the number of digits that he writes will be 2. So the total number of digits that he is going to write will be 81 into 2, which is equal to 162. When he is writing numbers from 100 to 999, which are the 3-digit numbers, if he is writing a number, the first digit can be taken in 9 places. It can be from 1 to 9. The second digit can be any number between 0 and 10, 0 and 9. So there are 10 possibilities over here, while the units digit has to be any number which is not equal to 0. So again you can select it in 9 ways. So the total number of 3-digit numbers that he is going to write will be 810. And for each of these 810 numbers, he writes 3 digits. So the total number of digits that he writes will be 810 into 3, which is equal to 2430. So by the time he writes numbers from 1 to 999, after skipping all the multiples of 10, the total number of digits that he writes will be equal to 2430 plus 162 plus 9. 162 plus 9 is 171. So the total number of numbers that he writes is equal to 2601. So now when he is writing numbers from 1000 to 1099, he writes 90 numbers out of these 100 because he's not writing the multiples of 10, and for each of these 90 numbers he writes 4 digits. So the total number of digits that he writes will be equal to 90 into 4, which is 360. So the total number of digits that he has written till now will be 2601 plus 360, which is equal to 2961. We are coming very close to 3000, so let us only consider the next 10 numbers. These numbers will be from 1101 to 1109. He is going to write all of these 9 digits, 9 numbers, and each of the numbers will have 4 digits each. So he is going to write another 36 digits. So if you add 36 to 2961, you are going to get 2997, and the next number that he is going to write will have 4 digits, and the next number that he is going to write will be 1111, because he is not going to write 1110, and the 3000th digit that he is going to write will be the third digit of this number, which is equal to 1.
We at Kraku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
In this question we are given two squares. There is an outer square, the side of the square is 2 centimeters, and there is an inner square, the side of the inner square is 1 centimeter. So let us first draw both the squares. So this is, say, the outer square, and say this is the inner square. The outer square's length is, the side length is 2 centimeters. This is 2 centimeters, and the inner square's length, side length is 1 centimeter. Now we are also given there are 4 arcs of circles such that they intersect at 4 different places. Suppose that these are the arc of the circles. Now we are told that the area of one part is y, this is y, and the area of another part is x, as given in the diagram. Now we are required to find out what is the value of y minus x. Now from the looks of it, it looks to be a very complicated question where we will have to figure out the lengths of each of the side arcs and then try to find out the value of y and also find out the value of x and then find out what is the value of y minus x. But there is a simple way to actually solve it. Let us first write down the points so that we can understand what exactly is being explained. Suppose the sides of the larger square are a, b, c and d, and the vertices of the inner square are E, F, G and H. Now again I am giving some names to the middle one. Say this is P, Q, R, S, T, U, V and W, and let us assume that the outer ones are like, say, small a, small b, small c and small d. Now if you are looking only at the inner square and if you remove y from it, what we are going to get, the area is, suppose this is the inner square. Let me erase it so that we can explain it better. Suppose this is the inner square. This is the square whose side is 1 centimeter. Now we are only looking at if you are removing 4 y's from it, that is if you are removing this y and this y and this y and this y, we can easily calculate the area of the remaining part. The area of the remaining portion is area of the smaller square minus 4y. As the side of the smaller square is 1 centimeter, the area of this square minus the edges is 1 minus 4y. Now to this let us add the 4x. That is, we are adding these x. Now if you are looking only at this portion, what we are looking at is basically something of this sort. We are looking at an area which is basically adding 4 chords. So the area of this portion is 1 minus 4y plus 4x. 1 is the area of the smaller square, of which we have removed the edges of the smaller square, and we have added 4x. Now 1 minus 4y plus 4x can be easily found out. The area, if you just ignore y's and x's, of what exactly is remaining is, if from the larger square you are removing 4 parts of the circle, then whatever is remaining is basically the same shape. Now we can easily calculate the area of the outer square. The area of the outer square is because the side of the square is 2 centimeters, the area of the outer square is 2 square, that is 4. From this you will have to remove 4 quarter circles. If you remove 4 quarter circles, you are going to get the same shape. But we know that the area of that shape is 1 minus 4y plus 4x. Now if you are removing 4 of the outer quarter squares, you know that the radius of the quarter square is half the length of the larger square. Half the length of the larger square is 2 by 2, that is 1 centimeter. Therefore the area of 4 of these quarter squares will be 4 into pi r square by 4, because the area of each of this quarter square will be pi r square by 4. As there are 4 such quarter squares, the whole area will be pi r square. We know that the value of the radius is 1 centimeter. Therefore the area that is removed from the larger square is pi. So the area that is left behind is 4 minus pi. But we already know that this is equal to 1 minus 4y plus 4x. Now you can simplify this as 4y minus 4x will be pi minus 3, or y minus x, which we are actually supposed to find out, is pi minus 3 by 4. So the answer is pi minus 3 whole divided by 4. In this question we are told that there are 3 lines which divide the triangle into 5 areas as shown in the diagram over here, and the areas of 3 parts are given. The areas are 10, 30 and 18, and 2 unknown areas are given. They are x and y. We are supposed to calculate what is the ratio of x divided by y. So how are we going to proceed? First thing we'll do, just for understanding the question better, is we'll give names to the points which are not named right now. This is P, this is Q, and the center, let us assume, is O. Now whenever you have a straight line which is dividing the triangle into different parts, you know that it won't be random. There would be some sort of a order or some sort of a ratio in which the line will divide the circle into. So if you're looking at it, if you're looking at A, OQ, this circle, the line OQ, this line divides the triangle into 2 parts. The area of one part is y and the area of the other part is 18. Now what is the ratio of the areas of these 2 parts? It is y is to 18. But can we say anything more than that? What we can actually say is that the ratio of y is to 18 is the same as the ratio of AQ by QC. Why is that the case? Because if you draw any triangle over here, suppose that this is a triangle and you have a line drawn like this. Now just for simplicity, let us assume that this is W, X, Y and Z. Now what is the ratio of the areas of W, X, Y to that of W, Y, Z? The ratio will be the same as XY is to YZ. Why is that the case? Because if you consider the 2 triangles WXY and WYZ, the altitude of both the triangles is the same. The altitude will be the length of a perpendicular that you draw from W to the line XZ. Let us assume that this line is H, the length of this line. Now that is the same altitude for the triangle WXY. So suppose this is WXY. If you are trying to calculate the altitude of WXY, it will still be H. So the area of WXY is half into XY into H. This is the area of WXY. And what is the area of WYZ? WYZ, the area is half into YZ into again the height, which is again H. So if you are looking at the ratio of these 2 areas, WXY by WYZ, it is nothing but XY divided by YZ. That is the ratio in which the line WY divides the line XZ. XY is to YZ. We are going to use the same principle multiple times over here to get different equations for x and y and calculate the value of x and y and then find out the ratio of x divided by y. For example, in this case, AQ by QC is the ratio of the areas of triangle AOQ and OQC. So this is equal to y by 18. But AQ by QC is also the ratio if you are considering the triangles ABQ. This is ABQ. The base of ABQ is again AQ and the base of BQC is QC. Now again, the ratio of the two areas will be the same as AQ by QC. So this is again equal to 10 plus X plus Y divided by 30 plus 18, that is 48. So using this, you are going to get one equation in X and Y. Similarly, if you are considering the line CP, that is this line, you are going to get another set of equations. For example, in this case, BP by AP is the ratio in which the line OP divides AB. Therefore, BP by AP is equal to 10 by X. This is only if you are considering the triangles POB and AOP. But this is also the base, that is BP is also the base of the bigger triangle BPC. And AP is the base of the bigger triangle APC. So BP by AP is also equal to 40 divided by 18 plus X plus Y. So using this, you can easily calculate what is the value of X, what is the value of Y, and from that you can calculate what is the value of X by Y. There are multiple ways in which you can do it. You have two equations and you have two unknowns. So let us try to do that. For example, if you are looking at the first equation, 48Y is equal to 180 plus 18X plus 18Y. This is just by cross multiplying. Or 30Y is equal to 180 plus 18X. So if you are dividing the first equation by 3, you are going to get 10Y is equal to 60 plus 6X. This is the first equation. Similarly, you can look at the second equation. You can cross 10 on both sides. So you get that 18 plus X plus Y is equal to 4X, or 18 plus Y is equal to 3X. Therefore, 3X is equal to 18 plus Y, or 6X will be 36 plus 2Y. So 10Y is equal to 60 plus 36 plus 2Y, or 8Y is equal to 96, or Y is equal to 12. When you know that Y is equal to 12, you know that 18 plus Y, that is 30, is equal to 3X, or X will equal 10. Therefore, the required ratio, which is X by Y, will be 10 by 12, which is 5 by 6. In this question, it is given that there is a person who is standing between two poles and the initial angles of elevation are 60 degrees and 45 degrees. He moves towards one of the poles and the angles of elevation change to 30 degrees and 60 degrees, and we are required to find out the ratio of the two poles. So let us first draw the diagram. So let us assume that these are the two poles and this is the line connecting both the poles. So the person is standing somewhere on this line. Let us assume that he is standing somewhere over here. So the angles of elevation we know are initially 45 degrees and 60 degrees. So say this is 45 degrees and this is 60 degrees. Then he moves towards one of the poles. So the angles of elevation change. So again these are the two poles, but this time he has come closer to the first pole. So this becomes 60 degrees, and because he has moved away from the second pole, the angle of elevation decreases over here and becomes say 30 degrees, and this is 60 degrees. Now we are required to find out the ratio of the heights of both the poles. Let us assume that this is A and this is B. The heights of the poles will not change based on the movement of the person. So again, they'll remain the same. They'll be A and B. Let us assume that the foot of the poles are A and B, and the initial point at which the person was standing is C, and the initial point where the final point where he is standing is say D. Then AC will equal small a, because this is a 45 degree angle of elevation. This triangle will be an isosceles triangle, and AC will equal A. Similarly, we can calculate the length of BC. BC will equal B divided by tan 60 degrees, because tan 60 degrees is the opposite side B divided by the adjacent side BC. Therefore, if you want to calculate the value of BC, it will be B by tan 60, which is equal to B by root 3. In the bottom figure, we can again do something similar. AD will equal A by tan 60 degrees, because in this triangle A is the opposite side and AD is the adjacent side. So small a by AD is tan 60, therefore the length of AD is a by tan 60, which is equal to a by root 3. Similarly, the length of BD will equal b by tan 30 degrees. So this will equal b root 3. But notice that the length of AB will remain the same. Irrespective of where the person is standing, the distance between the two poles will remain the same. Therefore, AC plus CB will equal AD plus DB, or A plus B by root 3 will equal A by root 3 plus B root 3. Now A into 1 minus 1 by root 3 is equal to B into root 3 minus 1 by root 3. We can simplify this as A into root 3 minus 1 is equal to B into 2. We are cancelling root 3 in the denominator on both sides. Therefore, B by A, which is the ratio of the heights that we need, is equal to root 3 minus 1 divided by 2. So the correct answer is root 3 minus 1 by 2. In this question, it is given that there is a quadrilateral ABCD such that the length of the side AD is equal to the length of the side CD. It is also given that if BD is joined, then angle DAB is equal to angle DBA is equal to 24 degrees, and we are required to find out the value of angle ACB. So let us first draw the diagram of the quadrilateral and then we will see how it looks like. So suppose this is the quadrilateral. This is just not to scale. This is A, B, C and D. Initially it is given that AD is equal to CD, that is the lengths of these two are the same. Then you connect B and D, that is you have connected these two, and you are told that angle DAB, that is DAB, this angle is the same as angle DBA, that is this angle. So if you look at it in triangle ADB, if two angles are the same, then their respective sides are also the same. What this would imply is that if angle DAB is equal to angle DBA, then this would imply that AD is equal to BD. What this essentially means is that from vertex D, the other three vertices A, B and C are equidistant. This is the same as saying that there is a circle. Let us assume that this is a circle and the center of the circle is D and the points A, B and C lie on the circumference of the circle because all of them are equidistant from D. So let us just draw the 3 points. So let us assume that this is A, this is B and this is C. So the quadrilateral will look something like this. This is AB, this is BC, this is CD and this is AD. This is the quadrilateral. Now you have connected B and D. What this is essentially saying is that AD is equal to BD is equal to CD. This is how the quadrilateral is looking like, where D is the center of the circle. We are also given the angles. We are given angle BAD, this is equal to 24 degrees, and angle DBA, this is also given as 24 degrees. Because these two are the same, that is the only reason we have actually said that AD is equal to BD and that ABD is an isosceles triangle. Now what are we required to find out? We are required to find out what is the value of ACB. So for that, let us first connect A and C also. Now we have connected A and C and we are required to find out what is the value of the angle ACB. How are we going to solve this? This is easy to solve because we now know what is the angle ADB. Angle ADB is equal to 180 degrees minus 24 degrees minus 24 degrees. Because ADB is a triangle of which two of the sides are 24 degrees each. So the third angle will be 180 degrees minus 24 minus 24. If you simplify this, you are going to get this as 132 degrees. And so what is the value of angle ACB? Angle ACB will be half of 132 degrees. This is equal to 66 degrees. Why is this equal to half of 132 degrees? Because if you draw a circle and you have the center of the circle and you have a chord, suppose this is the chord, let the center of the circle be O, let the 2 points on the circumference be P and Q. If the angle subtended by the chord PQ at the center is say X, then the angle subtended by the chord PQ at the circumference, at any point on the circumference, so this is another point R, then the angle subtended by this chord PQ, by the same chord PQ at the circumference, this is going to be equal to X by 2. So this is going to be half of the angle subtended at the center, and this can be any point. You can draw another circumference, something you can draw it from another point. Even this is going to be equal to X by 2. As long as the angle subtended at the center is X, the angle subtended at the circumference is always X by 2. In this case, if you are looking at the chord AB, the angle subtended by this chord or this arc AB at the center is 132 degrees. Therefore, the angle subtended by this arc at any point on the circumference will be 132 by 2, that is 66 degrees, which is actually the value of angle ACB. Therefore, the required answer is 66 degrees. In this question, we are given that there is a walking track AB, which is the diameter of a circular park of radius 10 meters. So let us assume that this is the circular park and this is the diameter AB. AB is the walking track. Now a pole of height 6 meters is standing on the circumference of the circular track and it subtends an equal angle at A and B. That is, it is equidistant from both A and B. So it will be at the midpoint of the arc AB. Now let us assume that the base of the pole is say R. Okay, there is another point R. So let us assume that the base of the pole is say P. A point R lies on the line AB and the pole subtends 30 degrees at R. So there is a point R on AB, and when you connect the base of the pole to R, and if you draw another line from R to the top of the pole, remember that this is in 3-dimensional figure. So this angle, that is the angle subtended by the top of the pole at R, is 30 degrees. We also know that the height of the pole is 6 meters. So from this we can get the distance of PR on the ground. So PR 6 by PR is equal to tan 30 degrees. Therefore PR is equal to 6 root 3. Now PR is on the ground. The pole is up in the air. So 30 degrees is subtended at the top of the pole. So tan 30 degrees will be the height of the pole by the distance on the ground, because that is opposite side by adjacent side. So we get that PR, that is the length from R to the base of the pole, is 6 root 3. Now once we know that, we are required to find out the distance of point R from the center. Let us assume that this is the center O. Now if you connect P and O, because P is equidistant from both A and B, it will be a perpendicular at the center. Now this is a right angle triangle. You know one of the side, this is the radius of the circle, which is 10 meters. And you know the length of the hypotenuse is equal to 6 root 3. You are required to find out the length of the third side, which is OR. Now OR square plus 10 square by Pythagoras theorem is equal to 6 root 3 whole square, which is 6 square into 3. 6 square is 36 into 3 is 108. Therefore OR square is equal to 108 minus 100, which is equal to 8, or OR is equal to square root of 8, which is 2 root 2 meters. Now if you are able to visualize this simple diagram in three-dimensional space and figure out that the length of PR is 6 root 3, the question is nearly solved. In this question, we are told that there are 3 discs, all of them are circular, and all of them are placed in the middle of a bigger circular disc, such that each of the 3 circles touches the other 2 circles, and they also touch the edges of the bigger circle. We are required to calculate the area of the shaded region. We are given that the radius of the smaller circles is equal to small r, so this is also equal to small r and this is also equal to small r. If we can figure out the radius of the bigger circle, we can easily calculate the required answer. Suppose the radius of the bigger circle is say equal to r, then what is the total area? The total area will be equal to pi r square, and from that we have to subtract the area of the 3 smaller circles. So the area of the 3 smaller circles will equal minus 3 pi small r square. So if you can figure out the value of capital R, we can easily get the correct answer. So let us try to calculate the radius of the bigger circle. To do that, let us name the centers of the three smaller circles as A, B and C, and let us assume that the center of the bigger circle is equal to O, which will be somewhere in the middle of this region. So this is equal to O. Now let us connect O to one of the centers. Say we connect O to C and extend it. Now if we extend this line, it will meet the bigger circle at a point which will be the tangent. Say this is equal to D. So the radius of the bigger circle, capital R, is equal to OD. Now to calculate the value of OD, we can divide this into two parts. This will be equal to OC plus CD. The value of CD is again the radius of the smaller circle, which is equal to small r. So we are essentially required to calculate the value of OC. So let us only look at the triangle ABC. Let us assume that this is the triangle ABC. This is A, this is B and this is C. This is an equilateral triangle, as each of the radius of the smaller circle is equal to R and R. The side of the equilateral triangle will be equal to 2R. So this is 2R, this is 2R and this is 2R. The center of the bigger circle O will be in the middle of this triangle. Let us assume that this is equal to O. Now if you are trying to calculate OC, let us connect O to all the three sides. So this is basically the centroid of the equilateral triangle ABC, and we are required to calculate the value of OC. So let us assume that OC is equal to X. This is say X, this is X and this is also equal to X. The angle AOC, this will equal 120 degrees. So if you are only looking at the triangle AOC using cosine rule, 2R whole square is equal to X square plus X square minus 2 into X into cos 120 degrees. This is using the cosine rule in the triangle AOC or any one of the three smaller triangles. So 2R whole square is equal to 4R square. This is equal to X square plus X square. Cos 120 degrees is equal to minus half. So minus half into minus 2 will equal 1. So this will equal 3X square, or the value of X is equal to 2R by square root of 3. This is the value of OC. So what is the value of the radius of the bigger circle? The value of R will be equal to 2R by square root of 3 plus R, or we can simplify this to equal R is equal to capital R by square root of 3 into 2 plus root 3. So what is the value of pi R square? Pi R square is equal to R square by 3 into 2 plus root 3 whole square, that will equal 7 plus 4 root 3. From this we have to subtract minus 3 pi R square. So minus 3 pi R square over here, this is pi. So let us take pi R square by 3 common. So pi R square by 3 if you take common, the required answer will be 7 plus 4 root 3 minus 3 times 3. So 7 plus 4 root 3 minus 9, which will equal 4 root 3 minus 2. That is option B. In this question, it is given that there is a right angle triangle ABC such that angle B is 90 degrees. So let us first draw a right angle triangle. Let us assume that this is ABC. This we are told is A, the right angle is at B, and this is C. Now D is a point on AC such that if D is connected to the midpoint of BC, that is E, suppose this is E, then ED is equal to EB is equal to EC. So let us connect this to some point. Let us assume that this is the point. Suppose this is D. Now if you connect D to E, what we are told is that ED is equal to EB is equal to EC. Now AD is given as 2 centimeters and CD is given as 18 centimeters. We are required to find out the value of BD. Now how are we going to proceed? Now whenever you see that ED is equal to EB is equal to EC, the first thing that you should understand is that in triangle BDC, E is the circumcenter. Why is E the circumcenter? every triangle has a circumcenter. That is, if you draw any triangle, you say if this is the triangle, now you can always draw a circle such that the triangle is inscribed in the circle. That is, the circle passes through all the three vertices of the triangle. Now the center of the circle, if you call it O, this is called the circumcenter. Now O is equidistant from all the three vertices. This is again quite obvious, because if the radius of the circle is, say, R, because the circle passes through all the three vertices, all the distance from each of the vertices will be R. So O is equidistant from all the three vertices, and vice versa. That is, if you find a point which is equidistant from all the three vertices of a triangle, it would imply that that point is the circumcenter of the triangle. In this case, if you are considering triangle BDC, E is equidistant from B, D and C. So E is the circumcenter of the triangle BDC. So now we know that E is the circumcenter of triangle BDC. But here E, the circumcenter, is actually on one of the sides. The sides is BC. So the triangle is such that you have the circumcircle, and one of the sides is the diameter of the circumcircle. So in this case, this is B, this is C, the midpoint E is the circumcenter of the circle, and this is D. BC is the diameter of the circumcircle, and E and D is on the edge. This would again imply that angle D is 90 degrees, because in any circle, the diameter, the angle that is subtended by the diameter at the circumference is 90 degrees. So what we can actually conclude in this is that angle D is 90 degrees. Now once we know that angle D is 90 degrees, it becomes very easy to calculate what is the length of BD. To do that, we will assume that BE is equal to A, EC is equal to A, ED is equal to A, because all three are equidistant, and let us assume that AB is equal to B and BD is equal to C. We will repeatedly use Pythagoras theorem to calculate the value of C. Now if you are looking at triangle BDC, we know that BC is the hypotenuse, that is 2A is the hypotenuse. Therefore 4A square is equal to C square plus 18 square, that is 324. This is the first equation. Now if you are looking at triangle ADB, ABD, in this case AB is the hypotenuse, so B square is equal to C square plus 2 square, that is 4. This is the second equation. And finally the third equation is that of triangle ABC, in which case the hypotenuse is 20 centimeters. So B square plus 4A square is equal to 20 square, that is 400. This is the third equation. You have three unknowns A, B and C, and we have to calculate the value of BD, which is C. We can easily do that. We'll first equate 4A square, we'll remove A square from using the first and the third equation. Therefore B square plus C square plus 324 is equal to 400, or B square plus C square is equal to 76. Now we'll use the second equation where B square is equal to C square plus 4. So C square plus 4 plus C square is equal to 76, or C square is equal to 76 minus 4 by 2, that is 72 by 2, which is 36, or C is equal to 6. Therefore the value of BD is equal to 6 centimeters. Note that once we identified that BDC is a right angle triangle, solving it is quite easy. And again, why is BDC a right angle triangle? Because we know that E is the circumcenter of triangle BDC. And we also know that one of the sides BC is the diameter of the triangle of the circumcircle of the triangle BDC. Therefore BC will be the diameter and D will be on the circumference. So we know that the angle subtended by D will be 90 degrees. Therefore BDC is a right angle triangle, and once you know that it's a right angle triangle, solving for C is quite easy, and the length of BD is 6 centimeters. In this question we are told that there is a rectangle ABCD and points F and G lie on the diagonal AC. So let us assume that this is the rectangle A, B, C and D. Let us also draw the diagonal AC So suppose this is the diagonal AC. Now we have to select 2 points F and G such that BF and DG are perpendicular to AC. So let us assume that this is one perpendicular drawn from D to the diagonal, and this is the other perpendicular drawn from B to the diagonal. So this is DG and BF. We are told that the ratio of AF is to AG is 9:4. So let us assume that AF is equal to 9K and AG is equal to 4K. So AG is equal to 4K, therefore GF will be 5K, which is the difference between 9K and 4K. And the ratio of the sides is equal to m:n. So let AB be m and BC be n. We are required to find out the value of m plus n such that m is less than n and m and n are co-primes. So we'll find out the value of m and n. If m is greater than n, we'll just interchange them, and then we'll find out the value of m plus n. Anyway, the sum will not change whether m is greater than n or otherwise, so we can let it be. So let us try to find out the value of m and n. Now if you're looking at it, we are told that these are perpendiculars. So let us try to understand some things. So let us assume that angle DAC is theta. Therefore angle ACD will be 90 minus theta, because angle D over here is a right angle. Therefore angle FCB will be again theta, and therefore angle CBF will be 90 minus theta. This will again be theta, and this will be 90 minus theta. The reason we find out these values is because it just helps us understand which are the sides that will be in proportion. Whenever you have so many right angle triangles which are interconnected, there is a very good chance that many of these triangles are, in fact nearly all the triangles will be similar to each other. That is, all the triangles will have 90 degrees, they'll have a theta, and they'll have 90 minus theta. That is, the angles of all the triangles will be in many cases the same. So again, this is theta, this is 90 minus theta, and this is theta. So whenever there are triangles with the same angles, all of them will be similar. By all of them being similar, it means that the sides of each of these triangles will be in exact proportion. So if you're looking at, for example, triangle A, D and G, that is this triangle, and triangle BFC, two sides are equal. The hypotenuse is equal, both of them are n, and all the angles are the same. This would mean that both the triangles are congruent. It means that the sides are in proportion, and this proportion is equal to 1. That is, all the sides will be exactly same, because all the angles are equal in the triangle, and one of the sides are also equal. One of the respective sides, that is the side opposite the 90 degrees, is equal. So these triangles are the same. This is important because then we know that FC will also equal 4K. That is, the side which is opposite 90 minus theta over here also is the same. That is 4K, and this is also 4K. Now we need to find out the value of m and n. We can do it in multiple ways. One of the ways that I do it is I find out the value of sine theta and cos theta, and then try to get an equation between m and n, and then solve for it, m by n. So in this case, if you are looking at, for example, triangle AFB, this triangle, this is theta, therefore sine theta is equal to the opposite side, which is 4K plus 5K, that is AF, that is 9K, divided by the hypotenuse, which is M. Similarly, we'll find out cos theta somewhere. We'll find out cos theta in, say, B, F and C. In triangle BFC, cos theta is equal to the adjacent side, so that is 4K, divided by the hypotenuse. Hypotenuse is N. So we have sine theta and cos theta. We'll try to get another equation. If you're looking at the big circle, a big triangle, triangle ABC, this is theta, and in this tan theta is equal to opposite side, which is M, because this is theta, so opposite to it is M, divided by adjacent side, which is N. So we have tan theta as M and N. So if we divide sine theta by cos theta, we can cancel K. So in this case, tan theta will equal sin theta by cos theta, that is 9k by m divided by 4k by n, so that is 9n by 4m. So 9n by 4m is equal to m by n. Now we can easily equate both of them. So m by n is equal to 9n by 4m, or m square by n square is equal to 9 by 4, or m by n is equal to 3 by 2. So in this case, as m is greater than n, we'll just have to interchange them. So m will actually equal 2 and n will actually equal 3, but the ratio will remain the same. And the ratio which we are required to find out is 2 by 3. This is the ratio of the sides such that the ratio is less than 1. Now if you have to find out the sum of the numerator and the denominator, it will be 2 plus 3, which is 5. So once we have the ratio of the sides as 3 by 2, we are just interchanging it because we wanted the ratio to be less than 1, that is m to be less than n. So instead of 3 by 2, we'll represent the ratio as 2 by 3, but in any case the sum of the numerator and denominator would not change. This will be 5. In this question we are told that there is a paper which is in the shape of a sector of a circle. The radius of the circle is given as 6 plus 4 root 3 and the center angle is given as 120 degrees. So if you look at the diagram that is given, the paper which is in the form of a sector is the ABC sector. Now we are told that the radius, that is the length of AB, which is equal to the length of AC, is 6 plus 4 root 3. Now the central angle is given as 60 degrees. So this will be equal to 120 degrees. We have divided into two equal halves, so each of them will be 60 degrees each. So for example, this will be 60 degrees and this also will be 60 degrees. Now a circle is drawn on this paper. So on this paper there is a circle which is drawn, as you can see. Let us assume that the center of the circle is O. What is the maximum possible radius of this circle? So if you are looking at any sector, any paper, you can keep drawing a circle which is touching two sides. So for example, this is a circle which is touching two sides. It is not touching the edge of the original circle. If you keep increasing the radius of the circle in the middle, it will continue to touch two sides of the paper, but as the radius becomes very big, the largest that is possible, then it will come and it will even touch the third side, that is part of the original circle. Now in this case we are required to find out the radius of the largest circle possible. The implication is that when the circle is at its largest possible radius, it will even touch the third side. Basically it is a arc, so it will touch even the arc and it will touch two sides of the sector. And what is the radius of this bigger circle? Now one more thing that you should notice is, if you connect the center to the point at which the circle touches the third side or this arc and you extend it, it will pass through the center of the original circle. Why does it pass through the center of the original circle? It will pass through the center of the original circle just by symmetry, because it will divide the original sector or the original paper into two equal parts. It can't happen that one of them is bigger than the other. So just by symmetry, it is going to pass through, or if you connect the original center of the circle to the point at which the largest circle touches the sector, touches the arc.
Google search Krakow CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
In this question we are given two definitions. We are told that S of n is the sum of all the digits of a number till a single digit is obtained, and On is defined as the number of times Sn has to be performed. So just to make the understanding clearer, if suppose the number you are given is say 3158, now you add all the digits of this number, so you will get 3 plus 5 is 8, 8 plus 1 is 9, 9 plus 8 is 17, and if you add the sum of the digits again, you are going to get 1 plus 7, which is 8. So the S of 3518 is 8, and the number of times we have to perform this summation operation is twice. We have to perform it for 3518 and we have to perform it for 17. So the O is 2 and the S is 8. This is the case for the random number, which is 3518. What is mentioned to us over here is that we have to figure out the number of 3-digit numbers such that S of n is 8 and O of n is 2. So let us assume that the 3-digit number which satisfies this criteria is A, B, C, where A, B and C, all three of them are single digit numbers. A cannot equal 0, but B and C can equal 0. Now what is given to us is that the summation operation was performed once and you are getting a 2-digit number. Let us call that number PQ. And the summation operation was done again, and after it was done, then you are getting the final number which is equal to 8. This is what is given to us because we are told that O of n is conducted twice, that is the summation happened twice, and the final result is equal to 8. Now what can we infer from this? We can infer that A plus B plus C is equal to PQ, that is the 2-digit number PQ, and P plus Q is equal to 8. One more thing that we can infer is that because A, B and C are all less than 10 or all less than or equal to 9, their sum has to be less than 30. Therefore, the value of P, which is the first digit of the 2-digit number, has to be either 1 or 2, because A plus B plus C has to be less than 30. This would tell us that there are only two cases. One case is that P is equal to 1, in which case Q will equal 7. In the other case, P is equal to 2, in which case Q is equal to 6. Now let us first look at the second case because it is easier. So we have to find out the number of digits, a number of 3-digit numbers A, B, C, such that A plus B plus C is equal to 26. How many such numbers are there? The only way you will get 3-digit numbers to sum up to 26 is if they are 9, 9 and 8 in some order. Because the maximum sum of a 3-digit number, maximum sum of the digit will be 27. That is when all the 3 digits are equal to 9. When it is 9 plus 9 plus 9, then it will be 27. But because you are given 26, the only possibility is that one of them, instead of being 9, is actually 8. And how many such numbers are there? Out of the 3 digits, you have to have one digit as 8. So the number of possibilities is 3. The 3 possibilities you can easily enumerate will be 998, 989 and 899. These are the only 3-digit numbers whose sum of the digits is equal to 26. Now let us look at the first case, in which P is equal to 1 and Q is equal to 17, or A plus B plus C, that is the sum of the digits, is equal to 17. Now we are supposed to calculate how many 3-digit numbers exist such that A plus B plus C, that is the sum of its digits, is equal to 17. Now we will enumerate. Let us assume that A is equal to 1. In this case, the value of B plus C will equal 16. So the values are B will be 9 and C will be 7, or B will be 8 and C will be 8, or B will be 7 and C will be 9. So you have 3 cases possible. If A is equal to 2, B plus C is equal to 15. In this case, B can be 9 and C will be 6, or B can be 8 and C will be 7, or B will be 7 and C will be 8, or B will be 6 and C will be 9, or there are 4 cases. Similarly, when A is equal to 3, B plus C is equal to 14, and the value of A can change from 9 to 5. So there are 5 cases. Similarly, when A is equal to 4, B plus C will equal 13. Therefore, the value of A can change from 9 to 4, or there are 6 cases. When A is equal to 5, B plus C is equal to 12. So the value of B can change from 9 to 3, or the number of cases is 7. Similarly, when A is equal to 6, B plus C will be equal to 11, or the value of B can change from 9 to 2. So there are 8 cases. When A is equal to 7, B plus C will be equal to 10. So B will change from 9 to 1. So there are 9 cases. When A is equal to 8, B plus C will be 9. So B can be any number from 9 to 0. So there are 10 cases. Finally, when A is equal to 9, the value of B plus C will be equal to 8. So the value of B can now change only from 8 to 0. In this case, B cannot equal 9 because then A plus B itself will become 18 and C will be minus 1. So that is not possible. So the number of cases in the final instance is 9. So the total cases in the second instance is 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 9. What is the value of 3 plus 4 plus ... till 10 plus 9 is what we are supposed to find out. The value of 3 plus ... till 10 is quite easy to calculate. It will be 10 into 11 by 2 minus 1 and 2. because the sum of the first 10 digits, that is 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 till 10, is equal to 10 into 11 by 2. This is 55. In the current summation you don't have 1 and 2, so the sum will be 52, plus you have to add 9, so this is plus 9, so this is 61. So in the case where P and Q are 1 and 7, that is 17, you have 61 cases. In the case where P and Q are 26, you have 3 cases. So the total number of cases is 61 plus 3, which is 64. In this question it is given that a deck of cards is shuffled and 4 cards are picked at random and all of them turned out to be red. How many cards are there in a deck of cards? There are 52 cards. 26 will be red and 26 will be black. The suits which are red in color are the diamond and the heart, and the suits which are black in color are the spade and the club. We are told that when 4 cards are selected, all 4 of them turned out to be red. So we know that we have 26 red cards, and we are looking for the probability that the 2 cards out of these 4 are kings. So what is the way in which we can have 4 red cards? The way in which we can have 4 red cards out of 26 red cards is 26c4. And if 2 of them are kings, one of them has to be a diamond king and the other has to be a heart king. So 2 cards are already decided, and we have the option of only selecting 2 more cards out of the 24 red cards remaining. So the number of ways in which we can select those 2 cards is 24c2. So the required probability will be 24c2 divided by 26c4, which is equal to 24 into 23 divided by 2 whole divided by 26 into 25 into 24 into 23 divided by 4 factorial, that is 24. Or if you are simplifying this, you can cancel 24 into 23 in both numerator and denominator. Bring 24 to the numerator, so this will become 24 by 2, which is 12. Or the required answer will be 12 divided by 26 into 25. We can cancel 2 from 12 and 2 from 26. So this will become equal to 6 divided by 25 into 13, which is equal to 325. In this question we are told that there are 2 people, Rinesh and Dinesh. They visit a cafeteria every day between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. and both of them visit the cafe independently, and after visiting the cafe, that is after entering the cafe, they sit for 10 minutes exactly and then they leave. The cafe closes at 9 p.m. So we have to figure out the probability that they actually meet. So we know that Rinesh goes to the cafe between 8 and 9. Similarly, Dinesh also goes to the cafe between 8 and 9 every single day. So because there are 60 minutes, let us assume that Rinesh goes to the cafe at 8 hours and A minutes and Dinesh goes to the cafe at 8 hours and B minutes. Now Rinesh will sit in the cafe from A to A plus 10 minutes and Dinesh sits in the cafe from B and B plus 10 minutes. Now we are looking for some sort of an overlap between these 2 intervals. If there is even one overlap, or that is an overlap of even 1 point, then both of them are going to meet. If there is no overlap, then they would not meet, and in this case we are required to find out the probability that both of them meet. Now A will vary from 0 to 60, B will also vary from 0 to 60. So to find out the probability, let us first draw a graph, because it is much easier to understand it using a graph. So suppose this is the y-axis and suppose this is the x-axis. Now let us assume that the x-axis represents A. The x-axis basically represents Rinesh's time of arrival. So this is 0 and this is 60. Each point basically represents what is the time at which Rinesh has come. So if we are looking at a point over here, which is say 40, it implies that Rinesh has come on that day at 8:40. And the y-axis represents the time of arrival of Dinesh, which is basically B. This also varies from 0 to 60. So the all the points, that is all the possibilities of when Rinesh has arrived and when Dinesh has arrived, basically lie in this square. Every point in this square lies between 0, 0 and 60, 60. So any point, if you're looking at it, if you're looking at say this point, which is say 10 and 50, this basically represents the event where Rinesh has come at 810 and Dinesh has come at 850. Now, what is the area of this square? The area of this square represents all the possibilities. Area is 60 into 60, which is equal to 3600. But amongst all these possibilities, only a few possibilities are actually eligible possibilities. By eligible possibilities, only such points would imply that Rinesh and Dinesh have actually met. So in order to figure out when they have met, let us try to understand what are the points which are actually eligible. If you are looking at the point origin, that is if Rinesh has come at 8 exactly, Dinesh has to come to the cafe before 8:10. So he has to come before 8:10. Similarly, if Rinesh has come at 8:01, then the other guy Dinesh has to come before 8:11. So something over here. This will continue till 10 minutes. So in the first 10 minutes, if for example Rinesh comes at 8:05, then Dinesh has to come before 8:15. At any point before 8:15, if he is going to come, then both of them are going to meet. If he comes after 8:15, they are not going to meet. But things change if Rinesh comes to work at say 8:11. If Rinesh comes to work at 8:11, then Dinesh has to come after 8:01 and before 8:21. So from 10 o'clock, from 10 minutes, that is 8:10 onwards, the graph will slightly change. So both of them will be like two parallel lines which will continue going this way and they meet over here. This is basically the x-axis is 60 and the y-axis is 50, and this is basically the x-axis is 50 and the y-axis is 60. So all these points are basically the points which are eligible. This is, if you look at it, the difference will be something like 20 minutes at any particular point except at the ends. Now we'll have to calculate what is the eligible area. Once we calculate the eligible area, we can easily calculate what is the probability that both of them meet. To calculate the eligible area, it is much easier to actually calculate the area of the ineligible triangles. There are two triangles, one triangle at the top and one triangle at the bottom. We can easily calculate their area and then we can calculate what is the remaining. If you are calculating the area of the top triangle, it is a right angle triangle. The base is 50 units and the height is also 50 units. Even for the bottom triangle, the base is 50 units and the height is also 50 units. So the total area which is ineligible is half into 50 into 50 plus half into 50 into 50. This is equal to 2500. So the ineligible area is 2500, which would imply that the eligible area is 3600. That is the total area minus 2500. So the eligible area is 3600 minus 2500, which is 1100. So the probability is 1100 divided by 3600, which is 11 by 36. In this question, we are told that there are 12 buses and they were ordered for painting, and the buses have to be colored amongst black, yellow or pink such that there is at least one bus of each of the colors. So B plus Y plus P is equal to 12. If you are assuming that the number of buses which are painted black is B, number of buses which are painted yellow is Y, and number of buses which are painted pink is P. We also know that B, Y and P, all of them are greater than or equal to 1. Now we are supposed to calculate the probability that exactly 6 of the buses are painted yellow, or what is the probability that Y is equal to 6. So initially we will calculate all the total possible solutions for B plus Y plus P is equal to 12, given that B, Y and P is greater than or equal to 1. Then we will look at the number of solutions when Y is equal to 6. So if you are trying to find out the total number of solutions for the equation B plus Y plus P is greater than 12, we will first equate B to be equal to B1 plus 1, because we know that B is greater than or equal to 1. Similarly, let Y be equal to Y1 plus 1 and let P be equal to P1 plus 1. Therefore, if you are adding B plus Y plus P, this will equal 12, or 12 is equal to B1 plus 1 plus Y1 plus 1 plus P1 plus 1, or B1 plus Y1 plus P1 is equal to 9. Now, how many solutions are there for this given equation? The number of solutions is 9 plus 2, that is 9 plus 3 minus 1, so 9 plus 2, 11, C2. We know the formula for the number of integral solutions, non-negative integral solutions for the equation a1 plus a2 plus dot 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 plus an is equal to r. The number of non-negative integral solutions for this given equation, the formula is n plus r minus 1 c n minus 1. In this particular case, the number of variables, that is n, is 3 and they sum up to 9. So you have to calculate this as 9 plus 3 minus 1, which is 11, c 3 minus 1, so that is 2. So this is equal to 11 into 10 divided by 2, which is 55. This is the total number of solutions for the equation b plus y plus p is equal to 12, given that b, y and p are greater than or equal to 1. Now let us look at the number of cases where we equate y to be equal to 6. In that particular case, you have, if y is equal to 6, then y1, which is 1 less than y, is equal to 5, or then the number of solutions we have to find for the equation b1 plus p1 is equal to 9 minus 5, so that is equal to 4. And how many solutions are there for this given equation where b1 plus p1 is equal to 4? We can again apply the same formula. In this case, n is equal to 2 and r is equal to 4. So the required number of solutions will be 4 plus 2 minus 1 c 2 minus 1, or this is 5 c1, which is equal to 5. So the required probability is 5 divided by 55, which is equal to 1 by 11. In this question, we are told that there is a triangle PQR and there are points 4, 7 and 6 points on its sides excluding the vertices P, Q and R. Now, so there are say 4 points over here on the side PQ. There are say 7 points, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 points on the side QR, and there are 6 points on the third side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now we are supposed to find out how many triangles can be formed using these points and the vertices P, Q and R. So what is the total number of points that we have? The total number of points we have is 4 plus 7 plus 6, that is equal to 17, plus the 3 vertices P, Q and R. So there are 20 points overall. But out of these 20 points, there are some points which are collinear. What are collinear points? They are points which are on a straight line. So if you use any 3 points, you can always form a triangle. You can never form a triangle only in the case if all the 3 points are on a straight line. So if you have 3 points like this on a straight line, you can't form a triangle. If the 3 points are not on a straight line, in whatever fashion they are there, you can always form one triangle. So out of these 20 points, there are sets of points which are collinear. So for example, on PQ, you have the 4 points which are inside the side and you have the 2 vertices Q and P. So there is one set of 6 points which are collinear. You have another set of points on QR. How many points are there? There are 7 points on the side and Q and R. So there are a total of 9 points which are collinear. And finally on the side PR, you have 5 points inside and you have P and R. So there are how many points? You have 6 points on the side and you have P and R. So there are 8 points which are again collinear. So as long as the 3 points are not, all 3 of them are not part of these 6 points, or all 3 of them are not part of these 9 points, or all 3 of them are not part of these 8 points, you will always form one triangle when you select 3 points. So the total number of triangles that can be formed is, first select any 3 points from the 20 points, so that is 20C3. Then subtract the cases in which all the 3 points are selected from either this 6 points or this 9 points or this 8 points. So it will be 20C3 minus of 6C3 plus 9C3 plus 8C3. What is the value of 20C3? 20C3 basically tells you how many ways can you select 3 points from 20 points. So that will equal 20 into 19 into 18 divided by 3 factorial, that is 6. So this will be 3 times. So 20 into 19 is 380 into 3. 380 into 3 is 1140. Minus what is the value of 6C3? It is 6 into 5 into 4 by 6. So that is 20. Plus what is 9C3? 9 into 8 into 7 by 6. So 9 into 8 is 72. So this is 12. So this is 84. Plus what is 8C3? 8 into 7 into 6 divided by 6. So this is 56. What is 20 plus 84 plus 56? 84 plus 56 is 140. So 20 plus 140 is 160. So the total number of triangles that can be formed is 1140 minus 160, which is equal to 980. In this question, we are told that Stephen has 9 wives and he has to distribute 10 distinct chocolates amongst them, such that each of his wives gets at least 1 chocolate. So there are 9 wives and each of them has to get at least 1 chocolate, and the total number of chocolates is 10. This would imply that the only way in which this is possible is 8 wives get exactly 1 chocolate and the 9th wife has to get 2 chocolates. That is the only possibility in which the 10 chocolates can be distributed amongst 9 people, such that each person gets at least 1 chocolate. Now, how are you going to select? In how many ways can you select which wife gets 2 chocolates? She can be selected in 9 ways. She can be any of the 9 wives. Now, once you select the 9th wife, in how many ways can you pick the 2 chocolates that you have to give her? They can be any 2 of the 10 chocolates. So that can be done in 10C 2 ways. Now, once you select the 2 chocolates that you want to give the 9th wife, there are 8 chocolates left and there are 8 wives left, and so the remaining 8 chocolates can be distributed in 8 factorial number of ways. So the total number of ways in which you can distribute 10 chocolates amongst 9 people, such that each one of them gets at least 1 chocolate, is 9 into 10C2 into 8 factorial. This is 10C2 into 9 into 8 factorial is 9 factorial. What is the value of 10C2? That will be 10 into 9 divided by 2. So this is 5, so this is equal to 45. So the answer will be 45 into 9 factorial, which is option D. In this question, we are told that there is a girl called Janaki and she is walking from her school such that she takes 4 steps of equal lengths. Now we are told that each step that she takes is in one of the 4 directions. It is either east or west or north or south. But at the end of the 4 steps, we have to figure out, and if she comes back to her starting point, that is her school, in how many ways can this actually happen? That is the aforementioned operation. Now, the 4 directions are east, west, north and south. There are many ways in which this can happen. One way in which this can happen is if she takes 1 step east, 1 step west, 1 step north and 1 step south, then eventually she is going to come back to the original position. The second case in which this can happen is if she takes 2 steps to the east and 2 steps to the west and no step to the north or no step to the south, then again she is going to come back to her initial position. And the third case is if she is taking no steps east and no steps west, but she is taking 2 steps to the north and 2 steps to the south. We know this because whenever she moves and if she wants to come back to the same position, the number of steps that she takes in the east has to be exactly same as the number of steps she is taking to the west. And the number of steps that she is taking north has to be the same as the number of steps she is taking south. Now, when these 2 conditions are met, there are 3 cases that are possible. The first case is if she is taking 1 step in all the 4 directions. The other case is if she is taking 2 steps each in east and west and no steps in north and south. And the last case is if she is taking 2 steps north and 2 steps south and no steps in the east and west direction. Now, how many ways can this happen? The first way in which this can happen is 4 factorial ways, that is 24. This is because we know that she has to take 4 steps, but whether she takes east first or west first or north first or south first can be decided in 4 ways. Once the first direction has been decided, the second direction can be decided in 3 ways, the third direction can be decided in 2 ways, and finally the last direction will be the only direction that is left after the first 3 steps, so it is 1. So the total ways is 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, this is 24. The second case in which she is taking 2 steps in the east and west direction and no steps in north and south can be done in 4 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 2 factorial. This is again the same because there are 4 steps that can be taken, but there are 2 pairs of steps which are identical, so you divide it by 2 factorial and 2 factorial. So this will be again 4 factorial is 24 divided by 2 into 2, this is equal to 6 ways. The number of ways in which she can do the third case where she takes 2 steps to the north and 2 steps to the south is also the same. This is also 6. So the total is 24 plus 6 plus 6. This is equal to 36. Note that in each one of the cases, we are just calculating the number of permutations that are possible. For in the first case, EWNS, the number of ways in which you can do the permutations for this is 24. The second one is you are doing EEWW, because there is 2 repetitions of EE and WW. The number of ways in which you can do this is 24 divided by 2 factorial into 2 factorial. So that is 6. And in the last case, we are looking for the total number of permutations of NNSS. Again, there are 2 pairs which are repeated. So it will be 6 times. So the total again will be 24 plus 6 plus 6, which is 36. In this question, we are told that there are 3 consecutive numbers which are selected at random from the first 101 natural numbers. So let us assume that the 3 consecutive natural numbers that are selected are A minus 1 and A plus 1. Now the middle number A can vary from 2 to 100, because we have to select 3 numbers from 1 to 101. The middle number can be any number, any natural number from 2 to 100. So that in the extreme case, when the middle number is 100, the 3 numbers will be 99, 100 and 101. And in the first case, the 3 numbers will be 1, 2 and 3. Now once we selected these numbers, we are supposed to find the probability that the product of these 3 numbers is a multiple of 9. If the 3 numbers that you have selected are consecutive numbers, then there is only one number which is a multiple of 3. You cannot have 2 numbers which are multiples of 3 amongst 3 consecutive numbers. Now if you want the product to be a multiple of 9, then it would imply that one of the 3 numbers, A or A minus 1 or A plus 1, has to be a multiple of 9. Now what are the total number of possibilities for A? The total number of values that A can take is from 2 to 100. So the total number of possibilities is 99. Now amongst these possibilities, what are the values that A can take such that the product is a multiple of 9? Then one of A minus 1 or A plus 1 has to be a multiple of 9. So the values that A can take are 8, 9 or 10 in the first set of 10 numbers, because if A is equal to 8, the 3 numbers will be 7, 8 and 9. Here you are having a multiple of 9. If A is equal to 9, A itself is a multiple of 9. So the 3 numbers will be 8, 9 and 10. Or it is going to be equal to 9, 10 and 11. Where A is 10, then A minus 1 will be equal to 9, which is a multiple of 9. This is one set of 3 numbers. Now if you are considering the numbers which are around 18, which is 2 into 9, the 3 numbers will be 17, 18 and 19. In the first case, the 3 numbers will be 16, 17 and 18. 18 is a multiple of 9. In the second case, A is equal to 18, which is a multiple of 9. So this is 17, 18 and 19. And in the last case, you have 18, 19 and 20. Here 18 is a multiple of 9, which is equal to A minus 1. So all the values that A can take are 8, 9, 10, 17, 18, 19 and so on. And the last set of 3 numbers that A can take will be equal to 98, 99 and 100. What are the total number of values that A can take? This is equal to 3 plus 3 plus dot 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 plus 3. 3 is repeated 11 times from 9 to 99. So the total number of values that A can take such that the product is a multiple of 9 is 33, which is 3 into 11. So the required probability will be equal to 33 divided by 99, which is equal to 1 by 3.